Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Dear Dan, I'm inviting you up to Fair Oaks to spend the last weekend with me. Forget your Box 13 gag for a while and grab yourself a little vacation. There's not much I can offer in the way of excitement or adventure. But if you'll really go any place or do anything, you might like to see the crumbling grandeur of the last of the
Crumbling grandeur of the last of the Kenworths. You know how to get there, and I'll be waiting. How about it, Ted? Vacation, the man said. You know, someday I'm really going to take a vacation. But this wasn't it.
Back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Last Will and Nursery Rhyme.
I think you should go, Mr. Holliday. You need a rest.
Oh, Susie, every time I go for a rest, something happens to me.
But what can happen at a nice, quiet place like Fair Oaks? Gee, from what your friend Ted says about it, it's just the spot to take it easy.
You sure of that, huh?
Uh-huh. Why, you'll come back all full of vim and vinegar.
Okay, Susie, you talked me into it. Forward my mail to Fair Oaks, care of Ted Kenworth. It was pleasant, a 200-mile drive through the countryside. I was forgetting all about Box 13. It chased after me all the way up to Fair Oaks. I got there in the evening, and Ted was waiting for me. Maybe I should explain Ted and Fair Oaks. You see, Ted was my closest friend at college, and, well, he had inherited Fair Oaks. One of those big, overdone houses people were fond of building in the 1890s. It looked like an insane wedding cake. Gingerbread balconies, all running around and contributing nothing to the architectural value of the place. Anyway, I parked on the drive, walked up the stairs with Ted, and into the house.
Oh, I'm glad you came, Dan. I've been wanting to have you up here for a long time, but guess I never got around to it.
Hey, what do you do for space here? Suppose you have a house full of guests and you've only got 20 rooms.
Yeah. Well, don't worry. I won't have it long.
What do you mean?
Come on in here. It's the only room with chairs.
Hey, why the crepe hanging?
Oh, I'm selling, Dan.
Selling? Oh, but you're kidding.
No, I wish I was kidding, but can't keep this place up.
You broke?
Flatter than last week's pancakes.
Oh, but I thought you inherited a lot of
Money
money
from Uncle Thaddeus? No. Not a thin, round dime.
Oh, now, wait a minute. He had $1,000 for every breath he took.
Did he?
I'm asking.
I'm telling. No, Dan. All he left me was this house.
Are you sure?
There we go again. Look, fella, I've been asked that question 1,000,000 times. All he left was the house.
That doesn't seem right. Wasn't he a millionaire?
Uh-huh.
Then where's his money?
Gone. Finished. Kaput.
But look, where could a guy like your Uncle Thaddeus spend all of his money?
That's the gold-plated question. He never spent a nickel if he could help it.
Okay, then the money's still with us.
Dan, you kill me. You're so tied up with fiction that you look for a deep, dark plot in everything.
Yeah, but this makes no sense.
It does when you check and find out that Uncle Thaddeus lived the last 5 years on credit.
Credit? You mean with all of his dough?
That's right.
Well, there must be a record of the money.
I had help looking for it.
Help? Who?
Uncle Sam. Income tax, inheritance tax. If they couldn't find the dough, how could I? No, Dan, Uncle Thaddeus fooled everybody. He didn't have a nickel.
Well, it sounded offbeat to me. Uncle Thaddeus lived close to his vest. And he had money at one time, lots of it. He never went anyplace, did anything. But a cool $3 million or so just curls up and evaporates. Or did it? Anyway, I thought about it. Later that night...
Oh, why don't you stop, Dan? You're supposed to take a vacation, and you're beating your brains out.
Now, listen. Put it together, and what have you got? Uncle Thaddeus, practically a hermit. He's known to have money, but when he dies, all he leaves is this oversized lean-to.
Dan, I've looked through the whole house. I know it like the back of my hand. I lived here when I was a kid after Mother and Dad died.
What about the will?
Uncle's?
Yeah.
Well, nothing about money in it.
Oh, excuse me, Ted.
Oh, it's okay. Come on in, Helen.
Well, I didn't knock or ring the bell. I didn't know you had company.
Oh, it's all right. Helen, this is Dan Holliday. Dan, this is Helen Stark.
How are you?
Fine, thanks.
Helen's clearing out odds and ends for me, Dan.
Odds and ends.
Well, I was Thaddeus Kenworth's secretary. That is, once in a while I was. When he got behind in cataloging books, I came in and did it for him.
Oh.
Sit down, Helen. Join the wake.
Well, I haven't much time. I want to sort out some papers. You can look them over tomorrow, Ted.
I don't want to. Throw them out.
What papers?
Mr. Kenworth kept everything.
Yeah, he collected bills, receipts, pieces of twine, bits of
Oh,
paper.
he wasn't that bad.
Okay, just like to keep things.
Including money.
Yeah.
What do you mean, Mr. Holliday?
Where's his money?
Well, he didn't leave any.
That's what the man said.
But he didn't, did he, Ted?
No.
Then where is it?
Helen, let me explain. You see, Mr. Holliday has a complex. To him, the simple act of taking a drink of water is filled with mystery and dark meaning.
Want to borrow my cloak and dagger?
Well, you two argue about it. I'll be all finished tomorrow, Ted, and you can look over everything. See you later, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, good.
Nice girl.
Uh-huh.
What's the matter? Don't you like her?
I just met her. What do you want me to do, start sending orchids?
Hey, come on, let's take a walk, huh?
I'd rather go over the house.
Oh, you're kidding. Why?
Oh, just to take a look.
Oh. Expect to find $1 million tucked away in an old pillowcase?
You never can tell, boy. Come on, just to satisfy my curiosity. Okay, I satisfied my curiosity. Ted knew the old place backward and forward. Almost all of the furniture had been cleared out. And if there was a hiding place for anything, we'd have found it. But it still bothered me, and it bothered me after I finally went to bed. Then, in the middle of the night, somebody was taking a walk in the house. I got out of bed, opened my door, then went to Ted's room. Ted, wake up.
Huh? What's the matter? Oh, Dan.
Be quiet.
What's the matter with you? You walking in your sleep?
I heard someone upstairs.
Oh, large mice. Go back to bed.
I tell you, I heard someone walking around. What's directly above my room?
Your room?
Yeah.
Why, this is that old room I played in when I was a kid.
What's in there?
Oh, cut it out, will you, Dan?
What's in that room?
Nothing. You saw it. Trunk with some old toys in it, that's all.
I heard someone walking around up there.
Oh, you were dreaming. You've got your head so crammed
It's a
full.
car.
Huh? Yeah, so what?
But you and I are the only ones in the house.
That's what I said.
But someone just drove away from here.
That car was on the road, not on the grounds here.
Drove away from here.
All right, it drove away from here. Now go back to sleep. The next dream you have, tell Freud, not me.
I knew I'd heard someone upstairs. Somebody was going through that old room which Ted had used as a playroom when he was a kid. But why? Ted and I had gone through it with a fine-tooth comb, and there was nothing there. But the next morning, I wanted a better look, so Ted and I went back.
I don't know why I'm doing this except to humor you, Dan. There's nothing in this room.
Hey, how old is that horn?
I don't know, maybe 20 years. Oh, get this. Uncle Thaddeus never threw away a thing.
Not even his money.
Oh, still harping on that, huh?
Yeah. Hey, what else is in that trunk?
Oh, baseball glove, dust, ball, bat. Gosh, this rabbit's almost as old as I am. Then, let's see, tops, strings. That's all.
And there's nothing else in the room.
Nope.
Yet someone was up here last night looking for something.
Oh, Dan, stop it.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Nothing, I guess.
Come on. What were you going to say?
Wait a minute.
Lose something?
I don't know.
Why don't you know?
Seems to me there's something missing from this bunch of junk.
Well, what?
I can't remember. But there's one thing.
Toy? Horn? Train?
No. Those things are all here.
Then what's missing? Come on, Ted, think.
Oh, but it's more than 20 years ago. 25 is more like it.
Yet you know something's missing.
I don't know. It's just that something hit me, you know, like a name you try to remember, place or a date.
All right. What?
I don't know, Dan. I can't remember.
Good morning.
Oh, hiya, Mr. Wilson. Come on in.
Second childhood, Theodore? Playing with toys again?
No, just rummaging around. Dan, this is Martin Wilson, Uncle's attorney. Mr. Wilson, Dan Holliday.
How
Glad
do
to know
you do? Well, Theodore, the papers are all ready for the sale. You can sign them anytime.
Oh, good. Be glad to get it off my mind. But I kind of hate to see the old place go.
Yes, indeed. Staying long, Mr. Holliday?
No, just the weekend.
Mm-hmm. Were you looking for something, Theodore?
Huh? Oh, no, not in particular.
Mm-hmm. Well, when you're ready, we'll sign the papers.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Wilson, but could I take a look at the will?
Eh? Will? What will?
Thaddeus Kenworth.
What for?
Dan's a writer, Mr. Wilson. He's writing now.
But could I look at it?
That will be up to Theodore.
How about it, Ted?
And when you've looked at it?
I don't know. I don't know. Is this the only will?
Of course. It's the only one I've been able to locate.
Well, Dan, what'd you find?
Just the house and all that's in it.
What?
And I said this clause states you'd receive the house and all that's in it.
Is there something curious in that, Mr. Holliday?
Maybe? Here's a clause that strikes me as being peculiar.
Which one's that?
Oh, listen. The happiest days of all of our lives are those spent in innocence. If you would become happy, Theodore, then remember your childhood and those things that were dear to you.
Yeah, maybe the old boy was right.
Do you read any odd meaning into that, Mr. Holliday?
Do you?
Old Thad was a peculiar man, a very peculiar person. He had streaks and quirks.
Yeah, and one of them was getting rid of a fortune in time to keep anyone else from enjoying it.
Maybe he thought people should work for their money.
What are you getting sore about, Mr. Wilson?
I'm not. Well, if you're quite finished with this will, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, yes, I am, thanks.
All right. We'd better get the business of signing the papers over with, Theodore. Can't make a buyer wait forever, you know.
All right.
Hi, everyone.
Oh, hi, Helen.
What is this? Why all the grim looks?
Nothing.
I'll be finished today, Ted. Then you can look over everything.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, Ted, want to go for a walk?
Oh, sure. Excuse me.
Of course. I'll finish my work in here, Helen. Won't disturb you, will I?
No, not at all. I'll work in the library.
What's the matter, Dan?
I was just thinking.
About what?
I'm sure I heard someone in that room last night, Ted. The room you used as a playroom when you were a kid. Now,
What?
that sentence in the will about your childhood. Remember it if you want to be happy.
Oh, look. Uncle Thad was a little, eccentric.
Maybe, but it ties in. The playroom, your childhood, someone looking for something, and you're feeling something was missing from that old trunk. Look out!
Huh?
Ted. You all right?
Yeah. But if you hadn't given me that push, I don't know.
That coping stone would have nailed you. It fell off of the roof.
Yeah. Hey, I guess it's about time to get rid of the place. It's falling apart.
That stone didn't fall, Ted. It was pushed off.
And now back to Last Will and Nursery Rhyme, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Sure, that stone was pushed. Ted and I went to the roof, saw the marks made when the stone had been shoved forward. And it was meant to put the lights out for him. Why?
That's what I want to know. Why?
Because there's something in this house someone wants to get and keep you from getting.
You know, you're almost making me believe this.
You've got to. And you've got to think what's missing from that old trunk.
I've tried, Dan. I can't.
There was nothing in it but toys.
That's all.
Yet you say they're all there.
Well, I think so.
Now, wait a minute. Let's go at this logically. There were trains, bats, baseball mitt, mechanical toys, things like that.
What are you getting at?
Well, this. You wouldn't have missed another of those things, so the thing that's missing must be different from those. Different enough to make you realize it's gone.
Yeah. You're beginning to make sense.
Now, you try making some.
Oh, Dan, I can't.
Great. Look, would either Helen or Wilson know?
Know what? Oh, the thing that's missing?
Uh-huh.
Oh, maybe.
Both Wilson and Helen were in the house when that stone almost put a part in your hair.
Yeah?
Either one could have shoved it off. It wasn't too big or too heavy.
Yeah, but why kill me?
Because the key to this whole business is in your head. As soon as you remember what's missing from the trunk, you'll have it.
And both Helen and Wilson have keys to this place.
And therefore, either one could have come into the house the night I heard the prowling in the playroom.
All right. Where do we start now?
We try to find what was taken. But we didn't. Whoever had it had taken it away. And 2 hours of pounding at Ted didn't help. He just couldn't remember what it was. Okay. I had an idea and told Ted.
Hey, do you mean that?
Yes. You follow Wilson when he leaves, and I'll follow Helen.
Oh, I don't know.
Now, look, it's our only chance. Come right out and accuse either one, and that'll be the end. We've got to do it this way, Ted.
Well, all right.
Wait.
Ah, there you are, Theodore.
Oh, hello.
Holiday, how are you?
Just fine, thank you.
Good, good. Well, Theodore, it's all settled. You're getting a good price for this place, but you'll have to leave day after tomorrow.
What?
The terms of the sale. Buyer wants immediate occupancy.
Well, put it off.
What for?
Just put it off.
Look here, I sold this place for you, Theodore. Got a fine price.
Yeah, but I didn't know I'd have to leave right away.
You should have read the terms of the sale. Well, I've got to be going now. Other things to take care of. Other things.
How do you like that? I've got to get out.
Okay, that gives us less time. Now, you follow him. See what he does, where he goes, anything. I'll do the same with Helen. Helen didn't leave until that afternoon. I let her get a start and then drove after her. She didn't stop in the village. Kept going into town about 20 miles farther. I kept a safe distance behind. Then, in the town, she stopped her car, got out. And so did I. Well, so far, this was a blind chase. Then she went into a store, and on the window was children's toys and books. Toys and books. Children's. I edged up to the window and looked in. Helen was talking with a clerk, and she had something in her hand. And from where I stood, it looked like one of those linen-covered kids' books. Then I saw the clerk go to a shelf of books and look them over. Helen followed her. The clerk shook her head. Helen turned to leave, and I ducked to keep out of sight. Helen went to every toy shop in town, but every place she got the same answer, a shake of the head. Okay. So it was Helen who had taken the missing item from the trunk. And it was a kid's book. But why? And what was in that book? It was dark when she finally headed back to the village of Fair Oaks. She didn't know it, but she was going to get company that night.
Well, hello there, Mr. Holliday.
Dan sounds better.
Well, so does Helen.
I was just in the village, thought I'd drop in and say hello.
I'm glad you did, Dan. Sit down, won't you?
Oh, thank you. All finished at the house?
Yeah. Oh, things were in a mess. Thaddeus Kenworth kept everything under the sun.
Yes, including a secret.
Secret? What secret?
Oh, just any secret. I wonder what he did with his money.
Oh, I don't think he had any. I believe he was an old fraud. Why, he lived the last 5 years of his life on credit.
Uh-huh. And there must have been a good reason for everyone extending credit to him.
Well, he was an institution around here. Everybody humored him.
Well, maybe.
Why, maybe. Did you know him?
No, but tradesmen wouldn't extend credit for 5 years without expecting to get their money.
I don't know anything about that.
I'm sure you do.
What?
How was your trip into town today, Helen? Pleasant? Profitable?
You're an odd person, Mr. Holliday.
The name's Dan, remember?
All right, you're still an odd person.
You didn't find what you were looking for, did you?
Was I looking for something?
All right, Helen, let's quit shadowboxing. You went into every toy shop in town to...
Was that a crime?
Oh, no. No, not at all. But shoving a stone off of a roof might be called one.
What does that remark mean?
Helen, I want what you took from the playroom at the house.
Well, I didn't take anything.
Oh, yes, you did. And among Uncle Thaddeus's papers, you must have seen a letter telling Ted to look in that trunk for a clue, some sort of a book.
Well, you're crazy.
But it's fun. Now, hand it over, Helen.
I told you I didn't take anything.
Listen, that stone just missed killing Ted.
Well, it
And anyone who wants to kill someone has a strong motive. What's yours?
it was just an accident. I leaned on the stone.
Oh,
It was-
sure. But how will it look if we put two and two together? The stone and the stolen book. I want it, Helen. Something funny?
All right, you can have it. But it won't do you any more good than it did me. Now, get out of here.
Oh, the lady's armed.
I'll kill you.
Go right ahead.
Stop there.
Must be a lot of money to make you attempt to murder and threaten another. I want that book, Helen. Now.
You stay away from me. Let me go. Oh,
Take it easy. Take it easy now. There. I'll take the gun with me. And the book. It was an old book of nursery rhymes, the kind kids look at hour after hour. I took it back to Ted and told him what had happened.
Helen? But why?
Why? For what I've been harping on since I've been here, your uncle's money. And this book is the clue.
Yeah, I remember it now. That's what was missing from the trunk.
Sure. Look, Ted, Helen went through your uncle's papers and found something.
I would have sworn it was Lawyer Wilson.
And that's something Helen was counting on, but I ruled him out.
Why?
Well, when I first saw the will, I noticed it had been drawn up by another firm of attorneys. If you remember, Wilson even admitted he had to hunt for it. Then Helen must have found the letter telling you to look for this book.
Yeah, but there's nothing but nursery rhymes. We've been through it a dozen times, and there's not a mark or a piece of paper in it.
Yes, I know, but we've got it.
Yeah, we've got it. And I've got to get out of here.
You've got to figure this out before you leave. Once you're out of here, you'll have as much chance of finding that
Yeah,
money
I
as-
know. But
Come on. Now, let's look through it again. See anything?
no.
Well, keep looking at it. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Go back.
What did you see?
I didn't see anything. It was something I didn't see.
Oh, Dan, you're crazy.
Look, Ted, look. Each rhyme is numbered. 1, 2, 3, 4, then 6. Number 5 is missing.
Hey, you're right. Helen took it.
No, she didn't.
What?
Of course she didn't. That's why she was trying to buy another one like it. But she couldn't. It's too old. All right. Number 5 is missing. What was it?
Oh, hey, I can't remember that.
Yes, you can. Now, look. Number 1, Little Miss Muffet.
Yeah.
Number 2, Simple Simon. 3, Sing a Song of Sixpence. 4, 3 Blind Mice.
Wait a minute. Wait. Mice. Mice?
No. That one's here.
No. Not Hickory Dickory Dock. The mouse ran up the clock. It's not there, and I know it was.
Your uncle took it out rather than mark it. He took it out to make it tough for you.
Yeah, but why that one?
Ted, in the hall, that grandfather's clock.
Yeah. I used to watch it for hours when I was a kid.
Well, come on.
Hey, Dan, you're terrific.
Okay, here's the clock, but it's stopped.
I tried to wind it the other day, but it wouldn't go.
Now, listen, the rest of the rhyme. The clock struck 1.
1 o'clock.
This clock stopped at 6. Now, what'll happen when we turn the hands until they get to 1?
Well, don't just stand there, boy. Do it.
Okay. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
Easy.
1. Look, the face came open.
Hey, there's a letter.
Well, get it out and read it.
Yeah, read it. My dear nephew, since you've figured this out, I must assume you've learned that money is to be earned, not come by easily. All right, go to the sundial in the garden. Turn the indicator until it points to 12. You'll then be able to lift the face of the dial. In the column, you'll find negotiable bonds and securities. Dan, Dan,
I know. You love me.
Did you have a nice time, Mr. Holliday?
Great, Susie. Great. Do I look rested?
Well, not exactly.
That's what I thought.
Oh, maybe you won't want to go to the party tonight, then.
What party?
Well, we're all starting from the city hall.
Starting from the city hall. Why?
Oh, it's a treasure hunt. It'll be loads of fun.
Oh, Susie. How do you manage it? Good night.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville, with an original story by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. Production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. This is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture. Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of Star Times. I don't know how to ask you to do this for me because I don't know who you are or whether you want money to help me. I can pay a little, all I've got to help my boy. I can come to you or you can see me. I live at number 245 Sanders Avenue.
My name is Mrs. Karen. Please, if you will help, I'll do anything for you. It was written in pencil, neatly, carefully, as if she wanted every word to count. And it led to, well, a kid. A scared kid. And murder.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Delinquent's Dilemma.
That's a great observation, Susie. What brings it on?
I was trying to figure out what she looks like.
And did you?
Well, I think I can virtualize her.
Visualize. Don't try the big ones until you can handle the small ones.
What do you mean, Mr. Holliday?
Well, you work on it a while, until I get back from Mrs. Kieran. Number 245 Sanders Avenue was right in the middle of a soot-blackened neighborhood on what is known as the other side of the tracks. I had no trouble finding the mailbox marked Kieran, or the flat with the number 4 painted in white on the door. I knocked. Mrs. Kieran let me in. She was about 45, worried-looking, and, well, she wasted no time.
Will you help me?
Maybe you'd better tell me how, before I answer that.
I haven't much money, and
Money doesn't matter, Mrs. Kieran. Just tell me what you want.
You don't take money?
No, that's right.
But I don't understand.
I'll explain later. First, let's hear what you've got to say.
All right. It's about my boy, Biff.
Biff? Nickname?
Yes. His real name is Reginald.
Oh,
Mr.
Holliday. Dan for short.
Thank you. Well, he's in jail. Biff is.
Why?
For stealing.
Mrs. Kieran, I'm not a detective. I never work against the law. I know that sounds, well, stuffy, but that's the way it is.
Biff didn't break the law.
But you said he was in jail.
I know he didn't do it.
Do what?
He was arrested 2 days ago. Somebody broke into a store and robbed a cash box.
But why was Biff arrested for it?
The owner of the store thought it was Biff. You see, Mr. Holliday, my boy, he got in bad company about a year ago. He was mixed up in something then.
Oh, I see. So it looks bad for him now.
But he didn't do it. When they arrested him, he said he didn't do it.
Well, does he have a lawyer?
He doesn't need one.
Oh? Why not?
Because now he says he did it.
Let me get this straight, Mrs. Kieran. At first he denied it, now he admits it.
Yes,
Well, maybe Biff realizes that he, well,
I know. I know you think he knows better than to deny it.
something like that, yes.
Go to see him. Talk to him. Find out for yourself.
And if I decide he's guilty?
You won't have to come back here.
Hello, Biff.
Huh? Who are you?
I'm a friend of your mother's.
Ma? She's all right, ain't she? She's okay?
Sure. I just came from her.
Oh. Who are you?
Your mother asked me to help. My name's Holliday. Dan Holliday.
Never heard of you.
I guess not. Sit down, Biff.
You a mouthpiece?
Lawyer's the word you're looking for.
I don't want none.
Well, I'm not.
Now listen, you let me alone, will you?
Oh, now, take it easy, Biff.
Yeah, what's your racket, mister?
If it makes any difference, I'm a writer.
Writer? Books and stuff?
Uh-huh.
I don't get it. What do you want with me? Story of my life or something?
Maybe I'd like to write something good about it.
Blow out of here, will you?
Biff, I told you I just came from your mother. She asked me to help you.
Yeah, I guess you would.
You see, she doesn't think you broke into that store
I said I did.
after you said you didn't.
Hey, look, I get a better rap saying I did it. You're always easier on a guy when you don't put up a squawk. That's why I said I didn't. And then I did.
You know, I think you're lying, Biff.
All right, so you think I'm lying, so go ahead and think it. And get out of here. And stay away from Ma, you hear me? You just stay away
Oh,
from her.
now, just a minute, Biff.
I said get out of here and don't come back no more. Don't come back!
Well, I didn't know what to think. Biff was lying or he wasn't lying. That's a great thought. A big help. Then I called Kling and got him to find out a few more things for me, which I mightn't have been able to get without him.
Yeah, I got what you want, Dan. Biff Kieran.
Ah, that's the kid.
Year ago, picked up for stealing tires. First offense, probation. Got in a couple more scrapes. Nothing serious until this.
And if this is proved on him?
Proved. He admitted it. Nothing to prove, Dan.
He denied it at first.
Sure. His alibi was that he'd been to a movie.
Well, couldn't he prove it?
No.
Did he stick to it?
Yeah,
But all of a sudden, he admits breaking into that store.
that's it. You're, interested, huh?
Yeah, I am.
Aye.
His mother asked me to help.
Oh. Now look, Dan. The kid's got into trouble. Sure, his mother won't believe. Most mothers won't, but...
But this looks fishy.
Why?
Because if Biff admits this, he goes to prison.
That's the general idea.
But if he thought he had a chance to stay out, don't you think he'd try to fight?
Maybe he's looking for a light rap.
I don't believe that.
You got any ideas?
No,
And I can't help. My department's homicide.
Yeah, I know. Well, thanks for the information.
Don't mention it.
I'll see you later. I thought about it some more, and the more it went around in my head, the more it looked phony. Biff seemed scared and almost eager to take the rap for the breaking and entry job. Why? Why do that if he knew it would mean prison? I went to see the owner of the store, and, well, he wasn't sure it was Biff. But that didn't make any difference either, because the police had an admission of guilt. So I went home, let myself into my apartment.
You don't need the light, chum. Close that door. There's a draft. I catch cold easy.
If we're going to get better acquainted, we should see each other, don't you think?
I don't want to make any more friends.
Well, you haven't.
Okay. Sit down.
Thanks.
Now, look.
Cigarette?
Don't light no match.
Ashamed of your face?
It'll get by. Just make sure that yours does.
Oh. Am I supposed to figure that one out?
You already did.
Yeah, I guess I did.
Uh-huh. Now, look, I want you...
How'd you get in here?
Ain't you ever gonna let me talk?
I'm just curious, that's all.
Okay, I got a pass key, a skeleton key.
Mm-hmm.
You're satisfied?
Oh, sure.
You mind if I talk now?
I'd be charmed. What do we talk about?
You?
That's a very interesting subject. I was born of poor but wealthy parents in a small, large town
Look,
back
I'll
of
come
the...
back in a couple of days and we'll kill each other.
Oh, fine. I'll have a cake baked. What do you want?
Nothing. I'm a very easy guy to please.
It's a virtue, and I take it you don't have many of those.
Oh, you're awful impolite, Holiday.
Oh, you know me.
Uh-huh. Lay off the Kieran kid.
So, that's the purpose of this charming visit.
The other two guesses you don't need.
I suppose not.
Okay. Just remember, lay off the Kieran kid.
And if I don't want to?
Answer me a question, will you?
Gladly.
Is a guy's books worth more when he's dead than when he's alive?
Certainly. Production stops, limited supply greater than the demand.
Okay. Just don't make your heirs rich people. And you could do that, Holiday. Real easy.
Mm-hmm. It's something to think about, isn't it?
Yeah. I'll stay right where you are. I'm going.
Oh, must you? It's been so romantic, conversation with a mysterious stranger in the dark.
I could have brought flowers, but you'll remember that a lot longer.
Okay, that did it. Now I knew Biff had a motive for admitting the robbery. But what the motive was, well, that was a different color on a different horse. I turned on the light. My pleasant partner in that little tete-a-tete had left a reminder. His ring had cut into my cheek and left a mark. For a couple of hours, I thought and thought. Finally, I figured out an angle. But I had to see Biff again to tie it up. So the next morning, I went back to see the kid. But just as I was rounding the corner of the corridor...
Okay, kid, now just keep a stiff upper lip, you see?
Biff had company. And the voice of that turtle was the same as the guy who'd played tag with me the night before. And he had a ring on his finger. A big ring. I ducked back out of sight, let him pass by. Then I went to Biff.
You again.
Uh-huh. I want to talk to you.
But I don't want to talk to you, mister.
Had company, didn't you?
Company? No, I didn't.
Come on now. Who was he, Biff?
Pal, a friend of mine. Now, get out of here and mind your own business.
I am. Your, pal gave me this.
Okay, so we hung one on you.
And I didn't like it.
So you should learn to mind your own business, I told you.
Listen, Biff. I was asked into this by your mother.
She don't know what she's doing. I mean, let her alone.
Biff, you're trying to be a tough guy, and it just doesn't hang right on you.
So I'll grow into it.
Sure, that's what I'm afraid of. That's what your mother's afraid of.
Shut up and beat it. And if you come around here again, I'll holler for the guard to back you out.
All right, then I'll talk to your mother.
No, don't go near her. She's all right now, but...
But what?
Nothing. I'll beat it. Are you going, or do I call the guard to throw you out of here?
Okay, Biff. I'll go. Well, Biff was afraid for his mother. That much I could guess. And he was willing to go to prison rather than deny he'd robbed that store. But how could a thing like that tie in with a mug who'd come to see me? The robbery was cheap stuff. Not likely that a hoodlum like my visitor would be mixed up in it. Was Biff taking the rap for him? Well, that couldn't be. So I went back to Kling.
Still beating your brains out, huh?
I have other people do it for me now.
Yeah, I could see that. Nasty cut.
Yeah. Let me look at your rogues gallery.
Think you know the guy who slugged you?
I might recognize him. I got a short look at him in the jail today.
Okay. Here. Look through these. See anybody you know?
Not yet. Uh-huh.
You got it?
Yeah. Who is this?
That? Yeah, let's see. Name Gilly Sistro. Strong arm hood.
Who's he working for?
Freelance artist. Anybody can hire him.
High priced?
Not cheap.
That explains it.
It does? Okay, let me in on it, will you?
Look, whoever's behind this didn't want to use any of his own mugs. So you hired this Gilly to intimidate me.
I can pick him up for you.
Huh? Scare the rest of them off?
So, what's next?
Besides, Biff's afraid for his mother, Kling. That kid's protecting her. Why, I don't know. If you make a move to pick up Gilly, that'll make Biff's mother a sure setup.
That makes sense.
Listen, do me a favor, will you?
What?
Just have one of your boys tell Gilly. When he lights someplace, let me know.
Wait a minute. Now, you could get hurt.
I was.
What are you going to do?
Stick my nose in where it belongs. I don't like Gilly. And I don't like what he stands for.
And now back to Delinquent's Dilemma, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
I waited, and finally it came. A call from Kling telling me where I could pick up Gilly. I did and followed him. Maybe I was being followed, too, but I had to take that chance. After all, there was nothing we could pin on Gilly, just entry and assault. But that wouldn't get to the thing that was putting Biff in a vice. Anyway, I followed Gilly, watched him go into an office building, found where he got off the elevator, waited until he left, and then...
Yes?
I'd like to see Mr.
Mr. Who?
Mr. in the inner office.
What's your name?
Cecil Holling.
Holling?
Yes.
Just a moment. Can you come in, please?
Oh, thank you.
Your name's Holling?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, what can I do for you?
Need any brushes?
Huh?
Brushes. You see, I carry a full line.
Hey, what is this?
The brush off. My own little joke.
You crazy?
Well, What's
What's your angle, Holling?
Oh, do I need one?
Who sent you here?
Nobody. I found it all by myself.
Just stay right there. Eddie? Mac? Watch this character.
Hello, Eddie. Hello, Mac.
Now, talk, Mr. Holling.
Okay, this is a gag.
Is it?
Yeah, I guess I'm in the wrong office. I was supposed to pull a rib on somebody, and I guess I got in the wrong office. Well, sorry to bother you.
Just a minute.
Yeah?
Who sent you here?
Nobody. I told you, this is a gag. I guess it backfired.
You must have tried the gag too often. Somebody pasted you.
No.
Beat it.
Well, thanks a lot. Whew. I wondered if I'd talk myself out of that one. I didn't, because when I got downstairs to my car, I noticed a man following me. But I'd found out something. Gilly was working for the character in that office. And who was he? It took me 2 hours to shake the shadow, then I got back to Kling and told him.
You crazy fool. You dope.
But I found it, didn't I?
Sure, you found it.
Listen, they still don't know who I was.
How do you know that?
He wouldn't have let me out of that office, Kling.
You sure you ditched that shadow?
Yeah, I'm sure.
But if Gilly gets back, he'll find out, and he knows you.
Before that happens, what's the lineup?
The man you saw is Pete Voslin. Racketeer, gangster.
Has he got a record?
None that we could pin on him. He's smart, Dan. Little guys take the rap for him. He pays off when they get out.
And what's his angle in all this? How's he tied up with Biff Kieran? That kid certainly isn't a member of his gang.
No, at least I don't think so.
There's got to be an angle.
Wait a minute.
Huh? What have you got?
Listen, it was a big fur warehouse robbery.
Yeah.
It looked like one of Voslin's jobs. But there's nothing to tie him in. And there was a watchman killed.
When was that robbery and murder?
The night of the 16th.
What time?
About 11:30.
The 16th. That's the night of the store robbery. The one Biff's admitting to.
Yeah, sure. Suppose the kid was passing on his way home from that movie.
And saw the whole thing.
But he's afraid to talk.
Because they threatened his mother if he does.
The dirty heels. Listen, I'll send out a...
No, wait. Do that, and you put Biff's mother on the spot. Get Biff here instead. I didn't dare go to Biff because, well, I might be followed. But Kling sent for him, and in Kling's office...
I don't know nothing. Let me go back.
Now, Biff, your testimony is the only thing that'll give us a break.
I robbed that store that night. Now let me go back.
Biff, listen to me.
I ain't gonna listen to nobody. What are you trying to do? I told you I robbed the place.
What if we'd tell you the police have arrested the real robber?
That won't work. I know you haven't because I would have been let out.
Biff, we'll protect your mother. And you.
There ain't nothing to protect.
Kling, come here, will you? Let me talk to him. Alone, please.
Okay, Dan. Go ahead. I hope the day comes soon when kids will realize that the police aren't their enemies, but their friends.
Ain't gonna do any good, mister.
It's got to, Biff. Now listen. Don't say anything until I've finished, will you? Good. Now, you're protecting your mother, but you're also protecting something else.
Huh?
Mm-hmm. A gang of vicious men. You're protecting them from the law. You're protecting murders, Biff. You're giving them the chance to go out and do the same thing all over again. Don't you see that?
I ain't gonna say nothing. All I want to do is be let alone. I want to go back to the jail. Now, let me go.
Oh, please, Biff. You're about 16, and you've got a whole life ahead of you. But if you go to prison to protect crooks, what will you have? A record. Oh, sure, they'll say you didn't talk, you didn't squeal. They'll make a great guy out of you. But what'll it make of the men you're protecting? A bunch of arrogant, cocky parasites who got away with this?
You shut up! You shut up and leave me alone! I ain't gonna say nothing! I ain't!
Kling. Kling.
Yeah?
I'm finished.
Okay. Sergeant, take the kid back. Well?
No.
Oh, he's our only chance to put Voslin and his gang where they can grow a nice coat of mold.
Yeah, I know.
He's too scared.
He won't talk, Kling. He wouldn't talk if it killed him to keep quiet.
We've got the whole thing in our laps. We've got Voslin on a murder rap if that kid talks.
I know.
What's the matter?
Listen, I hate to say this, but we've got to double-cross Biff.
What have you got in mind, Dan?
Now, listen. Don't let anybody in to see him. Keep all the visitors away.
Why?
Because he's going to talk.
Are you crazy?
Listen, I've got friends at the Star-Times. They're going to break a story that'll smoke Voslin out in the open where you can smash him.
You mean print a story about the kid talking?
Yeah, that's it.
But his mother...
We won't break the story until I'm there, with her.
Listen, you crazy fool. Those guys don't kid. Once they say they're going to do a thing, they'll do it. You let that story hit the street and they'll go through with it if it takes 10 years.
I know. But we know Biff won't talk, so keep visitors away from him. Voslin will try to get to his mother, don't you see? That's the only way he can really keep Biff from talking. Get his mother and hold her until the kid decides to keep quiet.
But...
No buts. We'll make the story look as though sensational developments are expected in the fur warehouse murder. Just enough to make Voslin think the kid might talk. I went to the Star-Times and fixed up the story by promising the editor that the whole thing would be his front-page scoop, and on the level. I waited until the proofs were run. The story was just what we wanted. Only a hint that developments were expected. Then I drove to the neighborhood where Biff and his mother lived. There were no police around. It had to look legitimate. Then I went up to Mrs. Kern.
My boy. Poor Biff.
You'll be all right. The story's on the street now, Mrs. Kern. And we should be getting company.
Oh, I'm scared. Not for me, but for Biff.
He'll be all right. But they can't get to him, and when this is all over, they won't be able to.
Well, what if something happens?
It won't. Now, turn out the light quick. Get into bed. Pretend to be asleep.
I can't.
Shh, be quiet. Lie there. Pretend to be asleep now.
You, wake up. Come on, wake up.
What do you want?
Never mind. Get up, get dressed. Come on.
Who are you?
I said never mind, get dressed.
My clothes are in the other room.
Get them.
Turn on the light.
You don't need light. Go ahead, get your clothes.
Yes.
And don't close the door between the rooms. And stay in the light from outside and step on it.
Still standing in the draft, Gilly? Nice meeting you again in the dark. Try it again, Gilly. Oh, no.
Drop it, Gilly, drop it. All right, don't shoot.
You all right, Dan?
Sure, as long as I had his gun hand. He was a little handicapped. Turn on the light, will you, Cling?
Right. Hey, Sergeant. Let the kid come in.
Mom. Mom, are you all right? Are you?
Yes, baby, I'm all right.
Oh, Mom, please don't call me baby. Please.
I was so worried about
Oh, Mom, it's so good to see you.
Cling.
I know you don't.
Cling,
What? Yeah, what's up?
are you all right?
Me? Sure, but why?
You're smiling.
The grand jury returned a murder indictment against Pete Boslin and 10 others of his gang today. Evidence presented by the district attorney is sure to result in conviction of the notorious racketeer.
Well, that does it, Susie.
Gee, how did it feel to be alone in the dark with that awful man, Mr. Holliday?
I didn't have time to think about it, Susie. How would you have felt?
Well, Was he cute, Mr. Holliday?
Oh, good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville, with an original story by Russell Hughes, and original music composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker, and that of Lieutenant Kling by Edmund MacDonald. Production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. This is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture. Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of Star Times. I'm a stranger in your city. I don't know a soul here, but I'm in trouble. At least I think I am. I can't go back home until I know what happened to me yesterday and the day before. It's hard to explain in a letter, but if you'll come to 14 East Central Street, I
But I do know. Believe me, I need help. And maybe you're the one. Jerry Fuller. He needed help, all right. At first, I didn't think he did. I went at the whole thing with my tongue in my cheek, but I put it back where it belonged. Fast.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Flash of Light.
But I think it's silly, Mr. Holliday. Why can't he go back home? And what does he mean until he finds out what happened to him?
Just that he's lost 2 days out of his life.
Nobody can do that.
You know, you should go to the movies more often, Susie. Sometimes you get an Academy Award for losing a weekend.
Well, if you ask me, this Jerry Fuller sounds pretty silly. 2 days are hard to mislay. Besides, maybe he's just making a mountain out of a moleskin.
I was wondering when you'd finally kick one around. Now I can leave. For number 14 East Central Street and Mr. Jerry Fuller. East Central Street ran through the part of town where the kids played tiddlywinks with manhole covers. And number 14 was no Ritz, cheap, shabby rooming house to which paint was just all lang syne. Finding Jerry Fuller was no problem. The landlord pointed down the hallway, and 15 minutes later, Jerry Fuller finished telling me his story. Maybe I looked skeptical because...
You don't believe me, do you?
Oh, sure, I believe the part about the blackout, but...
But you believe I was drunk, is that it?
Well, you admitted having a few.
But not enough to knock me out for a couple of days.
Okay. I'll tell you, and you see how it sounds. You had 2 cocktails before dinner. After dinner, you wandered into the Red Swan and... Say, why did you pick the swankiest spot in town?
Well, just to tell the folks back home I'd been there.
Uh-huh. So you had another drink there. Maybe 2?
All right, 2.
3?
2, I said.
Okay, take 2. They're small. But were you alone at the Red Swan?
Well, maybe I talked to somebody, like people do at bars, but I was alone.
Remember to whom you talked?
No.
Remember anything at all?
Well, I don't know, but I kind of remember a flash of light. It sticks in my head.
Flash of light? I've got another flash for you. That was your second drink.
Look, I can't go back home until I know what happened.
Maybe you'd better tell me why not.
Well, all right, I guess maybe it's better if you do know.
So Jerry told me a story that had happened a million times before.
3 days ago.
A small-town kid in a big city.
I'm gonna be
And a few drinks that were like dynamite to a kid who never had anything stronger than malted milks. And there was a girl he couldn't remember. And another girl back home, the girl he was supposed to marry. I listened and knew every word that was coming. I could have even added a few that he had left out. But when he finished...
And that's why I can't go to the police. If I did, they'd have to wire back home for...
Verification of your identity?
Well, that's it. And everybody back home would know, find out.
I know this is throwing cold water in your face, Jerry, but don't you think you'd better take your medicine? Chalk up the experience to experience.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Look, my wallet.
What about it?
Every cent I had, even my ticket back home, is gone.
You did a good job.
Listen, if you or anybody else can prove I was robbed, then I've got an explanation. I've got a reason.
Okay, I'll give it a whirl. But I think it's cut and dried before we get around to it. Now, the first thing to do is to get you out of this fire trap.
But where can I go?
My apartment. I'll lend you the money to get back home.
I won't go back home until I know what happened, how I got here, and why.
All right, Jerry. Leave it at that. Now, come on. Hey, wait, where's your baggage?
I checked it at the depot before I went to the Red Swan.
Oh, I'll pick it up for you. Now, come on, let's get out of here. Sure, I humored him. The poor kid was scared stiff, and like any frightened kid, was building up a big thing in his mind. But there was one thing that bothered me. The place Jerry said he had been in before he blanked out, the Red Swan. It wasn't a hangout for cheap crooks and nickel snatchers. It was ultra swank, and the odds were heavy against anyone taking him over the boards in there. Okay, maybe he went somewhere else afterward. We got to the front door, and I sent Jerry to the car to wait for me.
Hello.
Well, hello.
What's your name?
Dan. What's yours?
Kitty.
Okay, Kitty. Is your daddy in?
Uh-huh.
What's the matter? Who are you?
Remember me?
Yeah, you find the guy?
Yeah.
He was with a real pretty lady.
Shut up, Kitty. Go back in the kitchen.
All right.
She's a cute little kid.
So? That what you come to tell me?
I didn't come to tell you anything. I want to ask.
What?
Who brought Jerry Fuller here?
Dame?
Sure that?
Yeah, sure, I'm sure. That all you want to know?
That all you can tell me?
What else?
Was he drunk?
Mister, I didn't ask him.
Who was the girl?
I didn't stop to get introduced. Look, she brings him here, says she's his wife, gives me a couple of days' rent, that's it.
Did she leave right away?
What do you want from me, a quiz game?
Did she leave right away?
I don't know. I showed him the room, I got my dough. I don't push questions, see?
She gave you 2 days' rent, huh?
So long, mister.
What'd you do up there, Mr. Holliday?
Got unpopular? Okay, Jerry, now we'll go to my apartment. Feeling better?
Yes, a lot. Thanks.
Well, we'd better see about shipping you back home.
Oh, but you said you were going to help.
I am, and the best way I do that is to ship you out of the big city. You come back in, say, 10 years.
You think I'm just a kid that got in bad, don't you?
Well, you were at the church social for 2 days, Jerry.
And I'm telling you, I was robbed.
So you were.
What can I tell the folks back home?
What you told me.
Oh, you don't understand, Mr. Holliday. Mr. Simmons,
Mr. Simmons. Who's he?
he's Millie's father.
Oh? And Millie, I take it, is the girl back home.
You're making fun of me.
No, I'm not, Jerry, not at all. But the best thing you can do is face the music. You won't be able to dance to it, but, well, it's the best way.
I don't know.
Now, you wait here. I'll run to the depot and get your baggage. Here, yeah. Got the check for it?
Yeah, it's the only thing they left me. I had it in the inside compartment of my wallet.
All right, Jerry. Now that we've got it figured, you'll feel better. I'll see you later. You'll feel better, I said. Huh. Everybody makes mistakes, but just how big can they get? I went to the depot, picked up the one valise Jerry had left there, and hurried back to my apartment. The automatic elevator was just coming down to ground level and... Oops. I'm sorry.
Yeah? How sorry?
I beg your pardon?
What for? Keep your eyes in front, pal, and you won't run into people.
Just a minute. You came out of that elevator a little too fast.
So? That's the way I always move. Objections?
I might have.
Like what?
You don't live in the building, do you?
Nah, I own it. So long, punk. I mean, so long, Holiday.
Holiday? I didn't know him, but he knew me, and he came from upstairs. Something told me that character had been in my apartment. I got in the elevator, pressed the floor button. I never realized until then how slow those things can move. Then... Jerry! Jerry, what happened?
Nothing.
Look at me, Jerry. I said, look at me. Oh, no.
I'm all right.
Yeah, sure, you're all right. Like you ran into a meat chopper. Jerry, who was that man?
There wasn't anybody.
Now, listen to me. There was somebody here. He just left.
I tell you, there wasn't anybody. Give me my valise.
Come here now. Sit down.
Let me go.
Be quiet now. Be quiet now. Sit down. Now, why did he go for you?
Nobody did.
Sure. You poked your face in an electric fan to see the pretty blades go around. Come on, Jerry, talk.
I'm going back home.
Whoever that was saw us at the place I picked you up. Followed us, waited until I left, then came up here. What did he say? What did he want?
Nothing.
I cut it out. You wanted help? I'll give it now.
I don't want it. All I want to do is get out of here and go back home.
All right, Jerry. But you got to get cleaned up first.
Yeah.
Go in the bathroom, wash up. Got to change your shirts in this valise.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
You're gonna let me go?
Why not? You won't talk. You won't let me help.
Oh, Mr. Holliday, believe me,
Are we going to say?
Nothing. I'll get cleaned up.
Okay, Jerry. Have it your way.
Sure, and thanks. Thanks anyway.
Towels in the back of the door.
Honest, Mr. Holliday, I appreciate what you've done, but I know now I just got to go back and do like you said.
Yeah, sure be a good little boy and wander back home.
I can finish cleaning up on the train.
Let me see your wallet.
What?
Well, you got to have money. Count it as a loan. Send it back later.
Oh, sure, here.
Ah. Now, suppose you answer a question.
Huh? Oh, what?
How do you explain this? Your railroad ticket. It's back.
Well, I guess I must have overlooked it before.
Stop lying.
I'm not.
Okay. Here. $10, your wallet, your valise. Now, there's the door.
You're mad, huh?
So long, Jerry.
Goodbye.
Police headquarters. Griffin speaking.
Lieutenant Kling, please.
Homicide, Kling.
Hello, Kling. This is Dan.
Well, my heart's desire. What are you...
We'll make with the jokes and funny patter some other time. Right now, I want to work fast.
Huh?
A man just left my apartment. He's on his way to the railroad station. Pick him up.
Are you nuts?
Here's what he looks like. 5'7", light brown hair. Wears horn-rimmed glasses. No hat, dark blue serge suit, carrying a suitcase with the initials JF on it, a foot high. Even some of your boys could spot it.
Now take a breath and listen to me. I can't order a guy picked up because you want to play games. You gotta have a charge.
Pick him up and I'll sign the complaint later. You'll find my wallet in his valise.
And now back to Flash of Light, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
It was a nasty way to keep Jerry in town, but it was the only way to keep him and still tuck him away where he wouldn't be the target for the night. Kling and I asked him questions, but if he'd been scared before, he was twice as scared now. And the second scare was big enough to make him forget what he wanted to find out. Why he had been Mickeyed and packed off into that boarding house on East Central. But I was real curious about it, and because Kling had nothing to work on, I was on my own. I went back to East Central Street. I knew I wouldn't get anything out of the landlord, but I spotted little Kitty. And I remembered something she had said, so I asked her.
Uh-huh. And there was a real pretty lady.
Well, did you hear her name, Kitty?
Uh-uh.
Do you remember if she left right away?
Uh-huh. She did.
In a car?
Oh, it was a taxi cab. Why?
I want to find her.
She had red hair and a real pretty fur coat.
Oh, well, that's nice. But when she got into the taxi, Kitty, were you near her?
Uh-huh. I like to look at her red hair and her pretty coat.
Now, think carefully, Kitty. Did you hear her say anything to the driver of that taxi?
Uh-huh.
What?
She told him where to go.
Where?
Where she told him.
Oh, I know, but where did she tell him? What did she say?
245.
245 what?
Well, that's the number of the street, I guess.
Did you hear the street?
Uh-huh.
What was it?
It wasn't a street. She said avenue.
All right, Kitty, that's fine so far. Now, what was the name of the avenue?
245.
That's the number of the avenue.
Uh-uh.
You just said it was.
Oh, no, I didn't. I said 245 Avenue.
What avenue?
245.
Look, Kitty,
I gotta go play now. Goodbye, miss.
Kitty, wait, Well, that was that. Dead end. And I was 10 minutes and 2 miles away when it hit me. Kitty was right. The number was 245th Avenue. A half hour later, I was there. And it took $10 to bribe the clerk in the apartment house to give me the name of the real pretty lady with the red hair and pretty fur coat. And a couple of minutes later...
That you, Marty?
Yeah, Beth?
What's the idea of showing up this late? Hey,
And a hi, nani.
what's the idea?
Oh, pardon the intrusion.
You get out of here. Who are you, anyway?
I'm the man who makes the survey.
Survey? What survey?
Are you listening to your radio?
What do you want?
Answers. Have you got any?
He ain't a cop.
Expecting one?
Get out.
Sit down, Beth. I've got questions to ask about a kid named Jerry Fuller. Nobody could call you Little Poker Face.
Meaning what?
Meaning that name was a direct hit.
You're crazy. Now you get out of here before I call a cop.
Okay. Alexander Graham Bell was a great man. He saved us a lot of steps and bother. Go on. Call the police.
Oh, you don't think I will, huh?
Maybe. But when they get here, they might ask questions about Jerry Fuller and why he was drugged, framed, and holed up on East Central.
I said you're crazy.
Oh, yes, I know you did. Well?
Listen, I don't know who you are or what you're doing here, but I'm going to give you a break. You don't look like a bad guy. Maybe a nut, but you can go and we'll forget this.
I don't want to forget it.
I'll take it from here, Beth.
Well, hello. If it isn't my elevator friend.
How did you get here, Holiday?
I drove. Why?
I thought maybe you crawled, because that might be the way you get out.
Marty, don't start nothing here,
Shut
please.
up. What did you do, leave a trail, dope?
No, I don't know how this guy got here.
What are you doing here, Holiday?
I want to know why that kid Jerry Fuller was framed the way he was.
Just curious, Holiday?
Maybe.
You don't know, huh? Okay. Okay, so you don't know. That's nice and healthy for you, Holiday. Because if you did know, well, you forced your way in here, and I have a perfect right to use this.
I could find out.
Maybe from your pal Fuller, huh?
Mm-hmm. Could be.
Okay, go ask him. But get out of here and don't come back again, or I might not be so nice about it. Come on, beat it.
I might be back.
I might be waiting.
Maybe you let me in on a secret, Holiday. Just where are you heading?
Kling, I want to talk to Jerry Fuller.
Fuller? You kidding? We let him out.
Out? I told you I'd show up and sign the complaint.
Sure, then Susie walks in and tells us you've decided not to sign a complaint. No charge.
Susie?
Yeah, Susie.
Let me use your phone.
Why not? You've used the whole police department. Why stop at a phone?
Hello?
Susie?
Oh, hello, Mr. Holliday. Where are you?
Never mind that. Did you go to the police and tell them to drop my charge against Jerry Fuller?
Well, yeah,
Why?
because you told me to.
I told you to. Susie, what's the matter with you?
But you did. That I should go to the police and tell them you didn't want to.
Oh, okay, Susie.
Did I do something wrong? Or right?
It doesn't matter now.
Well, didn't she?
Yeah, but it's not her fault. It looked like a legitimate message from me because she knew I got that letter from Jerry Fuller.
Oh, now I get it. Box 13 again. I'm not superstitious, but I'm going to be if I know you much longer.
Listen, somebody wanted Fuller out of here. Out of the way because that somebody is afraid of what Fuller knows. Now what?
How do I know? I just got off the bench to come in the game.
Kling, that kid's in danger. We've got to find him.
Maybe you better start from the beginning so I can at least look intelligent about it.
All right. Fuller sent a letter to Box 13. He wanted me to help him because he was afraid to go back home before he knew what had happened.
All right. That's the story. But Fuller can't know anything because he said he was blanked out.
We've got to find him. There must be something he knows.
Okay, hold on. Sergeant, get a description of Jerry Fuller from the clerk. Left here about half hour ago. Put out a dragnet for him. Watch bus, railroad, plane terminals. Right away.
Good boy.
Now, one more thing. This Marty character you talked about. Short?
Yeah. He's stocky, little scar on his chin. Clothes were neat, but gaudy.
I thought so. Marty Kane.
Oh, you know him?
Every police department in the country knows him. Killer, hired by anyone who can pay his price.
Killer? Got anything on him?
No, Stooley's tipped us off he was in town. 2 days after he gets here, Billy Dufresne was killed.
Dufresne?
Yeah, he was going to be state's witness against Billy Farn. We thought nobody knew it. Oh, we gave Dufresne protection, but not enough. Kane got to him.
And you lose the fraud case against Farn.
Yeah.
But if we can get Fuller back, you'll have a case against Kane and Farn.
If Fuller talks.
What do we do now?
If you got any fingernails left, start working on them while we wait.
We waited 2 hours, then 3 hours. Kling and I stared at each other, each of us afraid of, well, to say what he was thinking. But Jerry Fuller would be dead when they found him. There was one point against that, though. The fact that it must have been Marty Kane who went to Susie with that fake message from me. She could identify him. And if Fuller was killed...
Let me go. I tell you, let me go. I didn't do anything.
That's all, Sergeant. I'll take over. Come on in, Fuller.
What have you got me back here for? Mr. Holliday.
Look, Jerry, you're a very lucky boy you're not decorating the bottom of the river right now.
You're safe here, kid. Nobody can get at you here.
What do you want? I don't know anything.
Maybe you do.
I told you I don't. I was on my way home. Why
Jerry.
don't you let me?
Jerry, that night in the Red Swan. What did you see or hear that put Marty Kane after you?
I don't know any Marty Kane. I never even heard the name before.
He was the man who beat you up in my apartment.
I didn't know him. I never saw him before in my...
But you did. Why did you stop talking just then?
I don't know. Maybe I talked to him at the cocktail bar at the Red Swan. I don't know.
You talked to him at the Red Swan. Did he tell you anything about a man named Dufresne?
Free? No, I tell you, it's all hazy.
Look, Dan, a guy like Kane wouldn't pay to anybody. Just doesn't make sense.
And why is Kane anxious to get Jerry out of town?
If this kid knew anything, Kane wouldn't let him live 10 seconds.
And what's the angle? Jerry, did you ever hear of a man named Billy Farn?
No, I didn't. And I don't know why Kane's after me. All I want to do is go home.
Wait a minute. Fuller, when did you get into town?
What was that, Kling?
Everything. Because Dufresne was killed on the 5th. 5 days before this kid even got near this town.
That made it better than ever for people who like puzzles that don't fit together. But there had to be a reason for the whole thing, and because I believed that, I headed for the Red Swan. I went to the cocktail bar and looked around. I didn't know what I expected to find, but, well, maybe nothing. Then there was a flash of light. A flash of light. A flash bulb set off by a camera girl, one of those who take pictures in nightclubs. And that was it. 2 flashes of light, one from the bulb and another in my head when the idea hit me. It took me 10 minutes to find the man who owned the concession.
Yes, sir. We keep all negatives. They're numbered and dated.
Got the ones for the night of the 12th?
Sure, but I can't show them to you.
Oh, look. Check first with Lieutenant Kling, police. He'll tell you it's okay for me to look through those negatives and find the one I want. How big can you project this thing, Kling?
As big as you want. The lab made a positive from the neg you got. You ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Big enough?
Plenty. Jerry, recognize that picture?
Yeah. I had the girl take one of me at the bar for a souvenir to take back home.
But you haven't got that picture now.
Well, no, I forgot all about it.
Jerry, at the bar, you were a little tipsy. You got talkative. You showed the picture to somebody. Was it Kane?
Well, I don't know. It could have been.
So what, Dan? What's this picture got to do with it?
Don't look at Jerry, Kling. Look at the figures in the background. Enlarge it a little more.
That what you want? Hey, that's Marty Kane.
Yeah, taking money from someone.
And that someone is Billy Farn's leg man.
Well, you got your case, Kling. Farn's leg man paying off Kane for killing Dupree.
Better look at it in the light, Dan. This picture shows Kane getting money. Okay, so what? A smart lawyer could make up a dozen reasons. Kane won it from Farn. He was getting change from the leg man.
But coupled with this business about Jerry Fuller, it would stand up in court.
Fuller hasn't been hurt. Kane was smart that way.
Yeah, hey, listen. You want a case.
But how?
Let me have that negative and listen to your Uncle Dan for a few minutes. Good evening, Marty.
So, you did come back, huh?
Uh-huh. Want to talk to me?
Sure, come on in.
Oh, leaving town, Marty? I see you're all packed.
Maybe you better do the same.
I like it here.
You must. Now beat it.
I thought you were smart, Marty.
What?
You got the picture from Jerry Fuller, but there's always the negative. You've got a much better poker face than your girlfriend. But you've batted an eyelash.
Marty, who is it? Oh, you.
Sit down and stay out of the way, Beth.
Well, Marty?
So you got the negative, huh?
Maybe. You should have thought of it. But that's the trouble with you smart boys. You play ring around the rosy and get yourselves dizzy.
What's your angle?
Nothing. Oh, and before you pull that trigger, there are cops all around this place.
Marty.
Shut up. This guy's pulling a bluff.
So? Now, why don't you be smart this time, Marty, and go along quietly? The police could use your evidence.
Turn stooly, huh? Nothing doing.
Marty, come back.
You'll see him again, Beth. Let him run.
They'll kill him. They did. They killed him. They killed him.
Oh, no, Beth. Kling's too good a shot to kill his best witness.
But what about Jerry? Did he go back home?
That he did, Susie. And right now, he's probably a hero in his hometown.
Gee, and all because of a flash in the pan.
Huh?
I made a joke. Get it? Face, pan. Flash in the pan.
Oh, good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville, with an original story by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker, and that of Lieutenant Kling by Edmund MacDonald. Production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. This is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture. Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
You idiot, you fool. You let him get away.
I did not, Worker. What could I do? He was in the post office.
Did he have the envelopes?
Of course he did. He sent them to someone.
Sent them? And he's got away. Oh, Staley, you are an idiot.
No, not quite. Look, I've got a blotter.
Well, what good's that?
Look, in the mirror. What he wrote on the envelope is on the blotter.
Well, at least you use your head. I'll see if we can read it. Box 13, care of Star Times. Box 13, Star Times. There's no Star Times in this city.
But there is in the city he sent his letter to.
You're right. Well, we'll find him later. But first, I think I can get what we want from this Box 13.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Hare and Hounds.
Okay, I'll see you later then. So long.
Hello, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, hi, Susie. Got the mail?
And what do you got there?
8 nice new counterfeit $5 bills.
How'd you get them?
Well, you see, I had my eyes closed when they were passed on to me. I'm turning them over later to the police. Now, how about the mail?
Oh, here. And you know, Mr. Holliday, I had the funniest feeling while I was coming back here at the office from the Star Times.
What do you mean?
I had a kind of demolition.
You mean you blew your top?
Huh?
What do you mean, demolition?
You know, like when you think something's happening or going to happen.
Oh, premonition.
I had it.
Well, why?
I felt like I was being followed. I felt eyes looking at me when I was in the Star Times getting the mail.
And you were followed?
It felt like it.
Okay, that makes you a big girl now. Let's have the mail, huh?
Yes, sir. 12 letters.
Slim pickings.
It was such a funny feeling.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Well, look here. An out-of-town letter.
I know. I thought, oh.
A little nervous this morning, Susie.
I guess so.
Come in.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
May I come in?
Oh, please do.
I hope this is not too much of an intrusion, but
May I do something for you?
Well, maybe. Is this your advertisement in the Star Times? Adventure Wanted will go any place, do anything. Box 13?
That's right.
So you are Box 13.
Yes.
I had a different picture of you, Mr.
Holliday. Dan Holliday.
Oh, my name is Worker, Thomas Worker.
Oh, I saw you at the Star Times. You were the one who was looking at me.
Yes, I guess I was.
You followed me.
It was charming work.
And you... Oh, thank you.
May I ask why you followed my secretary, Mr. Worker?
Curiosity. You see, I've been noticing your ad for weeks now. It runs day after day. Well, naturally, I wanted to see you, what you look like, and why you put the ad in the paper.
Oh, is that all?
Yes, that's all. Foolish?
No.
Tell me, Mr. Holliday, do you get the adventure you advertise for?
Sometimes.
Do you receive many replies to your ad?
Usually, yes.
But you cannot follow them all.
Well, no. Do you have any particular reason for asking all these questions, Mr. Worker?
No, but I lead such a prosaic life myself that your ad intrigued me. I finally got up enough courage to go to the Star Times and wait for someone to collect the mail from Box 13.
I see. And now that you've found me...
Well, perhaps you'd care to have dinner with me some evening and tell me some of your adventures. Oh, I'd like to hear them very much. I'm very lonely and...
All right, Mr. Worker. I'd be glad to.
Oh, thank you. Now I must be going. Sorry to have troubled you. And I hope I didn't frighten you, young lady.
Oh, no. It was kind of fun.
Oh, my umbrella. One can never tell when it might rain. Well, good day, Mr. Holliday, and thank you so much. Don't bother to get up. I'll look you up in the phone book and call you.
Please do. Goodbye.
What a nice man.
Uh-huh. Funny old duck. Well, let's open the mail, Susie, and... Hey.
Huh? What's the matter?
Where's that letter from out of town?
It's right on top of the pile where you put it.
But it's not a...
What's the matter, Mr. Holliday?
He's gone.
What do you mean? Sure he's gone,
And that letter went with him.
He took it.
His umbrella was on top of the pile. Oh, what a nice old man.
Gee, he stole a letter.
Yeah, and something tells me, Susie, that Mr. Worker will never invite me to have that dinner with him. Sure, Worker took the letter. But why? What was in it? Why was it so important? And who sent it? Well, I kept asking myself those questions, and then 3 days after that little visit from Worker, Susie came bursting into the office.
Oh, Mr. Holliday, look. Here's another letter from the same place. I mean, it looks like the same handwriting.
Yeah, it does. Hey, Susie.
Huh?
You weren't followed this time, were you?
I made sure.
Oh, good.
What's it say, Mr. Holliday?
Well, listen. 3 days ago, I sent you a letter containing a sealed envelope. It contained half of something which is very important to me. It was imperative that I get rid of it until I could get to safety.
Gee.
I'm all right now, so send the sealed envelope to 243 Marlowe Avenue, Bridgeport. Arthur Holmes.
Now what are you going to do, Mr. Holliday?
Do? Well, I can't send him the envelope because I haven't got it. And I can't find Mr. Worker because I've got a sneaking hunch that he'll be a little scarce.
Maybe you better write to Mr. Holmes.
Oh, no, Susie. This looks too good to be handled by a letter. I'm going to find out a few things by seeing Mr. Holmes in person. I went to Bridgeport, found 243 Marlowe Avenue. It was an apartment house. There was no clerk at the desk, but there was a tier of mailboxes. One of them belonged to Arthur Holmes in apartment 6B. So, a couple of minutes later... Mr. Holmes? Oh, Mr. Holmes? I tried the door. It wasn't locked. The apartment was dark. I was fumbling for the light switch when... If I say I was fresh as a daisy after that thump on my head, I'd never get to be the father of my country. I was lying on the floor. The room was still dark except for a flashing light that came from a store sign across the street. I lay there for a minute to give the room a little time to stop spinning, then I realized I was holding something in my hand. And from where I lay, it felt like a gun. I was just crawling to my feet when...
Mr. Holmes, I've come with the fresh towels. Mr. Holmes!
I wanted to clear up a lot more before anyone found me. I ducked behind the door and waited.
Mr. Holmes?
Why did you scream? Well, who wouldn't? The room was a shambles. Someone had searched it. And lying on the bed in an alcove was a man who certainly would have no further interest in me. Or anything else. There was a hole in his forehead. And I was sure I held the gun that put it there. Sure, I was innocent. But I'd have a hard time proving that. Figure it out. I received the letter from Holmes. Instead of writing, I went to him. I didn't wait for the clerk in the building to call up first. I ducked behind the door when the cleaning woman came in. Maybe I should have gone to the police right away, but I was innocent. And I wanted to learn a bit more. Besides, the cleaning woman reported the murder. So a half hour later, I was drinking a cup of coffee in an all-night hamburger
That
stand.
winds up the late news for tonight. The next edition of the new... Oh, just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. We have a last-minute flash. A murder was committed tonight in the Roxmore Apartments. Police are looking for a man who answers this description. Medium height, light hair, wearing dark gray flannel suit, blue and white striped necktie, black shoes, carrying light tan topcoat. The description of the wanted man was given to the police by the clerk, who remembers this man asking for the apartment of the murdered man, Arthur Holmes. And that's all for tonight. The next edition of the news...
Another murder. Hear it, mister?
Yeah,
Getting so a person can't feel safe no more.
you're so right.
More coffee?
No, no thanks, no thanks.
Pie? Cake?
Nothing, thank you.
They ought to get that guy that done it pretty soon.
You think so?
Sure. He ain't gonna get far. Well, every cop in the city will be looking for a guy wearing a gray suit with blue and white.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, here's your dime.
Yeah, thanks.
What's the matter?
You...
Don't say it.
What are you gonna do?
Walk out of here.
Sure.
You stay right where you are and you won't get hurt. Just keep talking to me.
Mister, I ain't got nothing to say.
And don't say it.
Sure.
If it makes you feel any better, I didn't kill that man.
Well, I ain't said you did. The police said it. They could be wrong. Sure, they could be wrong.
Yeah, that's right. Stay right where you are. Don't say a word to either of the other two in here until I'm out of sight. Understand?
Sure. Sure. Good night, mister. Come again. Hey, that's him. That's the guy. Somebody call the police.
Hey, taxi. Taxi. Know where the park is?
Yeah, sure.
We'll drive to it fast.
Yeah.
Hey, stop that guy. Somebody let me into the cab. Stop it.
What's all that noise about?
I haven't the least idea.
Park, huh? Okay. I'd sure like to know what all that noise was about.
Well, they're playing a game.
Huh?
Mm-hmm, sure. Hare and Hounds. Ever hear of it?
Oh, yeah. I played it when I was a kid.
Huh. Then I've got news for you. It's no longer a kid's game. Mistake number 2 for Smart Boy Holiday. Another notch against me. I ran from the hamburger stand. Well, that would look bad. But I've got one bad fault among others. I'm very curious. And I was so curious to know how and why the clerk at the apartment house identified me when he didn't even see me. But if somebody paid him off to enlarge this beautiful frame around my neck, well, we'd see.
Hey, mister, I've been thinking. Ain't that Hare and Hounds game a little young for grown-ups?
I told you it wasn't a kid's game anymore.
The whole world's gone nuts.
We agree. Say, pull up here, will you?
I thought you wanted to go to the park.
It's dark there.
Huh? Well, it's dark all over. It gets that way at night, mister.
Maybe you've got something there. Oh, pull up here by the drugstore. Here you are. Keep the change.
Hey, a $5. Well, thanks, buddy.
Now, don't mention it.
I won't. Not even to the missus.
When the cab drove away, I then went into the drugstore to the phone booth. I looked up the Roxmore Apartments in the book and dialed the number. Hello. Roxmore Apartments? Is Eddie there? Eddie? He's the clerk there, isn't he? Who? Charlie. Charlie who? Madison? No, Eddie's the clerk there. Okay. Keep you, Charlie. Madison. Charles Madison. There were 3 Charles Madisons in the book. Okay. Maybe one of the 3 was the one I wanted. I left the drugstore and went back out at the street. And as I did, the cab I just got out of drove up.
Hey, you! Hey, you, wait a minute!
Well, this was it.
Hey, you!
So, you want to play Hare and Hounds too, huh? Well, I'm sorry, but I warned you.
Now, wait a minute.
It's no longer a kid's game, not the way I play it.
And now, back to Hare and Hounds, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well. I was adding black marks against my name faster than I could explain them away. And I knew the police would be listening in on the Roxmore switchboard. I hope my act had worked. Now, all I had to do was find the right Charlie Madison and get his story. An hour and a half and 2 Charlie Madisons later.
I'm Charlie Madison.
Clerk at the Roxmore?
Yeah, why?
I'm a writer. I'd like to get your story.
Oh, sure. Come on in.
You're married, Mr. Madison?
No.
You live alone?
Sure.
Swell. Get your coat and hat, Charlie.
Oh, what for?
I'll feel safer out on the street, away from here.
I don't get it.
Don't you recognize me, Charlie?
What are you giving me? I never saw you before in my life.
For a guy who never saw me before in his life, you gave a pretty accurate description to the police.
You're...
Yeah, I am.
Help!
Now listen, Charlie. You're not going to get hurt if you play good boy. Don't try another yell.
You're breaking my arm.
Mm-hmm. One more peep out of you, and I'll work my way up to your neck.
What do you want from me?
Information. Now, come on. I want to be out of here when the police arrive. Let's go, Charlie. I'm right behind you, and I've got a gun.
Sure.
Is there a back way out of here?
Turn to the right.
Where does this alley lead to?
To the street.
Then we go the other way.
Oh, listen, maybe I made a mistake. Maybe you ain't the guy I saw.
I know that, Charlie. There are other things. All right, stop here. It's dark enough.
What are you going to do?
Nothing. You're going to talk. Now, what do you know about Holmes?
Nothing. You only lived at the Roxmore 2 days.
Just moved in?
Yeah?
Now, who paid you to identify me?
Nobody.
No? Who paid you?
I don't know who he was.
What's his name, Worker?
I don't know, honest. I don't know.
Is he short, gray hair, little mustache?
Yeah.
His name's Worker, isn't it?
I don't know his name.
I guess you don't. But he paid you to say that you saw me go into the Holmes apartment, huh? Hey.
Yeah. Now let me go.
Oh, no, Charlie. We've got work to do. Where's the nearest payphone?
Down the street on the corner.
Okay, I'll furnish the nickel and you furnish the talk.
I don't get it. What do you want me to do now?
Help me smoke this work out into the open.
What for?
I told you, Charlie. I didn't kill Holmes. But I'd have a tough time making anyone believe that after the ring around the rosy I played tonight. Work is the boy I want. Now get moving. Now remember what you're going to say, Charlie.
Yeah, sure.
The police will trace this call. Don't let them make you repeat anything. It's a trick to hold you here until they can trace where this call comes from. Just say what I...
Shh. Hello, police? This is Charles Madison. Listen, there's something else I didn't tell you. There's another man in the Holmes murder, and I said there's...
Don't repeat. Keep talking.
Look for a man below medium height. Gray hair. Little mustache. I don't know his name. But he carries an umbrella and he wears glasses. That's all. What?
Hang up.
Well, you didn't hear the last part.
He heard it all right. Let's get out of here.
Can I go home now?
Oh, no, Charlie. I'm beginning to be real fond of you.
What are you going to do now?
You like taxi cabs, Charlie?
Huh?
We're going to ride in one cab after another till the morning papers come out.
What for?
The papers will carry the latest in the Holmes murder, including your description of the mysterious little man with gray hair, whose name is Worker.
But Worker will come after me.
Now you're beginning to be bright about the whole thing.
He'll kill me.
Yes, like he did Holmes.
Oh, you won't let him. You gotta let me go.
You know, Charlie, I can't seem to work up a flood of tears for you. You framed me for money. I wouldn't have had a chance if the cleaning woman had seen me in Holmes's apartment with this gun in my hand.
Well, I'll say I lied.
Think a minute, Charlie. If you do that, it'll make you an accessory after the fact.
What's that mean?
Simply that the police would hold you equally as guilty as Worker. Or me.
Well, then what'll I do?
You know, Charlie, I'm a very curious-minded person. I could go to the police, but I'd rather play it through my way. Smoke Worker out in the open and see what this is all about.
But how?
Well, as long as Worker knows you can identify him, he'll try to find you. Get you. But if you don't go to the police, he'll know you're around somewhere, Charlie. By the way, Charlie, how does it feel to be another hair in the game? All right, pull up here, driver. Come on, Charlie, you tired of riding?
It's almost day.
Yeah. A stack of morning papers on the corner. Here you are, driver. Keep the change. Charlie, there's nothing gloomier than a city just before dawn. I'll get one of those papers.
Where are we going then?
Who knows? I've seen the whole city. Go on, get the paper.
They're tied up.
Untie them.
Yeah. Here you are.
Did you leave a nickel?
Huh?
You have a dishonest streak in you, Charlie. Come on, leave a nickel for the paper. All right, down this alley. Okay, in the doorway. Now we'll see what the papers have to say. Well, you're in, Charlie. Listen. Mysterious disappearance of Charles Madison has led the police to suspect foul play. See, Charlie?
What else does it say?
Oh, here it is. Madison called the police late last night with another tip in the murder of Arthur Holmes. Madison volunteered the description of another man whose name he said he did not know. Meanwhile, police revealed Holmes'
What's the matter? Why'd you stop?
Holmes' real name to be Albert Henning, former draftsman at the Bull Mill Aircraft Company. Henning disappeared over a week ago, and executives of the aircraft company stated that Henning was suspected of having taken micro photographs of plans for the Navy's new twin-jet fighter.
He was a spy.
Uh-huh. And that's what he sent to Box 13. He didn't want to be caught with the photographs on him, so he used me as a hideout until he could send for them.
I don't know what you're talking about. All I know is we got to go to the police now.
You're so right, Charlie. You're so right. Come on, I'm through playing games. This has grown a little bigger than Box 13.
Both of you, stay where you are.
It's him. It's Worker.
Yeah.
Don't try to use your gun, Mr. Holliday.
It's not my gun. It's yours. The one you killed Henning or Holmes with.
That's right.
How'd you find us?
Simple. You see, Mr. Holliday, when I heard over the radio that you had escaped from Holmes's apartment, I was a little worried. I knew you'd read or heard about this fool giving your description. I thought you might go to him and perhaps to the police.
Yes, as I should have in the first place.
That's right, but you didn't. I'm glad you like adventure. So, I watched Madison's place, and I've been following you all night to see what you were going to do.
And now?
Do you want to guess?
No.
You've made it perfect for me. As perfect as Henning did when he double-crossed us and tried to sell those photographs for a higher price.
Perfect for you?
Yes. Think of this. Here you are in an alleyway with the only man who identified you as the murderer of Mr. Holmes. Now, you still have the gun, and I'll take it. And be careful how you hand it to me. Please hurry. Thank you. Now, I shoot Mr. Madison first, and then you. And how does it look?
Pretty smart, but it looks as though...
It's my idea. Let me tell it. There was a struggle, shooting, and both of you are dead. Oh, it has flaws, but not glaring ones.
Don't. I'll swear I lied to the police, Mr. Worker. I'll say Holliday killed Holmes. Honest, I will.
Oh? Better still. I will give you this gun, Madison, and you will shoot Holliday while I stand in back of you. And then you will go to the police and say you got the gun away from him when he was going to kill you. Here. Now, once you kill our friend, Mr. Holliday, you will be a murderer, and you will have to keep your mouth shut. So go ahead, Mr. Madison. Pull the trigger. Go on, pull it.
Don't do it, Madison. Don't do it. Worker can't make two shootings look right.
Either you pull the trigger, Madison, or I do. It's a little better to live than to die. Hurry, you idiot!
You won't kill me?
No. There would be no need for it unless you talk, and you won't.
Madison, don't.
Hey, you down there.
Who's the police?
Hit the ground, Madison. Fast.
You stop. All right, you asked for it.
Nice shooting, officer. Very nice.
All right, you two, get up off the ground.
And believe me, I'm very happy to be able to do just that.
What's the matter with the other guy?
Nothing. Things were a little too much for him. He passed out.
Hey, that's the guy, officer. That's the guy.
Okay, you guys, stand back. All right.
Officer, what kept you?
Are you kidding? We've been tracing you all night. One taxi driver after another, one cab after another. You think you're going to get away with passing those phony fives all over town?
That's right.
No, I didn't. That's why I passed them out.
What?
You know, officer, you have a very efficient police force. Oh, thanks, boys.
You mean you gave out them phony fins on purpose?
Uh-huh. A very definite purpose.
I don't get idea.
You think it's funny, huh? Well, see how hard you can laugh at headquarters.
Officer, I've never been so happy to be arrested. And boys,
Yeah?
I'll match every phony 5 with a good 10. Come on, let's go. Hello, Susie.
Mr. Holliday. Gee, where are you? I was worried.
You were worried? Now listen, Susie, I'm in jail.
Yes, sir. You're what?
Yeah, get hold of Lieutenant Kling. Tell him I've got to talk to him.
But why are you in jail?
It's a long story, Susie. I'll tell you all about it when I get back. But technically, the charge is passing counterfeit money.
Mr. Holliday, you should be ashamed of yourself. All you had to do was open a charge account.
Oh, no. Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville, with an original story by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. Production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture. Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of Star Times. We're allowed newspapers here, and by chance I saw your advertisement. I have exactly 48 hours to live. No more than that, unless you can do something which no one else has been able to do. Get me out of the death cell of the state penitentiary. I was tried and convicted for the murder of one of my best friends.
I was tried and convicted for the murder of one of my best friends. I didn't do it. Will you try to help? Martin Kirby. When I received the letter from Martin Kirby, I wondered how a man felt who had only a short time to live and knew it. Before the thing was over, well, I'd stopped wondering. I knew.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Hunt and Peck.
Gee, Mr. Holliday, what can you do about it?
Susie, I wish I had an answer for you.
You're going to see him, aren't you?
Well, if I don't, I'd kick myself all over the city for not doing what I could. On the other hand, he was tried, convicted, and sentenced.
But it could be wrong. I mean...
I know what you mean. Susie, sentencing a man to death is a terrible thing. The evidence against Kirby must have been pretty strong.
Uh-huh, I guess it was. You're on the horns of an Aunt Emma.
Dilemma. This time, Susie, I don't laugh.
What are you going to do?
Well, the only thing I can do, see Martin Kirby and, well, at least listen to him.
I didn't think you'd come, Mr. Holliday.
Why not?
Well, there must have been a million guys in this place. All innocent.
Sure, maybe. Some of them were and are.
I am.
What time? I mean...
I know what you mean. It's 1:30 now. I've got the rest of today until tomorrow night at 11:30.
34 hours.
I know. I've counted them, too.
All right, Kirby, what can I do?
I don't know.
Is there anything you can tell me, something that didn't come out at the trial?
The only thing that didn't come out at my trial was the fact that I didn't kill Leslie Roberts. Oh, I kept saying it, but there was too much against me. At first, when I got here, I didn't care anymore. If they wanted to see an innocent man die for something he didn't do, then it was murder on their heads. But now, Mr. Holliday, I want to live.
Sure. But there's nothing you can tell me. Anything that I can go to the police with and get a reprieve, a stay of execution?
My lawyer's tried that 100 times. My case has been reviewed. Nothing doing.
Then what you're asking of me is to do what everyone else has failed at.
I guess that's it.
You know, Kirby, it's at times like this that I wish I'd never put that Box 13 ad in the paper.
Meaning there's nothing you'll do?
No, I didn't say that. I'll try, but 34 hours is a short time.
Look, maybe you'll go at this with a fresh slant. Maybe something will hit you that everyone else has missed.
Yeah, maybe. All right, Kirby, it'll take me 2 hours to get back to the city, and, well, if I'm going to do anything, I'll have to do it fast. Driving back to the city, I felt like someone who has to tell a kid there's no Santa Claus. Because I was almost sure that Kirby had no chance. What could I do? The police were no fools. The district attorney must have had an airtight case against Kirby when he went to trial. Well, I'd promised to help, so my first stop in the city was the Star-Times, and down to the morgue to read up on the case. It was all there. Whoever covered the case for the Star-Times had done a great job of reporting. I looked at my watch. It was 3:45. Martin Kirby had 2 hours and 15 minutes less than the original 34, and all I had done so far was to stack up a pile of newspapers. I started from the beginning, but the story of the murder of Leslie Roberts itself told me nothing. Then I got into the transcript of the trial. It took me 3 hours to read everything carefully. And when I finished, I could have summed up the whole thing just as the prosecutor did.
Gentlemen of the jury, you've heard the testimony in this case. The state has proved the following facts. 1, Martin Kirby was desperately in need of money. 2, the deceased, Leslie Roberts, was insured for $100,000. His beneficiaries being the accused, Martin Kirby, and another partner, William Morgan. The double indemnity clause in the insurance policy meant that both Kirby and Morgan would receive $100,000 each. Third point. The accused quarreled with the deceased over Mrs. Roberts, wife of the murdered man. Fourth, we have established the murder weapon. This gun belonged to Martin Kirby. True, the serial numbers were filed off, but scientific work revealed the numbers, and this gun belonged to Martin Kirby. He's admitted it. And thinking to get rid of it, he threw it into a sewer near Leslie Roberts' home. Now, perhaps Mr. Kirby believed the police of this city to be fools. Far from it. Their work has established beyond doubt that Martin Kirby is a murderer.
Oh, sure, it was a good case. I stacked the papers in a pile and left the Star-Times and went down to police headquarters to see Lieutenant Kling.
Sit down, Dan. What's on your mind?
Martin Kirby?
Oh? Why?
I've seen him. He wrote to Box 13.
He's innocent, huh?
Did you work on the case?
No, Inspector Rawlings handled it. Why?
But you know about it.
Sure. Yeah, I sometimes manage to know what's going on.
Look, Kling, you're a good detective. You've got brains.
I'll buy you malted milk sometime, but you didn't come here to hand me posies.
Do you believe Kirby's guilty?
Yes.
From the evidence?
That's what we base our cases on. It's inherent in the judicial and legal system. Now, what do you want from me? A new system?
I told you I saw Kirby. Kling, he doesn't act like a guilty man.
Oh, now, wait a second.
Who's this?
That's a photograph of Marion Oberling.
So, what am I supposed to do?
Look at her. Nice and sweet, isn't she?
I've never met her.
Oh, but I did. Butter wouldn't melt in her mouth. A smile that would soften up the Rock of Gibraltar. Talks like an angel. But she killed a kid to get 35 cents from him. Now, look, you've got a soft heart, Dan. But you've got a tendency to let it run right into your head.
Maybe you're right, Kling, but I promised Kirby I'd plug away until time was out. I like to keep promises.
And that's your business, Dan. But why did you come to me?
For any help you could give me?
Which adds up to a big zero.
Kling, I read the transcript of the trial. Kirby was the only suspect.
He had motive, opportunity.
So did Mrs. Roberts and William Morgan.
It was Kirby's gun that put Leslie Roberts in the obituaries.
Someone else could have used it.
So his defense lawyer said. But Kirby couldn't explain how it got into that sewer.
But Kirby called the police when he went to Roberts' house that night and saw Roberts dead.
Sure. We get dozens of cases where the killer tries to play smart. He calls the police, figuring it'll make him look good.
But he had to kill Roberts, run outside, throw the gun into the sewer, then go back inside and call the police.
So?
That's a big chance to take in case someone heard the shot and came to investigate.
Killers take chances, Dan.
Okay. Now, the paper said there was a note from Roberts asking Kirby to come to his house that night.
Yeah. That's why Kirby said he happened to go to Roberts' house that night. The only night in the week that Mrs. Roberts is always out.
The police said Kirby could have typed that note.
Right.
But Kirby's defense lawyer said Roberts could have typed it.
Look, you type a note to me asking me to meet you. Then what do you do?
What do you mean, what do I do?
You write your signature 9 times out of 10. You don't type it.
So? That means anyone could have typed it.
I know. To get Kirby to Roberts' house.
That's it.
So that was all brought out at the trial. The jury saw it the way the prosecution summed it up. that Kirby typed that note to make it seem as though he was asked to Robert's place.
But both Mrs. Roberts and Morgan also stood to gain by Robert's death. Each gets $100,000.
Look, the case is closed. Too many things added up against Kirby.
Sometimes things can be added up wrong. Figures and facts.
You're knocking your head against a stone wall.
So I'll get a headache.
That's about all.
Okay, I'll carry aspirins with me. But, say, could I look at that note?
What for?
This is a favor.
Okay, I'll take care of it for you. But I'll give you 6-2 and even that Martin Kirby will be executed tomorrow night at 11:30.
Well, Kling got me the note. So I had it, and so what? All it said was, Marty, be at my house tonight at 8:30. Less. It was typed and had been left in Kirby's typewriter at the office. Susie and I studied it.
What do you expect to get out of it, Mr. Holliday?
I don't know, Susie.
Gee, like you said, anybody could have typed it.
That's right. Kirby denies he did. Nobody can prove Roberts did or didn't. Not now.
Maybe that Mr. Morgan or Mrs. Roberts did. Gee, what if either one of them did it, and they're letting an innocent man be executed? Oh, it wouldn't be a comfortable feeling.
Susie.
What's the matter? Did I say something?
Yeah. Maybe you did, Susie. Maybe you did.
What?
Conscience?
Whose?
Mrs. Roberts and Morgan's?
You mean both of them killed Mr. Roberts?
Give me that phone book.
Here it is.
Thanks. Roberts. Leslie Roberts.
What are you going to do, Mr. Holliday?
Play a little poker.
You're going to play cards at a time like this?
Not quite, just a bluff. I'm holding a pair of deuces.
I don't get it.
Hello?
Is this Miss Leslie Roberts?
Yes. Who's this?
Never mind, just listen. Tomorrow night at 11:30, just 24 hours from now, Martin Kirby will be executed for the murder of your husband.
Who are you? What do you want?
Does your conscience bother you, Mrs. Roberts?
What do you mean by that?
Don't you know, Mrs. Roberts?
Is this some kind of a stupid joke?
Hardly. They're not joking at the state penitentiary. Mrs. Roberts,
Yes?
I know something that can make you uncomfortable, but I'm willing to talk about it.
I don't know what you mean. You're either insane or completely without feeling.
If you're interested, meet me at the corner of Carpenter and Pastel Place at midnight.
And why should I do that?
That's for you to think about, but I think you know already. Now listen carefully. I'll be wearing a light tan topcoat, brown felt hat. I'll carry a leather briefcase. Goodbye.
Mr. Holliday, what was that for?
I told you. All I've got is a pair of deuces. Now, I'll make the same call to Morgan, but first, one to Kling.
I'm certainly bewildered.
Don't you ever change. You're wonderful as is.
What did I do?
Nothing at all. Susie, after I make this call to Kling and one to Morgan, I'll either have something to help Martin Kirby or
what?
Or a wonderful notice in the obituary column of the Star Times.
And now back to Hunt and Peck, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
I made the same phone call to William Morgan that I made to Mrs. Roberts. But I tipped Kling to something before I did. At midnight, I was at the corner of Carpenter and Pastel Place waiting. Sure, it was a bluff. But I figured all was fair in this game. 10 minutes went by, no one showed up. Then...
Got a light, Bub?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
It's all right.
It's a wonder they wouldn't put streetlights here. Guy could get lost easy.
Yeah, he could.
Yeah. Okay, thanks for the light.
You're welcome.
Okay, Dick. See you tomorrow, then. Good night.
Maybe I played the wrong cards. Maybe no one would show up. It was 20 minutes past midnight. I stepped out of the shadows where I'd been standing. I felt pretty silly, and I knew what Kling would say. I was 20 feet away from the corner, walking slowly, looking up and down the street. There was no one in sight. The lights in the windows of the houses went out, slowly, one by one. I was 30 feet away from the corner when...
Dick, is that you?
Hey, that was somebody shooting! Oh, the shot just been... Dan, where are you?
Right here, Kling.
Did you get it?
Yeah, on the arm.
Sergeant. Yes, sir. Lead those people back. Keep them in their houses. And tell Thompson to take a couple of boys and scour this neighborhood. Find the person who fired that shot.
Whoever it was is the one who should die on Martin Kirby's place.
You're an idiot. You set yourself up like a clay pigeon. How's bad's the arm now?
It's not so deep as well or wide as a church door, but 'twill do.
How do you like this guy? He gets winged and quotes Shakespeare. Okay, let's get you out of here. Feel better?
Yeah, thanks.
What for?
Who fired the shot?
I don't know.
No luck?
Whoever it was in one of the buildings. And running somebody to ground in that neighborhood takes a squad of men.
Yeah, I was afraid of that.
Okay, so what have you got now? The bullet through your arm?
Kling, Morgan is the real murderer of Leslie Roberts.
Why?
Mrs. Roberts reported my phone call to you, didn't she?
That's right.
But Morgan didn't.
I know that.
So he was afraid it was a blackmailer who knew he killed Roberts. He would have reported my call to you if he had nothing to be afraid of.
Sure. It looks good in your head. But what proof have you got that Morgan fired that shot tonight?
None. But on the strength of it, can't you get a stay of execution for Martin Kirby?
How? I call up and say you got shot. You think it was Morgan. Morgan denies it. No soap, Dan. To get a stay for Kirby, you need positive evidence.
And this hole in my arm doesn't count?
Only as a strike against you. And you're lucky at that.
What do I have to do?
If you could prove Morgan fired that shot, you'd have something. But what you'd have is that he fired at you. Not that he killed Roberts. Say so, swear out a warrant, and we'll bring him in.
No. Don't do that. Let me ask you one more question.
What?
What do you think of the whole thing now?
Well,
Come on. What do you think?
I think you've got something, but the police haven't.
I was afraid of that. All right, Kling. Any objections if I keep going?
None for me, but you'll have to do it alone. As far as the department's concerned, the Roberts case is closed. I'd never get permission to work on it, Dan.
Not even on your own time?
That's different.
Okay. Keep in touch.
Yeah, I will. Meanwhile, you keep alive.
Well, there wasn't anything more I could do that night. Took my punctured arm and myself home and got some sleep. Not much, though, because I knew I was right and Kling was right. Only two people knew I'd be at Carpenter and Pastel at midnight. Morgan and Mrs. Roberts. Mrs. Roberts had called the police to report my call. Morgan hadn't. All Morgan had to do now was to lay low until Kirby was executed. But he had been worried enough to take a shot at me. Then I thought of something else. The next morning in my office...
Mr. Holliday?
Oh, good morning, Susie.
Your arm. It's in a sling.
It's becoming, isn't it?
What happened?
I was shot.
Oh, who shot you?
William Morgan, I'm sure. But never mind that now. I want you to help me.
Well, sure, Mr. Holliday, but I won't get shot, will I?
Here, sit down to the typewriter.
All right.
Now, look, I've typed out a bunch of slips with, "Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of their party."
With one arm?
Good enough. Now, you do the same. Go ahead.
I don't understand.
I'll explain while you type. Go ahead.
Okay.
The note left for Martin Kirby was typed. What I'm trying to do is to find out if the style of typing can be definite enough to pin on one person.
You mean I type differently from you?
Mm-hmm. I use Hunt and Peck, and you use the touch system.
Oh.
You see, Mrs. Roberts used to be a secretary. She'd use the touch system of typing. Martin Kirby could type, and so could William Morgan.
Then what good will all this do you?
I don't know. Okay, Susie, that's enough. Now, mix up the slips and pick one at random. Then you tell me who typed it.
All right. I typed that one.
How do you know?
It's smoother than yours.
That the only way you can tell?
Uh-huh.
Oh. Then if I type touch system, it'd be pretty tough to tell the slips apart.
Oh, sure. All touch system is smooth looking. The letters are, well, they're all about the same blackness.
Okay, that's another lead shot.
Gee, I'm sorry, Mr. Holliday.
Look at that clock. 10 minutes past 12. Less than 12 hours left for Kirby. Susie, I'm as sure as I can be that Morgan's guilty. But he shot me last night.
Then why don't the police arrest him? It's dangerous for a man like that to be loose.
Yes, I think you're right, but I... Susie,
Uh-huh.
remember what you said about conscience?
Mm-hmm.
Well, look, if Morgan was sure of himself, he wouldn't have tried that stunt last night. All right, because he did, it means that a little more work on him might make him break, huh?
You're not going to let him shoot at you again.
Oh, not if I can help it. But I am going to see him.
You will be careful, won't you, Mr. Holliday?
Susie, I have only one life to give my work. But it so happens I like it. It took the rest of the day, but I learned all I could about Mr. William Morgan. And there wasn't one thing that pointed at him as a killer. But I was sure he'd killed Roberts and framed Kirby. He knew Kirby and Roberts had quarreled. He could have taken Kirby's gun from Kirby's desk at the office. He could have typed the note leading Kirby to Roberts' house. And among other things, he had been a demonstrator for a typewriter concern. How did that help? Answer, not at all. Because Mrs. Roberts and Kirby both typed touch system. That I found out when I read the report of the trial. Okay, I had one angle left. Work on Morgan. Work on him hard enough to crack him wide open, if it could be done. So that night, 2 hours before Martin Kirby was to die, I buzzed at Morgan's house.
Yes? What is it?
Mr. William Morgan?
Yes. Who are you?
I'm a writer.
I have nothing to say. Excuse me. Get your foot away.
Oh, just a minute. Did you receive a phone call last night?
Come in.
Thank you.
What about a phone call?
Did you have one last night?
I don't know what you're talking about.
But you let me in when I mentioned it.
Sit down.
Okay.
You hurt your arm.
Yes, it got in the way.
You mentioned a phone call?
Yes, I did.
Cigarette?
No, thanks. That ashtray's awfully full. You must have been smoking a lot.
So what?
Nervous, Mr. Morgan?
Now, look here. I've had enough of this. What do you want? And who are you?
My name's Holliday. I called you last night.
That was a gruesome joke, Holliday. One I didn't appreciate at all.
I wasn't trying to amuse you, Morgan.
Why did you make that call?
Before I answer that, take a look at your clock.
Well, what about it?
In 1 hour and 50 minutes, Martin Kirby will be executed for a murder he didn't commit.
Why don't you say what you've come to say?
Because I'm waiting for you to say something.
You mean you'd like me to say something that would... Oh, no.
Why didn't you tell the police about that call last night? Big belly laugh, huh?
Yes, so the police know that you made that call.
Yes,
Oh, that wasn't very bright of you, Mr. Holliday. No blackmailer would have told the police he made that call. If you knew anything and were planning to trap me, you'd have kept it to yourself, right?
Morgan grinned at me. He knew I'd walked right into it. His nervousness seemed to just ooze away. He lighted another cigarette and kept grinning at me through the smoke. Then...
Don't you think you'd better leave now, Holliday?
Morgan, there was a note, typewritten. You typed it.
Did I?
Yes. Maybe you don't know this, but that note can put you in Kirby's place.
Yes? How?
Well, there's a way of telling who typed a note. Every typist has a different touch. And when enlarged, the touch of one typist will show up differently from another's. Kirby's defense lawyer missed that bet. But I didn't.
You talk a great deal too much, Holliday.
But it's interesting conversation, isn't
I don't
it?
believe what you said.
No? Here's the note. The police lent it to me, and...
Yeah, that's all, Holliday. Stay sitting.
You really wanted that note, didn't you?
And I've got it.
And that gun in your hand. It's the same one you shot me with last night.
And this time it won't be in the arm.
No, I suppose not.
Look, Holliday, it's almost 10. In about 1 hour and a half, Kirby will be executed. Now, you settle down and wait until 11:30.
What do you mean?
2 birds with 1 stone. Kirby and you at 11:30. 11:25, Holiday. You and Kirby have 5 minutes.
You won't get away with it, Morgan.
Why not? If I kill you in my apartment, it'll be legal. Look.
What's that for?
Can't you guess? Papers scattered around, drawers ransacked. It's simple. I came in, surprised you rifling my apartment, and shot you. See?
With that gun?
Why not?
You know, I almost wish you would, Morgan. Because ballistics has the bullet taken from my arm, and if it matches the one that kills me tonight, you figure it out.
Why, you meddling fool. You'll be sorry.
Good work, Tam. With one arm, too. You better stay where you are, Morgan.
Kling. Hey, Kling, the phone, the penitentiary.
Oh, I took care of that an hour ago.
You did what?
Sure. I heard the whole thing from outside the window.
But you said the case was closed. You couldn't work on it.
I've got news for you, Danny boy. I'm off duty.
You said nobody could tell the difference between typists.
That he did, Susie. And a bluff about the bullet.
Well, any bluff in a poker game, Kling. Oh, by the way, let me ask you one question.
Yeah? What?
Why did you hold off until the last minute?
Oh, I had time. Morgan wouldn't dare kill you until after Kirby was executed at 11:30. So I looked at my watch and I figured I had time to get the headquarters, pull strings to stop the execution, and get back to you.
Lieutenant Kling.
What, Susie?
Look at your watch. It's stopped.
Oh, that's nothing. It does that every once in a while. Just shake it and, Oh, holy cats.
Oh, no. Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville, with an original story by Robert M. Light, adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker, and that of Lieutenant Kling by Edmund MacDonald. Production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture. Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13. Box 13. Box 13. Box 13. Box 13.
Copy, boy.
Hiya, Mr. Holliday.
What do you say?
Where's that society page, please?
Hiya, Holliday.
Hiya.
Jerked the first paragraph in that Simmons story. Hiya, Dan.
How are you? Hiya, Susie.
Hiya, Mr. Holliday.
What's in Box 13?
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Now for Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, here I am again, standing at the want-ad counter of the Star Times, looking for what? An idea for a story. I could have stayed here as a reporter. I could have been searching for facts. Instead, I'm fumbling for fiction. Instead of a blonde, I'm meeting a deadline. Instead of Chanel number 5, I'm heading for a sniff of printer's ink. Holliday, you're a dope.
Mr. Holliday.
What's that, Susie?
I said there's a letter in Box 13 for you. It's special.
Special?
Special delivery. It was mailed only a couple of hours ago. Something like that could be important.
Could be.
Could be adventure.
Could be.
Could be a girl.
Could be. By the way, Susie, how come you're working so late this evening?
Oh, my boss asked me to. He's paying me overtime. Time and 3/4.
Time and 3/4?
Mm-hmm. I held out for double time when he offered me time and a half.
Well, what happened?
Oh, we effected a compromise.
Goodbye, Susie. Special delivery, huh? Well, this could be very important. Also, it couldn't. Well, come on, open it up, Holiday. You haven't got all night. I'm in terrible trouble. Please come to room 718 at the Bradford Hotel. Hurry. Signed, Agatha Marsh. That sounds urgent.
Who are you, young man? What do you want?
I'm the man from Box 13. I'm looking for Agatha Marsh.
I'm Agatha Marsh. Come in, come in.
You're Agatha Marsh?
But don't stand there with your mouth open. Never can tell who might be snooping around the hall. Find a chair and sit down. Now, what's your name?
Dan Holliday.
Well, Mr. Halliday, I don't believe in drinking, or I'd offer you one, but I have got some sauerkraut juice in my thermos bottle.
Oh, no, thanks just the same.
I like you, Mr. Halliday. I liked your ad in the paper. Adventure wanted. We'll go any place, do anything. It was just what I needed.
Well, thanks again.
Now then, what's your charge?
Charge?
For helping me, your fee.
Oh, that. No charge, Miss Marsh.
Are you trying to be chivalrous?
No, you see, I'm a writer. I'm looking for ideas. If I get a good idea, I consider I've been well paid.
Well, that seems a little silly.
Might I ask just what your trouble is?
Oh, you don't think a girl my age could get into trouble, do you?
Well, you look like a very charming old... Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, lady, let's not beat around the bush. Now, no doubt you want to know a few things about me.
Well, that would be very interesting.
Yes, well, I live in Muncie, Indiana, alone. I've got a big house and an independent income. Every year I go someplace for a vacation, and this year I came here.
Is that all?
Isn't that enough?
But the letter you wrote me, you said you were in terrible trouble.
Well, I am. If anyone ever finds out about this, I don't know what'll happen.
Finds out about what?
Come over here to the closet. I want to show you something. Look. On the floor.
Why, that's a dead man lying there. Well, this would make a good opening chapter for a story. Young man goes to help charming old lady who is in terrible trouble. Terrible trouble turns out to be a corpse. Corpse? Hey, wake up, Holiday. This is the real thing.
Now do you believe me, young man?
When did you find him?
Just before I wrote you that letter.
Before you wrote the letter. Why, that's hours ago.
I know, but what could I do?
What could you do? Miss Marsh, you could call the police.
And get my name in the papers? Have all the folks back in Muncie know there was a dead man in my room? Oh, no.
Miss Marsh, listen to me, please. There's a dead man in that closet. There's a law about dead men. We have to notify the police immediately. You can go to jail for hiding a body.
Oh, fiddlesticks.
But, Miss Marsh, look at this man. He's been shot at close range. There are powder burns on his coat.
I know. I examined him before I wrote you. You see, I read all the current detective stories.
Detective stories? This isn't a story. This is the real thing.
I know. Why don't you try to prove that I did it?
With what, a cap pistol? Now, you're a nice person, Miss Marsh, but this is going to be tough.
Well, don't get so excited. A girl my age could kill a man if she wanted to. Rub him out, as they say in the murder mysteries.
Please, Miss Marsh, be sensible. You've got a murdered man in your closet. Now pick up that phone and call the police right away.
Mr. Halliday, in all seriousness, I can't do it. Think of what my lifelong friends would say.
Yes, I know it doesn't look good.
I can see the headlines now. Prominent Muncie pioneer woman found with dead body in hotel. Oh, please, Mr. Halliday, help me.
Well, I don't know. This is a little out of my department.
Just this once, Mr. Halliday. I've never asked for help before. I'm an old woman.
Well, all right. What do you want me to do?
I want you to help me get rid of the body.
Get rid of the body? Now, look, Miss Marsh, you're not serious. You didn't mean that.
Oh, you don't know me. I fully intend to get rid of that body.
Okay, go right ahead. It's your corpse.
And you're going to help me.
No, I'm sorry. Try a bellhop.
And have him snitch to the desk clerk. Besides, you advertised for adventure.
But this isn't adventure. It's a nightmare. Come on, Miss Marsh. Let me notify the police.
Now, there's a broom closet down the hall.
That's very interesting. I just remember I'm meeting someone in the lobby.
I'd take the body there myself, but I'm not strong enough.
Goodbye, Miss Marsh.
I'll scream.
Go right ahead.
The hotel detective will show up.
Just a man I'd love to see.
And I'll tell him you killed that man.
Oh,
Now, will you help me?
suppose we get caught.
Then you'll help me.
Now, wait a minute.
You said we. Now, I'll open the door and watch the hole. Case the joint, as they say in the mysteries. And then you whisk the body into the closet. You're strong. You can do it.
Oh, sure. I'm strong, all right. But not in the head. Oh, this can't be happening to you, Holliday. You can't be dragging a body down the hall of the Bradford Hotel. You know better. And as soon as you can get away from this charming but cracked old gal, you're going to talk to the police.
Hurry. Hurry. Now, I'll open the closet door. Put him in right there. Stick him in good. There we are.
I must be crazy.
Good. Now back into my room before anybody sees us. There. Wasn't that easy?
Easy, she says.
Well, I must say you carried out your part very well.
What's next in this little scheme of yours, Miss Marsh?
Why, don't you know? We have to find out who killed that Michael O'Brien.
You know who he is?
Well, I do now. I went through his pockets. Frisked him, as they say in the stories.
Well, that cuts it. You stay here. I'm going downstairs and... Who's that?
Just keep cool. I'll handle everything.
Oh, I can't believe this. It just can't happen.
My name is Kling, Lieutenant, Homicide Bureau.
Oh, come in, won't you?
I intend to. Holiday, what are you doing here?
Hello, Lieutenant.
Oh, do you two know each other?
Never mind the social chatter. I thought this was some kind of a gag. Now I'm sure of it. Holiday, just what are you trying to dream up?
If I told you, Kling, you'd never believe me.
Sit down, Lieutenant. Can I get you some sauerkraut juice?
Well, I don't mind if... some what?
Sauerkraut juice.
No, thanks. Now listen, somebody, some crackpot phoned in a tip that there was a dead man in this room.
Why, Lieutenant, how can you say such things?
Lieutenant, now listen.
You be quiet. Miss Marsh, mind if I have a look around?
Not at all, not at all. Here's the closet. Now then, you can see for yourself, Lieutenant. There's nobody there.
I got your name from the desk clerk, Miss Marsh. Maybe you better tell me about yourself.
I can tell you all about it.
I was talking to Miss Marsh. Are you Miss Marsh?
Right now, I think I'm dead.
You will be if you keep interrupting. Go ahead, Miss Marsh. Tell me about yourself.
Certainly. I live in Muncie, Indiana. I arrived this morning for a 2-week vacation. I'm well known back there, and you can find out everything about me if you care to wire.
How did you happen to meet Mr. Holliday here?
Look, Lieutenant, if you'll permit me to tell you...
I'm asking the lady.
I went to school with his mother. That's what I did.
Huh?
See. Well, I guess it was the work of some would-be comic. But I had to investigate it just the same.
Well, of course you do.
Oh, but Kling, listen.
Goodbye, Miss Marsh. So long, Holliday.
But Kling, wait, I want to go with you.
Why don't you two have a fast game of hearts?
Mr. Holliday, wasn't that thrilling? Just like in the magazines.
Miss Marsh, you're going to stay in this room until I get Kling back here.
Oh, no. I want to solve this case myself.
I wonder how Kling found out that... Miss Marsh,
Yes.
I'm not the suspicious type, you understand, but a little bird, a tiny little bird, has intimated that perhaps you might know who tipped off the lieutenant.
Of course I know. It was I.
What in the world are you doing?
I made the call from the corner drugstore a little while ago. I wanted to throw the lieutenant off the trail, like they say.
You know what I say?
No, what?
You're going down to police headquarters and tell the truth.
Oh, just a second. Excuse me, please. Yes? Yes, this is Miss Marsh. Oh, you did? Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, should have had 817 instead of this room. Oh, no, don't bother. I like it here. I knew it all the time.
What did you know?
That was the room clerk. He got my reservation mixed up. I was supposed to get 817, and I got 718 instead.
You mean the person who killed Michael O'Brien wanted to get back in here to remove the body? No, it doesn't sound reasonable.
No, it doesn't. Well, guess who was supposed to get this room?
Never mind, we're going to police headquarters.
It was Tony Bascari.
Tony Bascari. He's the biggest racketeer in town. He's dynamite. Miss Marsh, he's deadly.
I know, Mr. Holliday, and I love it.
Oh, no.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Now back to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Two o'clock in the morning, and I can't go to sleep. Oh, that little old girl has me worried to death. She wouldn't go to the police headquarters, and when I went down and talked to Kling, he acted as though it were a big joke and sent me on my way. Hello.
This is Agatha Marsh.
Now what? Where are you?
At the hotel. I went up to see Tony Bascari.
You what? Miss Marsh, don't you know that's the worst thing you could have done?
I had a talk with him. I put the heat on him, as they say in the murder mysteries.
And you're still alive?
I accused him of killing that O'Brien man. I came right out with it. But of course, he wouldn't admit a thing.
What'd you expect him to do, break down and confess?
Well, I think I've got him on the run. But I'm worried.
Oh, if I had Tony Bascari on the run, I'd be worried, too.
Because when I came back, I discovered someone had searched my room.
Will you call the police? You should have done it a long time ago.
Oh, no, I couldn't. I want you to come over right away.
At 2 in the morning?
Mr. Holliday, someone's trying my door.
Hang up quick. Call the room clerk.
But, Mr. Holliday, I'd...
Hurry, I said. That dear little meddlesome old fool. Into your clothes, Holiday, because here we go again. And don't forget your Boy Scout badge. You'll make the Beaver Patrol tonight. The clerk said she hadn't called the desk. I wonder... No, she would have screamed. Someone would have heard her. It's open. Cleaned out completely. No Miss Marsh, no clothes, no nothing, not even a piece of notepaper. Hey, what's this? Paper airplane. Like the ones I used to make in school. But why should she be making paper airplanes? Airplanes. The airport, that's where they took her. Keep that motor running. I'll be right back. Not many people around this hour of the night. Oh, there she is. And the man with her has his hand in his pocket, and I don't think it's there because it's cold. What I need now is a little fast talk and a little faster action. Okay, I'll take over from here.
Who are you? What are you talking about?
The old doll. Bascari wants her back.
Bascari told me to put her on a plane. I'm doing it.
Yeah? Changed his mind. He wants her back.
I don't think so. Besides, I never saw you before.
I told you, if you don't turn her over, Bascari might get sore.
Why'd he call me?
It's only a half hour ago.
I was still at the hotel. He could have called.
And spilled everything over a phone? You nuts?
This don't sound right.
Forget it. Taking the old doll back with me.
Wait a minute. Gonna call Tony first.
Go ahead, stupid. Get your ears burned off.
Who you calling stupid? Show me something that'll prove Tony sent you.
Got a match?
Stop stalling. This is a gun in my pocket. Let's talk to Tony.
I've got some matches here.
Thanks.
Here.
Oh!
Get him, Mr. Holliday, quick. I'm coming. Oh, not so fast. Ooh, I'm not as young as I used to be.
You should have remembered that before you got mixed up in this. Come on, get in.
Would you push?
Driver, get out of here fast. What did you do to that guy anyway?
I stuck him with my hat pin.
I might have guessed it. Now, Miss Marsh, what happened at the hotel?
Well, I hung up when I heard him trying the door, but I was too late. The door was unlocked.
So it was Tony Bascari, huh? He wanted you out of town fast.
Oh, but they were very nice to me.
You can thank your lucky stars for that. Usually, Bascari's enemies wind up in some ditch.
I didn't see him again. That man, the one you knocked out at the airport, he was the one who came in my room.
Well, you must have the goods on Bascari. He must have killed this man or had him killed. But why didn't he take him out of the hotel right away?
But there was a convention there last night. The whole place was literally crawling with people.
Oh, that's the reason. Oh, that paper airplane. That was fast thinking, Miss Marsh.
Well, thank you. Well, now we can go back to Bascari. We've got the goods on him. We can crack the cakes, like they say in the murder mysteries.
Miss Marsh, I've got news for you. We're not going to see Bascari.
We're not? Well, where are we going?
You'll hate me, I know, but it's the police station. Well, Holliday, what happens now? You've taken Miss Marsh to Kling's office. She looks at him. He nods her into his private office. And suddenly she comes out smiling. You try to leave, only Kling stops you.
You stay here, Holliday.
Kling, you can't let her walk the streets alone. Bascari will get her.
Forget it. I got a man tailing her.
Okay, but what happened in that office? What did she tell you?
Plenty, my friend. She preferred charges against you.
She preferred charges against me. Now, what are you talking about?
Kidnapping.
I kidnapped her?
You took her off the plane by force, didn't you?
Listen, Kling, that little old lady is a whodunit happy. She'll get herself killed. There really was a body in the hotel, you know.
Look, Holliday, do you know what you're saying?
Sure, I know what I'm saying. There really was a body in that hotel.
Holliday, why didn't you tell me?
I tried to, twice. Once in the room and the last time when I came in here.
Now think, Holliday, carefully. Where is the body?
In a broom closet down the hall. I put it there.
You put it there?
Yes, I put it there.
Holliday, get out of here.
Well, Holliday, now you're fixed. Even Kling looked at you like those things in your belfry weren't bats. They're more like eagles. But you're in it now, so you've got to follow through. And that indicates a fast ride over to the Bradford Hotel. Oh, clerk. Hey, clerk.
Yes?
I'd like to find out who occupied Agatha Marsh's room the day before she did.
That question is highly irregular.
Oh? Then here's a $10 bill that's highly regular.
Oh, let me think. She has 718. She checked in day before yesterday.
Yes?
The man who had the room before that was a traveling salesman in lady suits, I believe.
He must have cut quite a figure. She must be in this hotel someplace. Her room's empty, but she must be around. But where? What are you worrying about, Holliday? You couldn't wait to get rid of her. Now you can't wait to get her back. You're a character who belongs back in the Middle Ages with a tin union suit for cold nights. Yeah, she'll probably show up safely with that detective tailing her. The broom closet. Wonder if the dead man is still in there. He must be. Kling hasn't showed up yet.
Oh, hello, Mr. Holliday.
Miss Marsh, what happened? How'd you get in that closet?
Isn't this thrilling?
No, it isn't.
There was a detective trailing me, but he was knocked unconscious. Sapped, as they say in the murder mysteries.
And you were brought up here?
By the same man who tried to put me on the plane. He hit the detective, put me in the car, and brought me here.
Well, you two, what are we playing now? And where is the man I put on you, Miss Marsh?
He was hit over the head, Lieutenant, but I'm sure he's all right now.
This the closet where you said the body was?
Was is right, Lieutenant.
Here, let me take a look. You know what I think, Holliday?
What?
I think both of you crackpots are making this all up. I don't believe there ever was a body.
Kling, you have my word for it.
Your word doesn't mean as much as a Chinese dollar.
Kling, listen. They brought her back here, locked her up. They took the body away, didn't they, Miss Marsh?
Probably going to sink it in cement, as they say in the murder mysteries.
Bascari's in his room, I'll bet. Go up and talk to him.
Surely, put the heat on him.
Just once more, I'll play with you kiddies. Come along.
Where?
Miss Marsh's room.
I'm locking you pixies in till I get to the bottom of this.
Kling's been gone 15 minutes. I wonder what's happening up there.
Not much. I haven't heard any shooting.
No, haven't heard any. In that case, how could a man be shot here and that shot not be heard?
Oh, it's very easy, Mr. Holliday. The killer would use this.
Oh, Miss Marsh, now where'd you get that gun?
Just took it out of the drawer. It was here all the time.
Well, put it down until Kling returns.
But I just want to show you why the shot wouldn't be heard.
What do you mean?
Would you excuse me, please? You see this bath towel, Mr. Holliday?
Yes, what about it?
Well, a smart person would take the gun like this, wrap the bath towel around it like this.
You know, Miss March, you found out a lot since you came here.
Oh, yes, I've done all right since early this morning.
Early this morning. But the clerk said...
I talked to Tony Biscari, and he said...
Kling, look out! Miss March, give me that thing.
You shouldn't have moved, Mr. Holliday. I was really shooting at you.
What's this all about, Holliday? What was she doing with that gun in her hand?
She was going to kill me, just like she killed Michael O'Brien.
That little old lady killing somebody?
Miss March, you did kill him, didn't you? Then you called me, and you got Kling to come up here and catch me dragging the body away. Only he came a little late, as usual.
Now, wait a minute, Holliday.
Then when you couldn't pin it on me, you tried to hang it on Tony Biscari. Now, what did you do with the body?
Dragged it back to the closet in this room.
Oh. And I suppose you sapped the detective who followed you, too.
It was easy. I got him to turn around and hit him over the head with my purse.
Why did you kill Michael O'Brien? Did you have something against him?
No, I never saw him before.
Then why kill a perfect stranger?
I saw a play once. I liked those ladies in that play. They killed lots of people. I wanted to also. Only I should have done it like the ladies.
You don't mean arsenic and old lace.
Yes, and I should have worn the lace and given you the arsenic.
Well, Holliday, you're back in your apartment again. The sun is shining through the window, a sun you might never have seen again. You know, I've got an idea for you, Holliday. Give up this business and go into something quiet, like night watchman in a cemetery.
Holliday.
Well, what's that, Kling?
They examined the old girl down at the psychopathic ward of the city hospital. She's batty as a loon.
You're telling me. I saw that in her eyes when she wrapped the towel around that gun. But, what happened to Bascari and his stooge?
When she heard he was in the room above, she tried to pin the body on him.
Oh, so he tried to get her out of town in self-defense.
Holliday, you're a very lucky, lucky guy.
You can say that again and again.
And again.
Oh, just a minute.
Hello, Mr. Holliday.
Susie, what are you doing up here in my apartment? Why aren't you down at the Star Times?
Well, my boss and I have been talking about another compromise.
Another one?
He wants to fire me, and I want to quit.
Oh, but Susie, if you left the paper, what would I do for my mail?
I was thinking maybe you'd like to hire a good combination stenographer and secretary, huh?
That's you?
That's me.
Well, I don't know, Susie, but as they say in murder mysteries, I'll have to think it over.
You better think fast. Good help is hard to find.
Goodbye, Susie.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may currently be seen in Wild Harvest. Box 13 is written and directed by Ted Hediger. Original music was composed and conducted by Rhodey Schrager. This is a Mayfair production. Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of Star Times. I don't know quite how to begin this letter except to say that it may sound fantastic to you, perhaps even a joke. But please believe me, I am serious, and the situation is serious. A man is dying, yet he has nothing wrong with him. He believes he's going to die 5 days from now, and so Bart LaFay is dying. A strong, healthy man is dying because of witchcraft. I know this sounds incongruous, anachronistic.
In this 20th century. But if you will come to Ballou, Louisiana, you will see for yourself and perhaps be able to help. Sincerely, Doris Gordon. Sure, I laughed when I sat down to read Miss Gordon's letter. But the laugh stopped in Ballou, Louisiana.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Death is a Doll.
But, Mr. Holliday, you don't believe this, do you?
Susie, as my old grandfather used to say, there's no such thing as a sure bet or a sure loser.
I don't get it.
Well, to quote the time-worn passage from Shakespeare, there are stranger things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamed of in your philosophy.
Who's Horatio?
That's beside the point.
But, Mr. Holliday, she says witchcraft. Now, that's just, it's imposterous.
Atta girl, Susie, you never let me down. You had to hunt for it, but you found the wrong pronunciation.
That's beside the point.
Yeah, it could be. But something tells me that Ballou, Louisiana offers interesting possibilities. Before I took off for Louisiana, I went to the Star Times and did a little research. You know, it's surprising what a person can find out about things he thought went out with the oil lamps, horse cars, and witch trials. But look at the bustle. Everybody thought it was dead. But now look. Well, just look. Anyway, what I learned made me change my mind a little about that letter from Doris Gordon, who met me at the station at Ballou. 5 minutes after I got off of the train, we were driving along a dusty back road in her little car.
I didn't think you'd come, Mr. Holliday.
Well, I never refuse a chance to get mixed up in something that sounds different.
Or insane?
Well, what's the difference? Automobiles and radios were different when they came along. Before that, they were insane.
But this is different. We're in the 20th century. Salem and the witch hunts are history.
History? Well, to bat a cliche into center field, history repeats itself.
I know. Oh, by the way, no one must know why you're here, Mr. Holliday.
Yes? Why not?
Because these people are fine and honest, but they're liable to resent a stranger.
Oh, so what happens?
I want you to pretend to be my cousin.
Glad to. But won't they know you haven't got a cousin?
No. I teach school here. I've been here only 6 months. No one knows much about my personal life. They've come to trust me and like me, I think. And they'll accept you because of it.
Fair enough.
Now, I board with the LaFays.
LaFay? Oh, your letter mentioned a Bart LaFay.
Yes. He's the youngest son.
And he's dying, so you said.
Yes. In 1 month, he's become almost a dead man.
Why? What did the doctor say?
He said there's nothing wrong with Bart.
But there has to be.
That's what I told myself. I told it to Bart. But Mr. Holliday, he knows he's going to die because someone has told him.
Who? Who told him?
I don't know who started it, but now everyone in Ballou knows it. It's been like a snowball. Building, building, building.
You're in love with Bart?
Yes, I am.
All right, but, well, I don't see what I can do to help.
You've got to. It was only by chance that I saw your advertisement in the Star Times, a newspaper published in a city hundreds of miles from here. Remember? Adventure wanted. Will go any place, do anything. Write Box 13. I had to write to you.
Just a minute, Miss Gordon. Let me ask you one question.
What?
Have you gone to the authorities? The sheriff, for example?
Of course I have.
And?
Mr. Holliday, the law can't help when you're fighting something you can't see.
So I was taken into the LaFay home as Doris Gordon's cousin. There was something about the house, an aura of fear that hung over it like a deadly pall. Bart's mother, his father, and his 2 older brothers seemed to have accepted the fact that Bart would die. Die when he said, in 2 days. That night, Doris arranged for me to be alone with Bart in his room. The house was located near the edge of one of the big bayous, and somewhere outside in the night, the strange, eerie animal sound seeped through into the room where I sat with the sick man. How do you feel, Bart?
Not fit, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, now look here, Bart. The doctor says there's nothing wrong with you.
Ain't nothing he knows. Ain't nothing he can know.
Now, look, a man just doesn't die without something being the matter.
I got just 2 days now.
Oh, Bart, that's nonsense. Now, snap out of it.
You just don't believe it, do you, mister?
No, I don't.
And why don't you ask down in the village? Ask anybody.
About what?
About what's happening to me. People seen it happen before, and there ain't nothing nobody can do. Ain't nobody can help. There ain't nothing.
Doris! Doris! Doris, get some water.
Oh, we can't swallow when he's like this.
No. Here, Bart. Come on, sit up. Sit up. Let yourself breathe.
It's getting worse. It's like somebody tightened a rope around my neck. And soon it'll get so tight I can't breathe no more.
Bart, you mustn't say that.
Ain't nobody can help. Nobody.
Doris,
What, Dan?
where's the doctor?
In the village?
I'm going there. You stay here with Bart.
All right, take the car.
There's only one doctor?
Yes, Dr. Brennan.
All right. Now, don't leave Bart. I'll be back soon.
I'm sorry, Holliday, but there's nothing I can tell you. There's nothing wrong with Bart LaFay.
You're sure of it?
Look, anything that drags a man down from 200-odd pounds to 150, I'd know about. Maybe I'm just a village
Oh, I didn't mean it
doctor,
that
but-
way, Dr. Brennan, but as you say, a man can't lose over 50 pounds and look as Bart does without a cause.
I know that as well as you do.
Yes, well, better than I do. So let's be honest with each other.
Honest? What do you mean?
Because you're a doctor and because you're rational, logical, and reasonable, you won't let yourself accept the only explanation of Bart's illness.
I can't listen to any such nonsense, Holliday.
Is Bart's condition nonsense?
You're supposed to be an intelligent man.
Yes, and so are you.
Because I am, I won't think about it.
You've never seen it happen before.
No.
But you've heard about it.
Anybody who lives among people who believe in it has heard about it.
All right. Now, Doctor, let's say what we're thinking.
I'm not thinking anything.
Bart LaFay is dying because he's the victim of witchcraft.
You don't believe that.
If you mean witches, charms, potions, and that stuff, no. I'm as hard-headed as you are. But Bart believes it.
Why, it's so ridiculous.
To you and me, yes. Maybe a hypochondriac is, too. But to him, his imagined illnesses are real. You don't laugh at him and send him away, do you?
Why, of course not.
And I'll tell you why not. You know his illness is in his mind, so you play along, comfort him. Because if you didn't, you know he'd become worse, simply because he'd think he was.
Well, all right. Supposing you're right about Bart. What can we do about it?
You've told him there's nothing really wrong.
100 times. There's nothing else I can do.
But I might be able to help.
How?
Find out who started this thing and why it continues. If we destroy the cause, Bart will get well.
Do you expect me to help?
Won't you?
Holliday, I'm a doctor, a physician, a member of the association. If I poked around in something like that, what effect do you think it'd have on my reputation?
Yes, I see your point. And it's up to me alone.
I'll help you, up to a point. Beyond that, well, it's all yours.
Fair enough. Now I've got to talk with the people here.
You won't get very far.
Why not?
Because not one of them will say anything or lift a finger.
Because they're scared too?
That's it.
Doctor, Bart LaFay has only tomorrow and the next day to live. Unless I can lick this. And I'm going to try. I left Dr. Brennan and went back to the LaFay place. I had to talk to Doris alone, and later in the darkness outside.
Dan, it's too fantastic, too weird.
Now listen to me, Doris. I did a lot of reading before I came down here. Know what I found out?
No, what?
In the last 10 years, there have been over 100 cases of so-called witchcraft. As recently as 1939, a man on trial for murder claimed self-defense on the grounds that the person he killed had charmed him, hexed him.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But look in the newspaper files.
This is the 20th century.
It could be the 120th, Doris. And still, people will believe what they want to believe.
Do you believe it?
No. No, there's no power on earth that can kill like that. The only power lies in the victim's mind, in his will to believe.
And Bart?
Believes it so strongly that he's dying.
He can't die. He just mustn't.
Look, who started this? There had to be someone that planted that suggestion in his mind.
No one. There isn't a person in the village, in this whole parish, who doesn't like Bart.
But there has to be, Doris.
It must be some horrible, malicious joke.
The joke would have been called off before this.
Then I don't know.
If I'd go into the village tomorrow, what would I learn from the people?
Probably nothing. No one will come near here. I have to drive in for supplies every day. Bart! That was Bart!
Come on. Doris and I ran into the house. LaFays were standing near the door of Bart's room, staring at the closed door. Terror in their faces. I ran past them. Bart! Bart! Doris, get the lamp. Hurry.
Here. Oh, Bart! Bart!
He's all right. He just fainted.
But why? Why?
Here's your answer.
What's that?
Doris, shut the door. Keep the rest of the family out of here.
Wait out there, please.
Blow out that lamp.
But...
Blow it out.
What are you looking at? Is there somebody in the clearing outside?
No. No, not a soul. I didn't expect to see anyone.
You didn't expect?
Look. This charm that made Bart scream was tossed in through this window, Doris. And nothing supernatural or magical about it. It was a human being who tossed it in.
But why?
To let Bart know he has only 2 more days to live.
And now back to Death is a Doll, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
It wasn't pretty, that charm. The way it was made with feathers and leather and bits of bone gave me a cold chill. I stuck it in my pocket and then took it out again. It was silly, but I didn't want the filthy little thing near me. Bart came to. We made him comfortable, and I spent the rest of the night sitting by his bed. Then, the next morning, Saturday, Doris drove me into the village. While she did some errands, I went into the general store.
Morning, mister.
Oh, good morning.
Can I do something for you?
Well,
Stranger here, ain't you?
Yes, I just came in yesterday afternoon. I'm Miss Gordon's cousin.
Oh, sure. Fine girl, Miss Gordon.
Yes, she is.
Boys, this here's Miss Gordon's cousin. Them's Ed Masters.
Hello, how are you?
John Latouche.
How do you do?
Tuck Wilson.
Hi.
And the rest of them.
Hiya.
Staying in Value a spell, Mr.
Name's Dan.
Just call me Pop. Everybody else does, though Tuck here's about 10 years ahead of me.
Oh, okay, Pop.
As I was asking, staying long?
Well, I don't know.
Vacation?
Sort of.
Oh, staying here at the hotel?
No.
Oh, renting the old Gerard cabin, huh? Folks do for vacations.
No, I'm staying with the LaFays. Well, I must have said something wrong.
That's one mighty good way to clear the store. Just mention LaFays.
Aren't the LaFays liked?
They was.
Was?
You come in here to buy something, mister?
No,
Well, then I gotta get busy. I gotta get some stock put away. And...
Oh, now, just a minute, Pop.
Huh? Want something?
I want to know something. Maybe you can tell me.
Depends. I don't know much.
I'll make it worth your while.
You can put away your money, mister. If I wanted to make talk, I wouldn't take no pay for it.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry.
You ain't staying long with the LaFays, are you?
I don't know.
You better know.
Listen, Bart LaFay's dying.
Is he?
You know he is.
He's been ailing, not been fitting.
Pop, who's doing it to him?
I ain't got no idea what you're talking about.
I think you have. You can't stand by and see a man die like that.
Sooner or later, we all got it.
Pop, if you can tell me anything that...
Ain't no use of asking me. But effing you want advice, mister, don't stay no more at the LaFays. I gotta get back to work.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Pop. Well, it was useless to try that anymore. I went outside and stood there for a moment. Then I glanced back at the store, and staring out at me from a window was the face of a girl, about 18. And if ever a face showed fear, there it was. Before I could move, she pulled back and away. Outside in the street, little groups of people stared at me, and when I looked back at them, they walked out of sight. Farther down the street, I saw Doris, and she was talking with a big, husky fella, and I walked toward them.
Dan, what did you find out?
Oh, nothing.
Oh, I knew it. Oh, Dan, this is Didge Lawson, Bart's best friend. Didge, this is Dan Holliday, my cousin.
How are you, Didge?
Fitting? Them yellow livers was scared, huh?
Looked like it.
Look here, mister. I ain't scared. If you want any help, I'll give it to you.
Thanks, Didge. But can you help?
Maybe. I got an idea.
An idea, Didge? About what?
Look here. Someplace out in the bayou is what's killing Bart.
In the bayou?
Yeah. I know that there bayou like the back of my own hand. Some funny things can go on out there, mister.
Like what?
I see the doll once, hanging from a tree, dressed up like a man it was, dressed up like Bill Dakin. Ain't long after that, Bill took sick, but he died.
You saw that, Didge? Why didn't you do something?
Me? I ain't gonna touch nothing like that. Them that touches it, they get sick and die.
You think that's what's happening to Bart? Is that it, Didge?
Maybe.
I see. Well, thanks for offering to help.
That ain't nothing.
We better be getting back now, Dan.
Huh? Oh, yes, sure.
Glad to met you, Dan. See you, yeah?
Yeah, I'll see you later.
Bye, Didge.
Bye.
Doris,
Yes?
how good a friend is Didge to Bart?
Why, they grew up together.
And would he tell us if he knew who was doing this to Bart?
Oh, I'm sure he would.
Well, then we have someone to help us.
But I think he's really afraid, too.
He'd never admit it.
Do you think he'll be able to help?
That depends.
But what he said about that doll and Bill Dakin, did you believe it?
Yes, I did, because it's happened before.
Dan, you can't mean it. You can't mean it, because it's impossible.
So is the fact that Bart's dying with nothing wrong with him. But he is.
Then how can we stop it, Dan?
Well, I don't know yet. But we've got to find out today. Tomorrow may be too late. Let's get back to Bart. When we got back to Bart, I tried to get him to tell me who had told him he was doomed to die. But he wouldn't say. Bart had one more day to live unless we could find the evil thing that was preying on his mind. It was later that night, close to midnight. I couldn't sleep. I was lying on the cot when I heard a noise at my window. Who's that? Who is it? What the...
Shh. Don't talk loud, mister.
Who are you?
My name's Melissa. Please, mister, I gotta tell you something. If you want to help Bart...
Wait, I'll come right out.
No, you just gotta listen. I heard you talking in the store to my pop. You want to know about Bart.
What do you know? Come on, tell me.
Didge put the death on Bart.
Didge?
If when he finds out I told you, he'd kill me.
He won't do anything of the kind, Melissa. Now, what do you know about this?
Everything was all right till she come here.
She? Miss Gordon?
Her. Didge got smitten with her.
Oh, now, Melissa, we'll fix all that up. But you've got to tell me what you know, quickly.
When Bart took sick, I knowed it was something Didge had done. I followed him out to the bayou.
And?
5 times I followed him to Grandma Juno's place out there.
Grandma Juno? Who is she?
A witch.
Melissa, there's no such thing as a witch.
She is.
All right, let it go. What else do you know?
Didge gone out there again tonight.
Tonight? How do you know?
I saw him taking his boat out of the shack. Mister, he's gone out there tonight to see Grandma Juno. This'll be the last time They'll twist the thread around Bart's neck, and tomorrow he'll be dead.
Melissa, can you take me out there?
Me? No, I ain't going no more. I ain't. I'll take sick and die.
Wait right there. You and I are going into town.
What for?
Never mind, just wait there. I awakened Doris, told her what was happening, and took her car, and Melissa and I drove into the village. Later, she, Dr. Brennan, and I went out to the edge of the bayou, and
If a word of what I'm doing gets around, I'll be done for.
she'd got to help Doctor.
All right. Melissa,
What?
you sure that you can lead us to Grandma Juno's in the dark?
I think maybe so.
Well, come on, we're wasting time. Get in the boat, Doctor.
Oh, careful. In for this, I got an MD degree. Chasing around in the black of midnight after a witch.
Ready?
I am. Go straight ahead until we come to the turn, then go left.
Oh, good. Ready, Doctor?
I gotta be.
All right. Now, no lights. And be as quiet as you can. Let's go. Maybe I'll live to be 100. Maybe I won't. But I'll never forget that midnight boat ride. All around us, the huge cypress trees jutted up into moonless sky. The drooping Spanish moss brushed our faces, and it was too dark to see a foot in front. But Melissa, she knew what she was doing and where she was going. Once or twice, a dark shape in the water bumped against our rowboat and slithered away. Then,
It's right up ahead.
I can't see a thing.
Melissa, you're sure?
I know it.
You can believe her, Dan. These people know their way around these bayous with their eyes closed.
Shh. Look.
That's a lantern up ahead.
There's Didge's boat.
Stop rowing, Doctor. Easy.
I'm gonna take sick and die. I'm gonna take sick and die.
No, you're not, Melissa.
Look.
Good heaven.
Up ahead, on a little island in the light of an old lantern, were Didge and an old woman. Didge was sitting on a log watching while the old woman crooned over a doll. Crooned over it and wrapped a string tightly around its grotesque neck. Silently, slowly, we got closer until we could hear her words.
Breathe and gasp. Breathe and gasp. You'll last, my son. Tighter, tighter on your throat. The devil's hand is clutching.
Melissa.
That does it. Who's that?
Get away, get away.
Come on, Doctor.
He'll shoot. He's got his gun.
You can't see us. Melissa, stay in the boat.
Stop where you are. Don't you come no closer. If you do, I'll...
Kill him, Didge. Stop him.
Holiday, his gun. Don't let him get it.
Curse to you, the devil's death. Didge. Didge.
Pick up that gun, Doctor.
You get it for this, mister. You get it.
Now give me that doll.
No.
Give it to me, I said.
Look out, Dan. She'll knife you.
No, she won't. That's better. Now, let's get back to Bart, Doctor.
What about Didge?
He seems to like it out here. We'll let him enjoy it a while longer. Keep his gun.
Here, let me see that doll. Why, it looks like Bart LaFay.
Sure. It was Bart LaFay.
Huh?
Never mind now. Let's get back. You see, Bart? This doll, it can't harm you now. Things like this can never harm anyone. It's in your mind. Look, I'll unwrap the string from its throat. You'll be all right.
That thing was doing it to me?
No, your mind was doing it, Bart. That's all. You'll get better now.
But what about you?
What about me?
Grandma Juno will get you.
No, she won't. Bart, believe me, there's nothing in the world like this can hurt you. So I'll go back home, and the worst that can happen will be my own fault.
Sure. Where's Doris?
Oh, I'll send her in when I leave.
I can't thank you rightly, Dan.
Yes, you can. Just remember what I told you, Bart. No harm can ever come to you unless you bring it on yourself.
Gee, what a nasty-looking little doll.
It's not pretty.
And he actually believed this was killing him?
Well, he knows better now.
Do you feel all right?
Of course, why?
Well, I just hate to think of that terrible old woman sticking pins in you.
Oh, not a chance, not a chance. Well, let me sit down and look at the mail.
Oh, Mr. Holliday, what's the matter?
Oh, I felt as though something stuck me.
Mr. Holliday,
Susie. Susie.
Oh, my knitting needles.
Yeah. Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville, and this adventure was written by Clark Robley. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. Part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. Production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture. Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of Star Times. 2 days ago, I saw your ad in the Star Times. I want you to do something for me. Find someone who I know is in this city. You see, I think the man I want you to help me locate will be killed unless I find him first. If you're free tomorrow evening, we can meet at the corner of Robertson.
We can meet at the corner of Robertson and 35th at 8 o'clock. Carry a top coat and your hat in your hand. I'll speak to you. Anxiously, Dorothy Simmons. Sure, it sounded like 100 other letters I get through Box 13. But when the thing was over, I wished the mail carrier had taken a detour somewhere on his appointed rounds.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, 113.5.
Susie. Susie. Hey, Susie.
Huh? Oh, hello.
Hello. Susie, I've been here for an hour. My name is Holliday.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Holliday. I guess I was wool gathering.
Yes, I guess you were. Why are you staring so hard at that letter?
I'm studying it.
Why?
Well, I'm reading a book.
So?
The book says you can tell character from handwriting.
Oh. And what do you get from that letter from Dorothy Simmons?
Nothing.
Yeah, it must be a great book you're reading.
Oh, I don't understand it at all, but it's fun.
I'll come back later when we can clear this up. But I've got a great idea, Susie.
What?
You forget about the book until I get back. Then I'll tell you all about Dorothy Simmons. At 8 o'clock, I arrived at Robertson and 35th. At 8:03, a young woman, maybe 25 or 6, spoke to me. And at 8:15, we were sitting across from each other in a booth at a coffee shop. She was good-looking, smartly dressed, and talked smoothly and well. But underneath that calm exterior, something was happening.
I know he's somewhere in this city, Mr. Holliday. I've got to find him before someone else does.
Maybe you'd better tell me who this is we've got to find.
My brother.
Oh? Well, how do you know he's here?
I've traced him this far.
Heard from him at all?
No. He's running away from something. Or someone.
How do you know that?
Well, the last time I saw him, 3 months ago, he was frightened. He wouldn't tell me what was wrong. And then he disappeared.
Your letter said he might be killed.
He said that.
Well, any reason for saying it?
No. At least none that he told me.
Look, Miss Simmons, this city has a perfectly good missing persons bureau. An efficient setup to help people in your spot. Why not go to the police?
I can't.
All right, you can't. Reason?
I don't know what my brother's done.
Oh, I see.
I'm not sure he's done anything wrong, but... Well, he might have,
And if we find him?
What do you mean?
Well, if he's been a bad boy, it'll be out of my hands.
You'd turn him over to the police?
Well, of course.
You won't help me except under that condition.
Well, that's about it.
All right. I agree.
Fair enough. Now, where do we start looking?
I don't know.
Well, what's his name?
Dave. Dave Simmons.
Have you got a picture of him?
No.
That's great.
I can describe him.
Well, go ahead.
He's about 5'7". He has
Dorothy
dark
described
hair
her
and
brother
eyes.
to me, and as she talked, a man who'd been sitting a couple of booths away got up and came near us. At first, I didn't pay any attention to him.
I don't remember what
Then it struck me as funny that he should be taking such a long time tying a shoelace. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Hold it. Having trouble?
Huh? Talking to me?
Yeah, I think so.
I got a knot in the lace.
Convenient place to get it.
Huh?
Oh, nothing. Are you finished now?
What's the idea? I can't stop to tie my shoelace?
I have no objections.
And what's the beef?
None, I guess.
What are you, wise guy?
Sorry.
Yeah, wise guy, that's what.
Was he listening?
If he'd have had his ear any closer, it would have been in my coffee. Did you ever see him before?
No. No, I'm sure I haven't.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Look, he's looking in the window.
Maybe he just likes us.
He must have heard me describe my brother.
Yeah, he couldn't miss. Okay, come on.
He's gone.
Uh-huh. You sure you've never seen him before?
Oh, I'm positive.
Must have been following you.
Following me?
Couldn't have been me because there was no reason for him to tail me.
But why should he be after me?
I don't know. Yet. Where are you staying?
Oh, the Wilmington Hotel.
Okay. Cab! Hey, cab!
What are you going to do?
Put you in a cab and see that you're not followed.
Oh, but what about you?
Mr. Shoelace doesn't know it, but he gave us a lead. All right, get in.
When will I hear from you?
I'll get in touch.
Oh, no. I'll get in touch with you.
But why shouldn't I call you?
Please don't. Just let me call you tomorrow.
Okay. Here's my card.
Thank you.
It's all right. Wilmington Hotel, driver. I waited for a cab to follow the one Dorothy had taken. None did. Mr. Shoelace had dropped out of sight, at least until the next day. It was about 11 in the morning at my apartment when... Come in. Well, hello.
Hello.
I see you're wearing knotless shoelaces this morning.
Yeah. Mind if I sit down?
No, go right ahead.
Thanks.
I'll admit this is pleasant, but it can lose its charm. This visit, I mean.
Maybe you'd like me to get right to the point, Holiday.
There's merit in that suggestion.
Uh-huh. You wonder how I found you?
No, you tailed me last night.
Uh-huh.
Good job, I didn't see you.
No, nobody does unless I want them to.
Oh? Now, about the point you mentioned. Is it still lying around?
Holiday, I'll go 50-50 with you.
Oh, that's generous of you. 50-50 on what?
20 grand. Now, look, we both beat our brains out if we work alone. If we work together, we got a better chance.
That sounds reasonable. But if I knew what you were talking about, we could make more sense.
She didn't tell you?
Tell me what?
What are you trying to do? Play coy with me?
No, not at all. What should Dorothy Simmons have told me?
Who?
Dorothy Simmons. What a funny man I am.
Yeah, ain't you?
What's the big laugh?
She said that was her name.
That's right.
Suppose I told you she was lying.
All right. Suppose you tell me.
No, I think you're on the level with this.
All right, let's stop the funny business.
Nothing doing, Holiday. What you don't know won't hurt you.
And what about something I do know?
In that case, look me up here. Here's my card. I might come in handy.
Well, he left me sitting there holding his card. On it, I read, R. Dakin, private investigator. The whole thing was beginning to look like a bride's first cake when... Hello?
Mr. Holliday,
Yes?
this is Dorothy Simmons.
Oh? Are you sure?
What did you say?
That name, Dorothy Simmons. You sure it's yours? Hello? Hello?
May I see you?
Well, I'd love it. Oh, I had a visitor.
Visitor? Who?
Our friend last night. Seems his name is Dakin, a private investigator.
Private investigator?
Yeah, that's right. Now, does he mean anything to you?
Can't we talk about it? I mean, not over the phone.
Okay, I'll come to the hotel.
No. No, I don't want anyone to know I'm here besides you. That man might follow you.
Oh. All right, you name the place.
Well, there's a drugstore down the street from the hotel. I'll meet you in there in half an hour.
Better make it an hour.
All right, an hour. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Whatever was going on, it was going in a circle with me riding the edge. But it looked interesting. A girl who said her name was Dorothy Simmons. A man who said her name wasn't Dorothy Simmons. A missing brother and a 50-50 cut in something that would bring $20,000. Yeah, it had possibilities. But before I went to meet Miss Simmons, I found out about Dagan from Lieutenant Kling. Dagan was a shady operator. He'd come within an ace of having his license taken away from him on more than one occasion. But he'd always managed to slip the noose and stay in business. Okay, this looked good. So an hour later, I was with Dorothy Simmons in the drugstore.
I don't know him. I've never even heard the name Dakin before.
All right. How about your own name?
It isn't Dorothy Simmons.
Well, what is it?
I can't tell you now. Please don't ask me why. When we find my brother, I'll tell you everything.
Meanwhile, I've got a ticket on a merry-go-round, and I get dizzy easily.
You said you'd help me.
Mm-hmm. But I can't fight a mist or hunt for someone in a city that's...
Dakin must know something about my brother, or he wouldn't have followed me. He must have thought I'd lead him to Dave.
You've got something.
Please find out from Dakin what he knows.
I don't think Mr. Dakin is the type that dishes out information just like that.
Make him tell.
How? Use thumb screws or the Iron Maiden?
I've got to know why he's after my brother.
I'd like to know that myself. And why you won't tell me your real name. Oh, there are a lot of things I'd like to know.
Let's go to see Dakin. And if he tells us anything, I'll tell you anything you want to know.
All right. That's a deal. Come on. Looks like Mr. Dagan's not receiving.
Try the door.
It's open. Mr. Dagan isn't very private, is he? Dagan? Dagan?
Why are the shades drawn?
Mr. Dagan likes it dark, I guess. And
What's the matter?
I think Mr. Dagan is all through investigating anything. Be quiet.
Dead. He's dead.
He's shot.
Who killed him?
How do I know? Hand me that phone.
What are you going to do?
Phone the police?
No, you can't do that.
Look, Dakin's been murdered. I'll do a lot of things for adventure and excitement. But hiding a murder's not one of them.
But my brother, suppose he...
I told you twice. If your brother's...
Please don't call the police. Not yet, please.
I said hand me the phone. Come on, look out. Get out of the way.
All right. Here.
Well, that's better.
Operator.
Operator, get me the police. I want to report.
Operator, never mind. The call was a mistake.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's latest adventure, 113.5.
Whatever Dorothy Simmons used to hit me, it was a lot harder than my head, and something had to give way. So I did. When I opened my eyes, Lieutenant Kling was bending over me.
Well, it's nice to know you're still with us.
Yes, I wake up to the strangest things.
Uh-huh.
Hey, why are you here?
The operator reported a call from here. 2 minutes later, another tenant passed here and saw this lovely tableau. You always lie down and go to sleep with murdered men.
Always? Oh, what did she hit me with?
This great, big, nice, heavy paperweight. And who's she?
Dorothy Simmons.
I still ask, who's she?
Well, I told Kling the whole story, beginning to end. And when I'd finished, I realized how silly it sounded. He looked at me and...
Your name should be Alice.
This is no Wonderland, and... Did your boys turn this place upside down?
No. Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Check on Dorothy Simmons at the Wilmington Hotel. You heard her description. Now, Holiday. She hit you and ransacked this room, looking for something. What?
You know as much as I do.
That gives me a whole lot to go on.
As much as I had.
Oh.
Brilliant. Brilliant observation.
Yeah, and you're in a good spot to notice it. I don't think. Look, Why don't you go to Tibet?
Can I go now? Home, Tibet?
Yeah, get.
Thanks. And when you find out about Dorothy Simmons, give me a ring, will you?
Yeah, sure. Now, Peter.
I left the room and walked downstairs into the street. My head was still buzzing like a party line in a crowded neighborhood, but it was clear enough to let me see a big limousine that was parked just across and down the street from Dakin's office building. It hadn't been standing there when Dorothy and I went in to see Dakin. Besides, a face looked out at me from the rear window. Then the face vanished, the car drove away. Well, this was getting better. A limousine, complete with chauffeur. I caught the license number, jotted it down in my head in between a couple of aches, and went back home. Later at my office, I had Susie check on that license number.
I've got it for you, Mr. Holliday. The car belongs to a Mr. Josiah Kettering.
Huh? Are you sure?
Sure. Why?
I don't get it. Kettering's one of the richest men in the state, a recluse. Now, what connection does he have with Dorothy Simmons, Dakin, and...
Hello?
Susie, is Dan there?
Oh, sure. It's Lieutenant Kling, Mr. Holliday.
Yeah, well... Hello?
Your head still on?
Barely. Why?
Then get this through it. There's no Miss Dorothy Simmons registered at the Wilmington.
Well, I told you that might not be her real name.
Look, I'm not finished. Nobody of that description is registered there. And before you ask me if I checked all the way through, the answer is yes. Your dream girl simply doesn't live there anymore. Or ever. Holiday, are you there?
I'm not much of any place right now.
Better stay where we can put a finger on you.
Mind if I go out on an errand meanwhile?
Where?
Have one of your boys follow me. Maybe I'll need a little company. So long.
Hey, there's no...
I can go on an errand for you, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, not this one, Susie. I'm going to see what Mr. Josiah Kettering has to offer.
Yes, sir?
Is Mr. Kettering in?
Do you have an appointment, sir?
Yes, tell him I've come from Mr. Dakin.
If you'll wait in the foyer, sir, I'll give Mr. Kettering your message, sir.
Butler disappeared down the hall, went into a room, and a few seconds later...
This way, if you please, sir.
Oh, thank you.
That will be all, Carl.
Very good, sir.
And close the door. Well, you sit down.
Thank you.
You said something about a Mr. Dakin.
Yes, you know him.
What do you want?
Well, did you know Dakin was murdered?
Mr. Dakin was the type of person who invariably ends up that way. Some people do, you know.
And some people do the killing.
That achieves a nice balance. But that's neither here nor there. What have you come to tell me?
Nothing.
What are you looking at?
Books. Quite a collection you've got in here.
Yes. Do you know books? Rare ones?
I don't have the money necessary to enjoy them as much as you do.
Meaning what, sir?
Nothing.
You said you came from Mr. Dakin. Have you anything to tell me?
I didn't answer the old man who sat there leaning forward, watching me like a bright but aged robin. I could swear he thought I had something. Something he wanted. I decided to play along, stall for what I could learn. His hands yellow and thin trembled, and then...
Well, answer me, man, answer me. Have you got it? Did you get it back?
No.
Don't, idiot, you incompetent fools. I paid you to get it back. I paid you. Now I want it. Bring it back to me, do you hear? Bring it back.
Well, I don't know where it is.
Then why did you come here?
Because Dakin was killed.
I don't care about Dakin or anything else but my book. It's gone, stolen. Look, I kept its place open. Bring it back to me, please. Get it back to me.
The old man walked to a bookcase. He ran his hands over the row of volumes. Then his fingers stopped at a vacant spot.
What do you
Turned
want?
back to me.
More money? I'll give it to you in cash.
Now, just a minute. Maybe you had better tell me the name of the book again.
You know. Dakin knew. Dante First Folio. Now, please get it back
Well, why
for me.
didn't you go to the police?
Eh? Police? Why did you say that? You're not one of Dakin's men. You're not, are you?
No.
You're all against me. Everyone's against me. Everyone wants my collection. Get out, get out, get out!
Who stole that book from you?
They stole it from me. They knew I couldn't go to the police. They knew. But I fooled them, didn't I? I hired Dakin But you're not Dakin. You're the police. You won't let me have it back. You won't let me have it back, I tell you. I want that book back.
Better take care of him, Carl.
Quiet, sir. He'll be all right, sir.
What do you know about this, Carl?
Nothing, sir.
Who stole that book from Mr. Kettering?
There was no book stolen, sir.
There was. A book Kettering couldn't let the police know about because it was in his possession illegally. Is that right?
Sir, these books are all he has.
Yes, I know. And how many of them are stolen from other collections?
Just the Dante First Folios.
Mm-hmm. The only one he couldn't go to the police about, so you hired Dakin to trace it.
Please, sir. This won't mean prison for him, will it? It mustn't, sir.
I don't know. Now, look, Carl, who stole it?
Well, there was a couple here. Mr. Kettering's secretary.
Girl?
Yes, sir.
What did she look like?
Well, she was about 25 or 6, rather pretty. Knew a great deal about books, sir. Mr. Kettering had placed an ad for someone to do cataloging. She answered.
And she saw the Dante First Folio.
She must have at one time or another. Mr. Kettering kept this room locked, but of
That's
course...
enough. You said a couple. Was the other one a man?
Yes, a chauffeur. He and the girl were friendly.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you'd better take care of Mr. Kettering.
You won't go to the police, sir. It would kill him.
I can't answer that. Just take care of him. I've got something else to do. Sure, Kling, it adds up. The girl and the chauffeur got away with the folio.
The girl being this Dorothy Simmons.
Simmons, Smith, Brown. What's in the name? She and the chauffeur stole the folio. The girl knew Kettering wouldn't dare go to the police.
And why did she go to you?
Now, here's my guess. The chauffeur double-crossed her, ran out with the folio. She couldn't go to a reputable private detective agency, and she didn't want the chauffeur to catch sight of her.
So she picked you for the patsy, to find the guy. The guy she said was her brother.
And it's got to be it.
Okay, I'll buy it. But what about Dakin?
Either she or the chauffeur killed Dakin. The chauffeur because Dakin was on to him, or the girl because she didn't want to be trailed.
That makes sense. And Dakin was going to cross up the whole thing. Grab the folio for himself because he knew nobody could go to the police.
A nice merry-go-round with a double cross for a brass ring. And no free rides.
Okay, that's the setup. But where does it leave us?
Find the girl or the chauffeur.
Okay. But something tells me that's going to be tough.
And it was. For 5 days, the police dragged the city. It was dead end until Kling came to my office and...
The man answering the chauffeur's description was picked up about 200 miles from here in a cheap rooming house. He made a run for it, used his gun.
And?
He was killed.
And the folio?
He didn't have it, and he didn't sell it either.
Well, how do you figure that?
If he had, we'd have heard about it. And even if we hadn't, the guy wouldn't have been holed up in a joint like that. He'd have had dough.
Yeah, so where's the folio?
Girl?
Uh-uh. The chauffeur must have hidden it.
You got any ideas?
No. What was found on him?
Just this. Slip of paper.
What's this?
You can read. It says 113.5.
113.5. This all there was on him?
That's all.
What's it mean?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Kling, some place in this city is a folio worth $20,000. 2 men have been killed because of it.
Yeah. All we've got is 113.5. Just those numbers.
Code?
That could be. It's beyond me.
Mm-hmm. Anyway...
Oh, hello, Mr. Holliday. Hello, Lieutenant Kling.
Hi, Susie.
Oh?
Gee, you're both looking sad.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Holliday, remember what I told you I was reading about handwriting?
Please, Susie,
Well...
not now, please.
Oh. What's that note?
113.5.
Huh?
1. Susie,
What's the matter?
what have you got there?
Books on handwriting.
Kling, look at those books. Look at them.
Huh? What's eating you? What about them?
Look at them. Just look at them. Kling, I know where that folio is. I was sure I was right, but I wanted to go it alone. Kling wanted both the folio and the girl, so I had to be alone just in case. And my destination? The public library. What better place to hide a book than there? I climbed the iron stairs to the stacks that towered over the main reading room. I read the index numbers on them. 111, 112, 113, decimal point. I reached out my hand for a little volume that stood between books that probably hadn't been taken out since the library was built.
Thank you, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, Miss Simmons, I believe.
I hoped you'd lead me to it. May I have it?
Good hiding place, isn't it? way up here in the stacks, hidden between books that nobody'd ask for. But let's talk about you, Miss Simmons. You've changed. Hair a different color, dressed shabbily, dark glasses. No wonder you couldn't be found.
I'll take that folio, please.
I guess you would. After all, you killed Dakin to keep him from finding the chauffeur.
That's right. And I'll kill again. I'll kill again and again to get something that will mean the end of watching other people enjoy life. Hand it to me.
Miss Simmons, if you shoot, wouldn't the shot be heard? Wouldn't you have to explain?
Give it to me.
You have great patience. You followed me probably every day. Now, a little more patience won't hurt.
Stay away. Don't come any closer.
You want this, don't you?
Give it to me.
All right. But you will have to get it.
Don't. Don't drop it over. If you do, I'll kill you.
That wouldn't do any good, Miss Simmons. If I drop it over this rail, it'll drop 3 stories into the reading room below. Now, still want to shoot?
Please. Please, give it to me.
Put down that gun.
No.
Then shoot. Or when you do, this book drops. There are about 50 people down there. Which one of them would you like to pick up $20,000? Take a look, Miss Simmons.
Let go of me. Let go.
Come on, Miss Simmons. And you'd better walk ahead of me. Somehow I wouldn't want you at my back on those steep, narrow stairs.
But weren't you afraid she would shoot, Mr. Holliday?
Oh, yes, Susie. But she knew if she did, I'd drop the book. And that gave me time to grab her.
Gee. And to think you discovered where the folio was because I brought library books here to the office.
Mm-hmm. See what reading will do for you, Susie?
Uh-huh. But I've given up those books on handwriting, Mr. Holliday.
Oh? Why?
Because I analyzed one sample of handwriting, and it said the person was loyal, kind, unselfish, generous.
And who is this paragon of virtue?
Miss Simmons.
Oh, good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville. This week's original story was written by Arthur Boley. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker, and that of Lieutenant Kling by Edmund MacDonald. Vern Karstensen is in charge of production. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture. Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
All right, that ought to do it. Take it out of the typewriter. Now address an envelope to Box 13, care of Star Times. You know, this Box 13 is made for us.
The letter was typewritten. There was no signature, and it read, "Enclosed is an invitation to the Garden Charity Bazaar at the Arthur Mannering Estate this coming Thursday. Use it, and maybe you'll get adventure. Anyway, take a chance. And wear a red carnation in your lapel." That was all. 4 lines. But, brother, what was in between the lines that I couldn't read then?
And now back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Dan and the Wonderful Lamp.
What kind of adventure could you find at a charity bazaar, Mr. Holliday?
That, Susie, is why the letter interests me.
Sounds dull.
Some of the dullest letters I get through Box 13 have led to some of the biggest headaches. But fun.
It was probably written by some huckster.
A what?
Huckster.
Uh-huh. That's what I thought you said.
I did.
I know you did.
Was it wrong?
Could it be right?
A huckster is a person who plays jokes.
Oh, could you have meant hoaxer?
You know what I meant.
Takes a little while, but I get there. And I think I'll go to the charity bazaar. So, the next day I went to the charity bazaar. The Mannering estate was huge. Why not? Arthur Mannering had $5,000 for every blade of grass in the place. And it was a big lawn. There were lots of people, lots of money, and lots of places to spend it. I wandered through wondering what the gimmick was, why I'd been asked, what the adventure was going to be. No one paid any attention to me. No one paid any attention to anyone. Then, after about a half hour of aimless meandering, I just happened to stick my hand in my jacket pocket and pulled out a note. It read, "Go to booth number 5. Guess the number of beans in the jar as 1,862. That was all. Somebody'd put that note in my pocket. Easy to do in that crowd. Well, the adventure that looked as though it wouldn't amount to anything was amounting to a jar of beans.
Hello there.
Oh, hello. This is booth number 5, isn't it?
That's right. Do you want to make a guess?
Yes, I think so.
It's $5 a guess. Make as many as you want.
$5 a guess?
It's for a good cause.
And if I guess right, I win the beans.
When it's all over, we'd be glad to give them to you. But you also win a prize.
All right, what do I do?
Here's a slip of paper. Just write your guess on it with your name.
Uh-huh. Now, let's see. Does 1,862 sound like a good number to you?
I don't know. Oh, excuse me. I've got another customer.
I wrote down the number with my name. Then I took a look at the others behind the booth counter. No one seemed very interested in me, and then...
Are you all finished?
Oh, yes, thanks. Do you take the slip now?
That's right, and thank you.
Oh, don't mention it. Oh, by the way, when do we find out the lucky number?
Oh, in about half an hour.
Okay, I can hardly wait. I waited another half hour, and during that time I paid $27.50 for a nickel fan, a nickel ice cream cone, and a 3-cent brass ring I won at the fish pond. Then...
Attention, everyone. Attention, please. We wish to announce the winner of the bean guessing contest. The winner is Mr. Dan Holliday. Mr. Dan Holliday. Will Mr. Holliday please come to booth 5 and pick up his prize? Thank you.
Well, I went and picked up my prize. Whatever I'd won, it was big and heavy, all neatly done up in fancy paper and big ribbons. So I'd come to a charity bazaar to win a prize for guessing the number of beans in a jar. A great adventure. Anyway, I took my prize package to my office instead of home.
Oh, Mr. Holliday. Gee, you're back early.
Uh-huh. Thought I'd drop in here on the way home.
What have you got there?
I don't know, but I won it.
How?
I guess there were 1,862 beans in a jar.
Oh, that's a funny number to guess.
I'll ride with you on that one. Well, let's see what I've got.
Okay. Gee, it's heavy.
Mm-hmm. What's that?
It's a lamp.
No self-respecting lamp ever looked like that.
It's horrible, but cute.
So for this, I spent $32.25, all expenses included.
The shade's kind of pretty.
If you like oddities, yes.
It's not bad.
Oh? Well, it's yours.
Mine?
Uh-huh, I don't want it.
But maybe you were supposed to win it.
Susie, I spent a dull afternoon and I came back with that. Somebody's ribbing me.
Oh, I bet that's it.
If I know whom to suspect, I'd send that lamp to him.
Did you mean it when you said I could have it?
Yes, I did. Susie, with my compliments, the ugliest lamp in the world. Now, I'll see you tomorrow.
Help me put it back in the box, will you?
That'd take a half hour. Take it home like that.
Well, I don't know about walking along the street with it.
Oh, I see what you mean. But it's your problem.
Oh, throw the box away outside, will you, Mr. Holliday? It's too big for the wastebasket, and there's a trash barrel right down the street.
Oh, sure. I'll see you tomorrow.
Goodbye. You know, it's not bad once you get used to it.
Yeah, well, that takes a while. So out I walked with the box under my arm. I threw the box in the back seat of my car, intending to get rid of it later. But I forgot and drove home with it. In fact, I carried it inside my apartment building. And when I reached my floor, I threw the box down the incinerator chute in the hallway. And I wished now the lamp had been in it. It was midnight before I decided to get some sleep, and I was just dozing off when... Who's that?
Special delivery letter for you, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, okay, just a second.
Hey, sorry to get you up, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, that's all right.
Here's your letter. Sign here, please.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, sorry, I dropped the pencil.
Here it is. I'll get it. Roll inside.
Go back to sleep. Mr. Holliday.
I woke up with the night clerk bending over me.
You all right, Mr. Holliday?
What happened?
Well, I don't know. I was checking a room and came by and saw you lying here in your doorway. You're sure you're all right? Do you want a doctor, sir?
No, thanks.
Here, I'll help you up. Dizzy?
I've been steadier on my feet before.
Hey, somebody went through your apartment.
From the looks of it, with a steam shovel.
Burglars.
Yeah.
I'm going to call the police.
No, wait a minute. Close the door.
But the police, Mr. Holliday.
Well, let's see if anything's missing.
Yes, sir. Well, there's your money. And your watch over on the night table next to the bed.
Mm-hmm. And that's all that's worth stealing in here.
Well, that's funny.
Is it?
Sure. You sure there's nothing missing, Mr. Holliday?
No, not a thing.
Well, gee,
Look, it's all right. You better get back downstairs. I'll call the police later.
Sure. Well, maybe you'll find something missing after a while.
Maybe. Thanks. I'll see you later.
Hello?
Susie, this is Holliday.
At this hour? What time is it?
Almost 1.
Oh, am I supposed to be at the office? Did I oversleep? Oh, but it's still dark outside.
Just listen, Susie. Have you got that lamp?
Lamp?
Lamp. The one I gave you.
Oh, sure, I've got it. Do you miss it?
Look, lock your door. Don't let anybody in until I get there.
You're coming here?
Right away.
Oh, but I'm not dressed.
You'll have 20 minutes to fix that. But remember what I said. Let no one in but me.
Gee, am I mixed up in something?
Susie, your guess is as good as mine. And mine's wild. But it looks good.
Mr. Holliday?
Did anyone see you take it out of the office?
No, I don't think so.
Then they thought I had it because I carried the empty box home.
What's all the fuss about that lamp?
I don't know. I wonder.
What do you wonder?
Have you got a screwdriver?
Screwdriver?
A screwdriver, a knife. Anything we can use to take that lamp apart.
Oh, sure. Take it apart?
Uh-huh.
I think I've got a screwdriver someplace. I remember using one to fix my wristwatch.
Oh, good. Let's have it.
Is this one?
That's good enough. Now, let's turn off the lamp and disconnect it.
Gee, I don't understand all this, but it's fun.
There's a knot on my head that says you're wrong. While Susie watched, I took that lamp apart piece by piece, bit by bit. I even examined the shade, but...
It's just a lamp, Mr. Holliday.
Yeah, nothing inside the base, nothing in the sockets, nothing in the body. Nothing, period.
Did you expect to find something?
I was sent to that bazaar to get this lamp. I did. You ended up with it. But somebody thought so much of it that my head was tapped. Now, why?
Maybe. Gee, maybe.
Maybe what, Susie?
Maybe it's the lamp itself they wanted.
Susie, maybe you've got something there. But why? What's there about this lamp?
I don't know.
Look, the Mandarings are wealthy. Now, it stands to reason they've got a lot of valuable objects in their home.
And the lamp could be worth a lot of money.
We'll find out tomorrow.
You're gonna leave it here?
I have to, Susie. Meanwhile, don't let anyone in. Tomorrow, we'll see what's so wonderful about this lamp. Susie kept the lamp. I went home and thought about it. The more I did, the less I did. Then the next morning, I picked up the lamp from Susie, took it to a dealer.
Yes, sir? Can I help you, sir?
Maybe. This lamp. I want your opinion on it.
Why?
What's it worth? How much would you give for it?
Well, if I were in a good humor, $2.
$2?
$2 1/4.
But I'd have to be hysterical.
You're sure?
Positive. How much did you pay for it?
Nothing.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Please, take another look at it.
Must I?
As a favor.
Oh, all right. Well, I'd say it was the product of a factory that turns out about $2 million a year. It's nothing but plaster Paris and cheap common glaze. And the brass base and standard bring about 50 cents. Wiring's fairly good. And
Well, that's enough. You've convinced me.
I hope you didn't think it was an antique, sir.
No, just a lamp.
Exactly. Do you want to sell it?
No, thank you. Thanks for your trouble.
Well, no trouble at all. Come in again, sir. Without the lamp.
I was about to leave the store when I saw someone across the street. And if my eyes were good, and they are, it was the fake who got me up at midnight only to put me back to sleep. He had followed me, and he was watching the store. He couldn't see me, so I turned back to the dealer.
Yes, sir. Something else, sir?
Do you want to buy this lamp?
Why?
I want to get rid of it.
That's an admirable ambition, but why to me?
It's yours at any price you want to pay.
When I said $2, that was a guess, you know. In fact, I don't want the lamp.
Oh, would you take it if I gave it to you?
I beg your pardon?
The lamp is yours. I don't want it.
Well, this is very peculiar.
Look, you pay me what you want, but take the lamp, huh?
$1.50.
Sold.
I don't know why I do these things.
Neither do I.
Well, there's your money.
Thanks. And good luck.
With that lamp, I'll need it. I can use the wire and the sockets, though.
I left the store. I paid no attention to the man who loitered across the street. I walked to my car, got in, and drove up the street and around the corner. Then I got out. I peeked around the corner and saw my man go into the shop. A minute later, he came out with the lamp, got in his car, and drove away. I hurried back to the shop.
Good morning, sir. Oh, you again.
The lamp.
Yeah, what about it?
You sold it.
Yes. Don't tell me you want it back.
Did you know the man who bought it?
Mister, anyone who buys a lamp like that, I don't ask questions. It's his.
For how much?
$10.
Oh, that was a quick profit.
Oh, I didn't set the price. He came in, looked around, saw the lamp, said $10 for it. I recovered my sanity and sold it to him.
And no questions asked?
None. Why?
Mister, you don't know it. But there are a million questions that could be asked, and I don't know one answer. Yet.
And now back to Dan and the Wonderful Lamp, another Box 13 adventure starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
So there it was. A lamp worth $2, a hit over the head, and a big, big puzzle. That same afternoon, I bought all the papers, took them to the office, and looked through them to see if there was a report of anything stolen from the Mannering place. Nothing. I left the office and was on my way down the street when...
Hello, Mr. Holliday.
Huh?
Right on walking, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, got another special delivery letter for me?
An even better one this time. It all depends on you.
From the song of the same name.
I'm not amused. Let's go for a ride, huh?
On a nice day like this? Let's walk.
Save your energy. You'll need it.
I see what you mean. Nice gun you got there.
Yeah, nice car, too. It's right down the street.
How handy.
Yes.
You got the lamp, why take me, too?
Because you go with it.
Going to wire me for electricity?
That could be. All right, get in. Okay, Max. You know where to go.
Well, Max is smarter than I am at the moment.
Uh-huh. But you'll get smarter. But I've got a hunch you'll get much smarter before I'm finished. All right, Mr. Holliday, sit down.
Oh, thanks. Nice room. Could use a little furniture.
This far out in the country? No, we don't need it. Besides, Max needs room to move around, understand?
I'm looking at Max? Yes.
He is big and rough.
Doesn't he speak?
I do the talking, and I'll start now. Holliday, you're smart, but you're not smart enough. Now, where is it?
Where's what?
Don't stall.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You picked up the lamp at the bazaar.
At your invitation.
That's right.
How did you know the number of beans that would be in that jar?
That doesn't matter. What does matter is I want to know what you did with it.
The lamp?
Not the lamp.
Then I don't know what you're talking about.
One more chance, Holliday. Where is it?
I said I don't know what you're talking about.
Look, you want a cut in it?
Cut? In what?
The diamond. Holiday. You hear me?
I don't know anything about it.
Where did you take that lamp last night? It wasn't in your apartment. Where'd you take it? Go ahead, Max.
Max came toward me. He got bigger and bigger as he did. He moved slowly, and while he did, I had to think. If I told that Susie had the lamp, they'd go to her, and I didn't like to think about that. Poor little Susie wouldn't know what they were talking about. And it seemed that things happened to people who didn't know what was what. I had to keep quiet. Max got to me, and...
Well, how you feeling?
Oh.
Better? Had an accident, huh?
Where am I? I guess that's what everyone says in a case like this.
Found you lying in the road here, mister. Had a pretty bad accident from the look of you.
I don't like to think about that. Can you get me back to the city?
The hospital'd be better.
Never mind, I can still breathe, I think. I want to get back into the city.
Guess I can take you.
Good, I want to go to the Arthur Mannering estate, and quick. The farmer drove me into the city and to the Mannering estate. I had a hard time convincing the butler I had to see Mannering, but finally...
This is a fantastic story, Mr. Holliday.
Yes, I'll agree, but the man who had me beaten said something about your diamond.
Yes, the Mannering Blue.
Where is it?
Here, in the house.
You're sure?
Well, of course. Would you like to convince yourself?
I'd like nothing better.
Very well. But how about you? Don't you think we'd better see about your condition?
It'll keep, I hope. Now, the diamond.
Very well, this way. It's impossible that anyone could have taken it.
There were a lot of people here yesterday.
And an army of detectives, Mr. Holliday. No, I repeat, it would have been impossible for anyone to take the Mannering Blue from this safe.
You're sure?
Just a second, you can look for yourself.
That's it, huh?
That's the Mannering Blue, sir.
And this is the only diamond?
That's right, Mr. Holliday.
And I give up.
It's very curious, sir. This business of your guessing the exact number of beans in that jar, and then...
Wait a minute. Who knew the number of beans that would be in that jar?
Why, the one who put them in, obviously.
A girl? Attractive, about 23 or 4?
Oh, I don't know about that, but... Wait a moment. You're not suspecting Carol Marshall, are you?
Was she the one in the booth?
Yes, but I'm sure she didn't know. Why, as a matter of fact, she took the place of my secretary at the last moment.
Secretary? Where is she?
Yesterday morning he asked to be excused. The bean guessing contest was his idea.
And the secretary? Big, tall,
Yes.
low, quiet voice?
Yes, that's Carey. But the diamond's here.
Is it?
Well, of course.
Maybe it's not the Mannering Blue.
Substitute?
Why not? Her secretary, who gets himself excused yesterday morning, hasn't shown up yet.
No.
Here's a paste diamond made up. But the problem is to get the real one out of here. He bided his time. The bazaar yesterday was a perfect setup. The real Mannering Blue was hidden in that lamp I won as a prize. You see, he and his confederates didn't want to take any chances. Your secretary didn't want to take the diamond off the estate himself. A million things could go wrong.
But the real diamond, it wasn't in that lamp, you say?
It had to be, but where I took it apart,
What were you about to say?
Look, you get in touch with the police. Here's my card. Keep in touch with me, too.
Yeah, but Mr. Holliday,
I've got work to do. Susie, think hard. You brought the lamp home here.
Yes.
What did you do then?
I put it on the table where you saw it.
Did anything fall out of it?
No, Mr. Holliday.
Think, Susie. Think. The diamond had to be in that lamp.
You took it apart, Mr. Holliday. There wasn't anything in it.
But there had to be. Or I wouldn't have taken the beating I did. Now think, Susie. Think.
Gee, I am. I brought it home, put it on the table, connected it, and turned it on.
And that's all.
Sure. I remember because one of the bulbs wouldn't burn.
One of the bulbs?
Yes. I changed it because it was burned out.
What did you do with the bulb?
Threw it away. Why?
Susie, 10 to 1, the diamond was in that bulb.
But how could anyone get a diamond in a bulb?
Don't you see? Take off the screw base. Take out the filament. Cement a diamond inside. Susie, where did you throw that bulb?
Oh, in the wastebasket. Right there.
But it's empty.
Sure. The cleaning woman always empties it in the morning.
Where does she empty it?
The trash barrel's downstairs, I guess.
Holy mackerel. A $50,000 diamond in a trash barrel. Come on. You say you emptied the stuff in the barrels?
That's right. All the stuff I empty in them barrels.
And then what happens?
Well, the stuff's taken away. They come and got it this morning.
Okay, Susie. I've got to trace the rubbish truck to the city dump. You stay here in the office. If the police call, tell them where I am, and tell them to hurry, because I've got a hunch I'll be followed. Well, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Except this was a diamond in a trash pile. And at the city dump.
Ain't gonna be easy, mister. But the trucks that come in this morning dumped over there.
Everything in the truck is dumped here, huh?
Yeah. You're lucky we ain't started burning yet. Come on over here.
This where you figure it might be?
It's gotta be. Morning truck's here, afternoon truck's over the other side.
I'm looking for a light globe. A bulb. Will you help me?
Sure. What are you looking for the bulb for?
Now, you won't believe this, but it's worth $50,000.
Are you... 50? What are we waiting for? Here's a bulb.
Break it.
Nothing but a bulb.
Wait a minute. Here's another one.
Nothing.
Come on, let's look for some more. We plowed through everything in that pile of rubbish. Knee-deep in trash, we dug and dug. Until a half hour and 100 light bulbs later.
Hey, look. Here's another one.
Let me have it. Thanks.
Holy mackerel, look at that.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Now, let's get out of here.
Hold it, Holiday!
Come on, fast.
Hey, they're shooting at us.
That's the general idea. Where can we get under cover?
There's an old dump truck there to your left.
Come on, let's go. Duck down here. The metal sides of the truck will protect us.
Phew. Hey, mister, I thought this was a quiet job when I took it.
Holiday, come out of there!
No dice. The police will be here in a minute.
And you've got less time to live than you thought!
He's coming this way. Hey, you got a gun?
No, I never touch a thing. Keep down.
Holiday, one more chance. Throw that diamond out.
Them's police sirens.
Throw it out, Holiday!
We're going to hold out as long as you can. Longer. Well, I guess that does it. Scratch one secretary with a little too much ambition.
Mixed up in it, too, wasn't I, Mr. Holliday?
Susie, you don't know how close it was. Something funny?
I just thought of a gag.
All right. I'll sit through it. Go ahead.
Well, remember the story about Aladdin and the wonderful lamp and the genie?
Genie. Well, what about it?
All he had to do was to rub it to get out of trouble. But you couldn't.
Yes? Where's the gag?
Well, you couldn't. And that's the rub. Don't you get it?
I got it, but I don't know what to do with it. Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville, with this week's adventure written by Theodore Henling. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker, and production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture. Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Dear Mr. Box 13, care of newspaper Star Times, I am Nick Nerekios. For 20 years, I own a restaurant, and there is no trouble, and that is good. Now, I got trouble, and that is bad. One day, I look through paper, I see Box 13, that you go any place, do anything you want adventure. All right, Mr. Box 13, you come to Nick's place, 2129 10th Street. You have no trouble finding because it is only Nick's place.
It is the only Nick's place in the neighborhood. Maybe you help Nick? Yes? Maybe I help Nick, sure. At first I was laughing, and later I was laughing. But I was laughing with tears in my eyes.
And now back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Tempest in a Casserole.
Nick, what's his last name, Mr. Holliday?
Nerekios.
Oh,
Doesn't seem like anything interesting could come of it, does it, Susie?
well, I think you ought to go and see him.
Why? I've had better letters than this, and you've thrown cold water on them.
His place is on 10th Street.
Keep going, Susie. What's your point?
Well, I thought you could do me a favor at the same time.
Uh-huh. What?
Look,
What's that?
I ordered an earthenware pot from Caldwell's department store on 10th Street. And look what they sent me.
It's cute. A little merry-go-round. A toy.
I know, but it isn't what I asked for.
What did you ask for?
I told them to send me a carousel.
You got it.
I didn't. I got this.
If you ordered a carousel, you...
I do not think this is very funny.
Susie, did you by any chance mean a casserole?
Oh, I guess I did.
The customer at Caldwell's is always right. You ordered a carousel, and a carousel you got.
Will you take it back for me?
No,
please?
sure. And even if Nick doesn't have anything interesting, I can do you a favor. So long, Susie. A half hour later, I was in Nick's place on 10th Street. A clean, neat restaurant that seemed to be doing a wonderful business. Every table was filled, and the counter was loaded and crowded with people. I asked for Nick, and a waitress guided me to his office in the rear.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can do you something, sir.
Well, the question is, what can I do for you?
What are you selling?
My services, free.
Oh, I'm sorry, I do not understand. Mr. 13, I am so glad. Please, you sit down, please. Eh?
Oh, thanks. I have a name as well as a number, Nick. It's Dan Holliday.
Oh, good, Mr. Dan. My name, Alexander Nerekios.
Alexander? But I thought...
Oh, sure. My name, Alexander, but when I first come this country, everybody call me Nick. One name, she's good like any other. But that is not here or any place, yes?
Yes, I suppose not.
Mr. Dan, you see my restaurant, you come in, yes?
Yes, and you're doing a roaring business, Nick.
Like Shakespeare says, it's a rob.
What do you mean?
Oh, Mr. Dan, you look here. I open the door.
It's still crowded out there.
Yes, but each one have coffee, just coffee. They sit and read newspapers, books, anything, and they drink 1 cup of coffee.
Nothing else?
Nothing.
Oh, I see. And how long do they stay?
All day long. I am losing money, fist over hands.
Any enemies who might want that?
Enemies? No, I have no enemies, Mr. Dan. I like everybody like me. You ask all around. Everybody say, Nick Nerekios, good man.
Has anyone else ever wanted this spot?
Oh, sure. Lots of times people come, they want to sublease from me. I say no.
Has that happened recently?
Sure, only 2 days ago.
I think that's it, Nick. This is a good spot in between Caldwell's department store and a bank. You probably did a lot of business before the coffee drinkers moved in on you.
Yes, but now, my regular customer, they come past at noontime, they look in, they see all the business, they in a hurry, so they go someplace else. Oh, Mr. Dan, you help Nick, yes?
Sure. I'll tell you what, Nick. You put a sign on each table and on the counter. One that reads, Minimum charge, 50 cents.
Oh, that is wonderful. That's magnificent, Mr. Dan. Yes, sure. I do that. Yes.
Okay. Now I'll be running along.
Look, anytime you want, you come to Nick's place. You bring friends, all your friends. Nick cook personally for you. Anything you want. You do that, yes?
It's a deal.
Now you tell me something else.
What's that, Nick?
Why you do this? Why you put that ad in the paper?
Well, I write stories, Nick, and sometimes a letter leads me to a good one.
You don't take money?
No.
How you live?
By my stories. When I haven't got writer's cramp.
Oh.
Well, I've got to be going, Nick. Meanwhile, don't forget the signs on the tables and the counter. So, marking that little visit off to profit and loss, I went home. Then the next day at the office.
You forgot, didn't you?
Huh? Forgot what, Susie?
You didn't take my carousel back for a casserole.
Oh, I'm sorry, Susie. I put it in the back of my car and forgot all about it. I'll do it for you, though.
When, Mr. Holliday?
Maybe today.
All right. Hello?
Please, you let me talk to Mr. Holliday. I want to talk to Mr. Dan. Please,
I know,
hurry.
but you have
Very
done-
important. You
Wait
let
a
me talk-
minute. I don't know who this is, Mr. Holliday.
Yeah, I'll take it. Hello?
Mr. Dan Holliday, I want to talk to Mr. Dan Holliday, the writer.
Well, this is Dan. Oh, Nick?
Yes, Nick. Oh, Mr. Dan, I am in trouble once more again.
What's the matter? My idea, didn't it work?
Oh, sure, fine. Work fine.
Then what's the matter?
My credit, it is ruined.
Your credit. Now, go slowly, Nick, and tell me all about it.
For years I buy on credit, the same as big business. All the time I pay my bills sharp on the dash. Now, all of a sudden, no credit.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like someone fixed that for you.
What do I do now? No wholesaler send Nick food he need for business. I cannot open my restaurant. I am ruined.
Now, calm down a minute and listen to me.
I listen.
Did you make money last month?
Always I make money.
Well, have you got a bank account?
4 of them.
All right, then. Have one of your banks call the wholesalers with whom you do business. Just reestablish your credit. That's all.
That is all I do, Mr. Dan?
Mm-hmm. That's all.
What a wonderful man. Mr. Dan,
Yes?
you are not writer.
No?
No, you are a genius. Goodbye.
Susie, I am now a genius.
Good, but is there a story in it?
Oh, you slave driver. What a wonderful guy.
Who, Nick? Why didn't you go down there then?
But you heard me handle it over the phone.
My casserole, Mr. Holliday.
Oh. All right. Later. And I'm glad we had that thing put in. It keeps me awake. I'll get it, Susie.
Okay.
Hello.
Mr. Dan?
Yeah, Nick? You again?
Mr. Dan, the whole world is terrible.
Now, what's the matter?
Nothing like has happened since Adam and Eve. The world is upside down, topsy-topsy.
Hold it a minute, Nick. You better start over again.
Oh, I will take back the drinkers of coffee. I will pay them to come back, but this is too much. Please, you come to me. Help me, Mr. Dan.
All right, Nick, all right. I'll be there in a half hour. I hurried down to Nick's place, and before I could drive up in front, I knew something was wrong. The street was crowded with trucks and the drivers. The place was a bedlam. Horns tooting, drivers yelling at each other to get out of the way, and right in the center of it all, Nick. His hair was standing on end, his face was as white as a sheet, and his arms were flying around like a lunatic windmill. I parked in an alley a half a block away and walked toward Nick.
No, these are not mine. I did not order 10 radios and jig boxes.
Now, look, you're Nick Nera. Are you Nick?
I am Nick. I wish I was not Nick.
Hey, Nick, what's this all about?
Oh, Mr. Dan, my friend. Look what has happened to Nick.
Hey, mister, you know this guy, this Nick?
Yes, I do. What is all this, driver?
Yeah, just look at this bill here. It says deliver 10 radios and 3 jukeboxes to Nick's place. Now the guy says he don't order them.
No, I don't, Mr. Dan.
Hey, pull that hacky ears out of the way. I gotta get in there.
Keep your ears in, wise guy. I'm hit first.
Oh, Mr. Dan, my restaurant is filled with things I do not order. Look, all up the street, down the street, trucks.
Yeah, I see him, Nick.
2 pianos, 5 refrigerators, 19 beds. My customers are all gone. They are scared of the elephant.
Elephant? Oh, what do you mean?
Somebody send Nick an elephant.
Oh, Mr. Dan, please, about an elephant is nothing funny.
Okay, Nick. You go back into your restaurant. I'll take care of this for you.
Oh, you do this, Mr. Dan. Nick is grateful.
Yeah, sure.
What would I do with an elephant?
Well, I did what I could. I convinced the truck drivers with the help of 5 cops that a mistake had been made. It took over an hour, but at last the tangle was unsnarled. Radios, refrigerators, jukeboxes, razor blades, pianos, beds, whatnots, and the elephant. Well, they were all sent back where they'd come from. Then I went in to see Nick.
Oh, Mr. Dan, Nick does not know what to say. Nick is spokeless.
Sit down, Nick.
Oh, sure. You want some coffee?
Not right now, thanks. Look, Nick, you said someone had asked you to sublet your restaurant. What reason was given?
They say Nick does not know how to run a restaurant. They say they make a gold mine.
Yet you've been making a comfortable living.
Oh, in America, I am very happy. I come here a long time ago now.
Mm-hmm. All right, Nick, here's what you do. You sit tight.
Sit tight?
Stay right where you are. Don't sublet to anyone. Understand?
Oh, I never give up my place. Never.
That's the ticket. Whoever's doing this to you will have to give up sometime.
Mm-hmm.
And if anything else happens, you let me know,
Oh,
huh?
sure. I call my good friend, Mr. Dan.
Swell.
Why you think they do this to me, Mr. Dan?
I don't know, Nick. But it'll be interesting to find out. I went back home, and the more I thought about Nick and the trouble he was having, the more curious I got. Why should anyone want a restaurant badly enough to go to all that trouble? Why? I was still wondering when... Hello?
Mr. Dan? Is this Mr. Dan?
Yes, who is this?
I am Mrs. Nick Nerakios.
Mrs. Narakios.
Yes. Mr. Dan,
Mrs. Narakios, what's the matter?
It's about Nick, my poor Nick.
What about him?
He wants you to come to him.
Where?
Home. You come, please. Please come, please.
Right away. What's the address?
789 Borden Street. Please, you hurry, please. Something terrible has happened to my Nick.
And now back to Tempest in a Casserole, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
I hurried to Nick's home. Whatever had happened to him was enough to make his wife almost hysterical. She met me at the door, her face stained with tears. She led me through the clean little flat and...
Nick, here is Mr. Dan.
Oh, my friend.
Nick, what happened? Who did this to you?
Look what they do to my Nick. His poor eyes, his nose, my Nick.
Gina, you go out of room for a minute. Yes, I want to talk to Mr. Dan. Make some coffee, eh?
All right, Nick, all right. I make you some coffee.
Nick, how did this happen?
Tonight I leave my restaurant. Always I take the shortcut through the alley back of my place. I walk for a little bit and somebody hit me.
Did you see who it was?
No,
Did you go to the police?
No. I come home. I tell my wife to call you, Mr. Dan.
But you should have gone to the police.
Oh, but I am scared, Mr. Dan. I read in paper that men who do this will also maybe hurt my wife. I do not want that, Mr. Dan. I do not want that.
Nick, I want you to sublet your place.
Oh, no, I do not do that. I will send my wife away where she will be safe, but no, Nick, stay here, like you say, sit tight. I not give up.
You want me to help you, don't you?
Oh, sure.
And listen to me and do as I say. Sublet your restaurant. Sublet it and we'll see what happens. After I left Nick, I went to see Lieutenant Kling. He listened to what I had to tell him, and...
But, Dan, he should have come to the police.
He was scared, Kling. Besides, what could he prove? The men who beat him up were hired by the person or persons who want Nick's place.
Why?
There's a bank next door, Kling.
I know that, but you're not thinking those guys will drill through the walls in that restaurant to get to the bank.
It's been done before.
Yeah, I know. So you told Nick to go ahead and sublet.
That's right. Look, Kling, here's the way I figured. They want Nick's place badly enough to commit mayhem. They counted on his being scared enough to keep him away from the police. But what they didn't know was that Nick had written to me asking me to help.
So, what's your idea?
Let them have the place. Let them do what they want. But watch that bank. Well, Nick sublet his place to the men who had been after it. And Kling and the police watched the bank. Special alarms were set in the walls. Night and day, the restaurant was watched. And what happened? And exactly what happened to Simple Simon's fish hook and the pail of water. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. One day, after a couple of weeks of this game of watch and wait, I was in my office.
Mr. Holliday,
What, Susie?
did you ever look in the back seat of your car?
Back seat of my car? Why? Who's there?
Not who, what?
Well, what's this? 20 questions?
My carousel is still in the back seat of your car. It's been there for weeks now.
Oh, I'm sorry, Susie. I'm sorry. I hope I haven't held up your cooking.
If you'll give it to me, Mr. Holliday, I'll take it back and exchange it. I wouldn't want to put you to all that trouble.
No, Susie, don't be cross. I'll take it back today. I'm going to Nick's place anyway.
Promise?
Honest Injun and stuff.
Fine. Now I can make baked noodles sometime.
Good enough. I'll go right now.
Oh, hello, Lieutenant.
Why, hello, if it isn't Lieutenant Kling. Come on in.
This isn't a social call. Look, Holliday, the department's pulling the men off the bank and the restaurant today.
But why?
Why? Because I needed someplace else. For 2 weeks we played Find the Gimmick because you had an idea. Now we're very tired.
But that's what those men might be waiting for.
Yeah, look, if they're going to make the pitch, they'd have made it. But they didn't.
There's no sign they won't.
Okay. So we know who they are in case they do. They wouldn't get 10 feet before we'd have them. Dan, we can't play anymore. Sorry.
Okay. But I'm sure they're playing some kind of a fast game.
Then you get in it. So long.
Maybe Kling was right. But then again, maybe I was right. I hadn't been in the restaurant since the last time with Nick. I wanted to keep out of the way in case I'd been spotted then. So I thought I'd drop in before going to the department store. A waiter came up to me.
Yeah? What'll it be, mister?
Where's your menu?
We ain't got any.
No menus?
Our customers can't read.
It's a funny way to run a restaurant.
Okay, it's funny, so laugh.
Well, what have you got to eat?
Hamburgers.
And?
Onions.
Nothing else?
Our customers ain't that hungry.
Okay, bring me a hamburger. No onions. And a cup of coffee.
Take a while if you don't want to wait and leave.
This was a great restaurant. Not like when Nick had it. I was the only customer, and from the waiter's attitude, the lack of business was understandable. What was going on? As I sat there, I heard a sound that puzzled me. I couldn't figure it. And as best as I could judge, it was coming from the kitchen right in back of me. I just couldn't place that sound, although I knew I'd heard it before, someplace. Then the waiter came back after a 15-minute wait.
Here you are, mister.
How about the coffee?
Be up in a minute.
Oh, just a second. You put onions on this.
No extra charge.
But I don't want onions. This is loaded with them.
Okay. Don't eat it then.
So I sat there and looked at the hamburger. It was fried hard, and the bread was well on its way to being toast by reason of age. And the waiter? Well, if he had ever waited tables before, I'd eat the hamburger, which I didn't. I never did get the coffee, but waiting for it gave me the chance to look around and think. That sound puzzled me, but I couldn't figure it any more than I could get the reason for the whole setup. But one thing was obvious. The management didn't care if any customers came in or not. So I left. I went next door to Caldwell's department store to exchange Susie's carousel for a casserole. And at the counter...
Yes, sir. May I help you?
Yes, please. I want this exchange.
Do you have your slip, sir?
It's with the carousel. You see, I'd like to get one of these casseroles in exchange.
For yourself, sir?
Does that make any difference?
Well, I thought you might have a color preference. We have them in earth brown, red, and green.
Green.
Green? Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry. We're out of the green one.
Well, it really doesn't make any difference.
Well, how about the red?
That'll be fine.
Do you like to cook?
Not particularly.
Oh, many men do.
Well, this is not for me. It's,
I see. Let's see now. These are $1.95, and the exchange on the carousel is, let's see now. You owe me $1.87.
Here you are.
Out of 5, thank you, and I'll have your change in just a moment.
Hey, that sound.
I beg your pardon?
That sound. Now I know.
No what, sir?
The compressed air tube for sending slips and money to the cashier. Oh, lady, I love you.
Really, sir, this is neither the time nor the place.
Where's the manager?
You have a complaint?
No, a hunch, and I'm going to play it. Where's the manager?
Well, the second floor office is in the rear of the building.
Thank you.
Your change, sir, and your casserole.
Don't worry, I'll be back. It was a hunch, all right. But I thought it was a good one. I called Kling, told him to get to the Caldwells right away, and to bring a certain something with him. And later in the manager's office.
But I don't understand, Mr. Holliday.
That makes 2 of us, Mr. Bardo. Holiday, what gives?
Mr. Bardo, has your store shown a loss for, say, the last 2 weeks?
Loss? Are you a stockholder?
No, but has it?
Well, then I hardly think...
Dan, get to the point. What are you doing? You call me here and tell me to bring a tear gas bomb. I think you've slipped your hinges.
Listen, let's all go down to the kitchenware department.
Kitchenware?
All right, any place in the store. I want to prove something.
Well, this is highly irregular, but since you've brought in the police, I must assume you're serious.
I assure you I am. Come on.
Conning? Miss Conning?
Yes, Mr. Bardo? Oh, it's you again.
Hello.
Miss Conning, this gentleman...
Mr. Bardo, I assure you I was courteous. Why, he told me he loved me.
What?
What's going on?
It was a figure of speech. Look, Mr. Bardo, please ask Miss Corning to do what I asked.
Really, this is ridiculous. However, Miss Corning...
Yes, Mr. Bardo?
Make out a sales slip for...
this frying pan. Here.
Yes, sir.
Now, here's a $10 bill. Send it along through the compressed air tube.
Shall I wrap the pan?
No, I don't think I'll want it. Just the slip, the money, and the change tube.
Go ahead, Miss Corning.
Yes, sir.
And what about the tear gas bomb, Dan?
Tear gas?
Miss Corning.
What about it, Dan?
Now, we'll see. All right, Miss Corning, send the slip and the $10 bill through the change tube. No, wait.
What now?
Mr. Bardo, call the cashier and tell her to expect this carrier.
If it weren't that the police, give me the house phone, Miss Corning. Thank you. Extension 490. Hello, Miss Roebling. This is Mr. Bardo. In just a moment, a carrier containing a sales slip for a frying pan and a $10 bill will come to you and... Mr. Holliday, why am I telling her this?
Just tell her to do the usual with it.
Oh, very well. Miss Roebling, handle the carrier as usual. Yes, thank you. All right, now what?
Send the carrier, Miss Corning.
Dan, will you tell me why I'm here? I'm on a perfectly good homicide case, and you drag me here to go through an idiotic...
I think you'll see. How long will this take, Mr. Bardo?
Oh, a few seconds. The store isn't crowded. Business isn't good today, not at all.
Yeah, that goes for me, too.
There's a carrier. Open it, Miss Corning.
Yes, sir. Oh, the change is here, and your receipt for the frying pan.
You sure?
Of course, look at it.
Dan, you just bought yourself a frying pan. Now you should go home and bang your head with it. Or let me.
I don't get it. I thought I had...
Oh, excuse me, that's my extension.
You thought you what, Dan?
Hello?
I thought I had a hunch about that.
Now, you've taken up a great deal of our time,
Mr. Bardo, the cashier phoned. She said she didn't get the carrier.
But that's impossible. There's the slip and the change.
I knew I had a hunch. Kling, let me have that tear gas bomb.
No, I give up. Here.
Mr. Holliday, what are you going to do?
Give me one of those carriers, Miss Corning. Thanks. Now, we'll put the bomb in the carrier. So. And gimmick it so that when the carrier's opened, the tear gas bomb will do its stuff. Okay. Send it along, Miss Corning.
Holiday, you crazy? The cashier opens that,
She won't get it. Go ahead, Miss Corning. Send it on.
Mr. Bardo, should I?
Yes, send it. I'll warn the cashier by phone not to open it. Mark it with your checking pencil.
Good. Come on, Kling, I'll buy you a hamburger. Next door.
You think we made it?
Sure. Now just keep an eye on the front door of the hamburger place. Here they come. Grab him, Kling. Grab him.
Hey, what's the matter?
Ah, the waiter with tears in his eyes. I told you there were too many onions in that hamburger.
those crooks were taking money like that?
That's right, Susie. They had tapped into the compressed air tubes which ran through the walls of the department store in Nick's place. Were helping themselves to some nice, easy cash.
They must have made a fortune.
No, not a fortune, but enough. You see, if they had grabbed every one of the carriers, it would have spoiled the game. The store would become suspicious.
Oh.
But they work each city for a month, and they move on to another spot.
What won't they think of next?
Who knows? Now, excuse me. I've got a date at Nick's for dinner.
Oh, Mr. Holliday.
Hmm?
Why'd you get a red one?
Red what?
Casserole. I like green. So, as long as you're going down that way, will you exchange...
Oh, good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville, and this week's original story was written by Robert M. Light. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. Part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker, and that of Lieutenant Kling by Edmund McDonald. Production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture. Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of the Star Times. If you mean what you say in your advertisement, perhaps you're the one to help me. If help does not come for me soon, I will be killed. Please use the enclosed airline ticket and come to Mexico City at once. When you arrive, go directly to the Hotel Mariposa and wait. Please hurry, because every hour brings me closer to death.
Because every hour brings me closer to death. Arthur Meade. Sure, the letter had a ring to it that made me believe it. And I felt sorry for him. But 48 hours later, I had someone else to worry about. A fella named Dan Holliday.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Mexican Maze.
Mexico City. What a place to be.
Would you like to go in my place, Susan?
I sure would, Mr. Holliday.
All right, I'll tell you what. You take the ticket and go. Then when you get to Mexico City, you find Mr. Arthur Meade.
Then what?
Then keep him from being killed. What's the matter, Susie? Don't you like Mexico anymore?
Oh, you were kidding when you said I could go, weren't you?
What makes you think that?
Oh, how could I keep anyone from being killed?
What worries me is how am I going to do it?
He sure sounds like he's got his back to the hall.
Susie, wall. But wherever he's got it, he sounds as though he might not have it there long. Okay, Susie, close up shop. I'm off to the land of the Aztecs. The flight to Mexico City was routine, and an hour later, after I got off the plane, I registered as Box 13 at the Hotel Mariposa and was shown to my room. The bellboy had no sooner left than... Hello?
Is this the man from Box 13?
Yes, I'm Box 13.
Thank heavens you came. I was desperate, Mr.
Holliday. Dan Holliday.
Listen, I've only a couple of minutes, Holliday. I've got to talk fast. Are you there?
Of course, go ahead.
There's an importer here, an American. His name is Robert Lucas, and he...
Hello? 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 So there I was, with a dead telephone and a name, Robert Lucas. I had no idea where to get in touch with Meade, and the telephone directory had no listing for him. But it had one for Mr. Lucas. And it was with Mr. Lucas that I made an appointment for that afternoon. I got there a little early and approached his office. Then I stopped. The door was open, and I couldn't help overhearing.
And if that's your idea of an explanation, we're through, Robert. We're finished.
That's what you think, Marilyn. It's not quite that simple, my dear. Not at all.
I'll make it simple. Very simple. You understand?
I'm afraid I do. You didn't think I'd do that, did you?
Maybe you'd like me to go to Meade. Goodbye, Mr. Lucas.
I ducked back out of sight and let her pass. She didn't see me. What I saw was a woman of maybe 30, and very lovely. Her heels beating, a tattoo down the hall. I waited a couple of seconds, then.
Yes, come on in. What can I do for you?
I telephoned for an appointment, Mr. Lucas.
Oh, yes. You're Mr. Holliday?
That's right.
Please sit down.
Oh, thank you.
Now, sir, you said over the phone that you were an importer.
In a way, yes.
In a way. You are or you aren't.
Let's say I was imported.
What are you driving at? Now, look, I'm a very busy man. If this is some sort of ruse to get in here and pester me for a job, I've no time. If you need financial help, go to the
I
American
don't need help,
consulate.
Mr. Lucas. I give it.
Will you come to the point?
Certainly. The point is Arthur Meade.
You said Arthur Meade?
That's right. You know him?
What business is it of yours?
Mr. Meade asked me to come here. He said he was in danger of being killed.
Killed?
The same. He telephoned me about an hour after I got in. But we were cut off. Or he was.
Where was he?
I don't know.
What did he say?
He mentioned your name, that's all.
That's all?
He didn't have time for chit-chat.
What's your connection with him?
Let's say business.
Mr. Holliday, I don't know where Arthur Meade is. I haven't seen him for days.
What's he afraid of?
I don't know.
You don't seem to know very much.
That makes us even.
Yes, I guess it does. So you've no idea where I can find Arthur Meade?
No, there are a great many places in Mexico City where a man could hide.
What makes you think Meade is hiding?
I assume he is, since neither of us knows where he is.
Then I guess our little chit-chat is over.
It would seem so, Mr. Holliday.
Well, I may call on you again.
Oh, please do. We'll talk about the importing business. Perhaps we may even talk about exports.
I didn't like the way Lucas said exports. He could have meant me. A second thought convinced me he did. But he knew plenty about Arthur Meade, which gave him aces against my deuces. But I had an ace, too. The girl named Marilyn. Now all I had to do was find her. So I started right away. And the first stop was the elevator man in Lucas's office building.
Si, senor, si. I know the senorita. She come here many times.
Who is she? What's her name?
Why do you want to know this, senor?
Well, she's very pretty.
You like her, see?
If you want it that way, yes.
Bueno. I'm going to tell you. She's Senorita Marilyn Cooper.
Oh, an American.
Si.
Where can I find her?
I do not know where she lives, senor.
Oh, I see.
But I know where she works.
Oh, that's better. Where?
She's a dancer in the club de las Tres Flores.
Where's that?
El Calle Alameda.
Alameda Street?
Si.
Oh, thank you. And here.
Gracias, senor. Muchas gracias.
You're welcome. In Spanish. I went to the Club of the Three Flowers. It was closed in the afternoon, so I had to wait until evening. My Spanish being somewhat on the rusty side, I had a little trouble getting to see Marilyn Cooper. But I managed it, and 10 minutes later, I was sitting across from her at one of the tables.
I don't know you, do I?
No, you don't, Miss Cooper.
You're an American.
Mm-hmm. So are you.
Uh-huh. Why'd you come to see me?
2 reasons. One, Arthur Meade.
What?
The other, Robert Lucas.
Who are you?
I'm the man who always pops up to scare people with things I'm supposed not to know.
Well, I'm not scared.
No.
How do you know about Meade and Robert?
Why do you call Meade by his last name and Lucas by his first?
Does that make any difference?
No, except that I happened to overhear your little spat with him today.
Well,
Please don't get up. I didn't mean to. But you were talking in something more than a soft whisper, and I...
Then you know what he did.
If you mean that slap, yes.
What's your name?
Dan Holliday.
Do you know Arthur Meade?
No, I'm beginning to think I'll never know him.
What
are we going to say?
If I tell you where you can find Arthur Meade, what'll you do?
That all depends.
You'd better find him before Robert Lucas does.
Oh, why?
Listen, I'll talk fast. I'll say it once because Robert's capable of having me watched and getting even with me.
Go ahead. What have you got to say?
Robert's got Meade tied up. Meade's only chance to get back on his feet financially is a deal he's got on the fire with a man named Barnes.
What kind of a deal?
I don't know exactly. Something to do with the export business. Robert's trying to prevent that.
Why doesn't Meade go to the police?
Police? Meade's no angel. He's got plenty of tar on his record. But he's got to keep out of Robert's way until he closes the deal with Barnes.
Oh, that's why he's hiding.
Yeah.
And our Mr. Lucas would like to close a deal with Meade permanently if he found him.
Yeah, he would. Lucas has got a lot of friends. Some of them are real ugly, outside and inside.
All right. Where can I find Meade?
34 Alvarado Drive.
34 Alvarado Drive.
You better get out of here.
That's one more question.
What?
Tell me how you know where to find Meade.
I got friends, too. I found out.
Oh. And we're going to make Lucas pay for the information.
What do you think I am?
Someday we'll go into that matter. Right now, I'm going to find Meade and get myself straightened out, if possible. I left Marilyn Cooper, and I was firmly convinced that a nicer pair of characters than Marilyn and Lucas I'd never meet again. And no tears shed if I didn't. I took a cab to 34 Alvarado Drive, and when I got there, a clerk told me Senor Meade was in number 107. I walked down the hallway, then I stopped. The door to Meade's room was open, and I looked in. Waited a second, and then... Aren't you far from home plate, Mr. Lucas?
You!
Let's not be hasty, Mr. Lucas.
Take your hands off.
Let's go inside.
Take your...
Inside, please. Where's Meade?
Do you see him?
I'd like to.
Take a look around. You'll see what I saw.
Empty drawers, empty closet, empty room. That is, except for you and me.
Brilliant.
Elementary. Now, where's Meade?
I don't know.
How'd you know he lived here? This afternoon you told me you didn't know.
It's none of your business.
You were searching this room. For what? Expect to find Meade tucked away in a drawer?
Holiday, you're meddling in something that's none of your business. Now let me out of here.
Not until you...
Let me out.
Is that loaded?
It is. Now get away from the door.
Certainly. It's all yours.
You show good sense, Holiday. Good night.
First trick to Mr. Lucas. But I still wanted to know what became of Meade and what I was doing in the game. I was sure Lucas didn't know where Meade had gone. I looked around the room. Nothing was left in the drawers, the closet. Meade had cleared out, clean. Then on the battered telephone table, I found a bus schedule. The departure time of a northbound bus had been ringed in red. I wondered if Lucas had seen it. If he had, I had to beat him to the bus depot. As I opened the door...
¿Qué tal, amigo?
I
speak English.
So do I.
You will please to sit, senor. Please to sit.
Aren't you in the wrong room?
Senor, when I'm a little muchacho, I have learned to throw a knife. Very good. I have not forgot. You like to see me do it with this knife?
No, thank you.
Then you will be pleased to sit.
Ever come face to face with a big, toothy grin holding a knife in your face? Well, it isn't pleasant. I sat. Does this make you happy?
Sí. Bueno.
Look, I'm afraid you've made a mistake, senor.
Oh, no, senor. You make the mistake. Ay, es muy triste. It's very sad.
What do you mean?
Nada. Nothing, senor. I have only come to kill you.
He said it so calmly, so matter-of-factly, but he meant it. His grin got wider, and the knife that glinted in his hand looked very, very sharp. Then...
I am paid to kill you, senor. I do not have something against you, but business is business. You will please to stand, amigo, with your back to me.
Now, listen,
With your back to me, senor. I like your face, and I do not wish to see it when I do with the knife what I am paid to do.
And now back to Mexican Maze, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
I turned my back on the grin. It wasn't easy to do. I saw his reflection in the window I faced. He came toward me. The knife held straight out in front. Then he did something I couldn't understand. Until later. Much later. He stopped and spoke.
Amigo, I like your face. How much you pay me not to kill you?
What did you say?
A peso is a peso, amigo. If I did not like your face, I would kill you. But since I like your face, I will make the bargain.
How much do you want?
How much it is worth, your life.
I haven't got that much with me.
I will take what you have. Turn around. Do not try the tricks, no?
Oh, no, don't worry.
Give me what you have.
All right.
Bueno. The little coins you keep. Now, amigo, adios. And por favor, do not try to follow me. I would not like to break this bargain. Adios.
I didn't get it. Why didn't he kill me? I stopped thinking about it because I had to get to Meade. It was too late to get to the bus terminal before Meade's bus left. The next best thing was...
Bueno.
Hello, get me the Mexico Central bus terminal.
Sí, señor.
Gracias. Hello. I want you to page one of your passengers leaving on the 10:18 bus for the north. His name is Arthur Meade. Gracias. I waited. I waited and wondered if Lucas had beat me to the punch then.
Hello?
Meade, this is Holiday.
Where have you been?
Never mind that. Why did you ring off this morning?
I had to. Listen, Holiday, I've got to leave Mexico City. I think Lucas knows where I'm staying.
I know he does. He was here.
Here? Where are you?
34 Alvarado.
He did know.
Look, what's all this about?
Holiday, I've got everything arranged. Go to the Hotel Del Grado, register there in my name.
Your name?
Please, I'll miss this bus and I've got to leave. Just listen to me. Go to the hotel, register in my name. A package will be delivered to you. Later, a man named Barnes will come to see you. Give him the package. It contains money. He'll give you an envelope. Keep it until you hear from me again. Have you got that?
Yeah, all right, but how will I get in touch with you?
You won't. I'll contact you. And Holiday.
Yes, what?
Protect yourself, because Lucas will do everything he can to keep that deal from being closed. Even murder.
Meade hung up and left me hanging. Way out on a limb. Sure, I could have taken a plane back home. But I owed something to Mr. Lucas for sending the grin after me. I was sure it was Lucas who'd done that because only he knew I was in Meade's place and only he and Marilyn Cooper. I left 34 Alvarado with no regrets. Went to the Hotel Del Grado and registered as Arthur Meade. I signed the register, and no sooner had I done so when the clerk said...
Senor Meade. There was someone here earlier this evening. He left this package and asked that it be delivered to you.
Oh, thank you. Just a minute, please.
Si, Senor Meade.
Has there been a Mr. Barnes asking for me?
Barnes? Barnes. No, Senor Meade. No one has been asking for you.
Who left this package for me?
It was delivered by messenger, Senor.
I see. Well, thank you.
It is a pleasure, Senor Meade. I hope your stay here will be very pleasant.
Pleasant, he said. He didn't know what he was saying. I'd just turned away from the desk when I caught sight of Marilyn Cooper. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her go toward the back of the hotel. I waited a moment and went out another entrance, cut through to the back of the hotel and ducked into a doorway where I couldn't be seen. Marilyn Cooper was waiting for someone. She hadn't long to wait until a bellhop came up to her.
Senorita. Here I am, Tomas.
Si.
Here's the bottle and the note.
And the money, senorita?
You'll get that when the job's done.
No, senorita. I want it now.
I said when the job's done.
Now, senorita, or there will be no job.
How do I know you'll go through with it?
I have made a promise, senorita.
Promise?
It is a very bad thing to kill a man with poison.
You're being paid.
Now.
All right, here.
Gracias.
You know what you're to do.
Si.
You take the coffee to Senor Meade.
With what is in the little bottle in the cafe.
That's right.
Senorita, it will kill quickly, see?
Yes. Now just listen. When you've done that, wait outside his door until you're sure he's drunk the coffee. Then go inside. Put the note I gave you on the dresser in the room. You understand?
Si. It is quite simple.
All right.
Adios, senorita.
Wait.
Si?
You'd better not slip up, Tomas. If you do...
I do not make these slips. Hasta la vista, senorita.
Now, here was a twist. Marilyn Cooper paying to have Meade poisoned and a note left with his body. Then a cold chill hit me. I just remembered. I was Arthur Meade. I went back to the front of the hotel and was just about to go inside when I saw Robert Lucas leaving a car.
You come with me, Ernesto.
Ernesto was none other than the Grin. He and Lucas went into a telegraph office next to the hotel. I looked into his car. There was luggage in the rear seat, lots of it. I sauntered toward the car, trying to keep one eye on Lucas in the telegraph office and the other on the car. I ducked back. But not before I saw something dangling from the key ring in the ignition lock. And what I saw made me blink. Then Lucas and the Grin came back out. I twisted away and out of sight. They drove off, and I went into the telegraph office. I found the pad of message blanks Lucas had used. I tore off the top, and 10 minutes later, I showed it to Lieutenant Casadro, Mexico City Police.
But, Senor Holiday, I do not understand. You say you did not send this message?
I did not, Lieutenant. Lucas sent it. That's the impression of the telegram he sent. Simple kid's trick. Just run a soft pencil over the sheet, and the writing comes out. If the writer pressed hard enough when he wrote it. And Lucas did.
Box 13, care of Star Times. That is a newspaper, senor?
Yes. Read the message.
Have finished work in Mexico City. Going to Criotas for vacation. Take care of things, Susie. See you soon. Dan.
I happen to be Dan.
But why should Senor Lucas send this?
If we play out this little game, we'll know.
He wanted this Susie to think you had gone to Criotas.
That's it.
But why?
Lieutenant, if you'll send a wire to the United States asking about Arthur Meade, I think we'll have part of our answer.
Oh, very good. I will send it. Then what?
Then you'll be in the hotel later. I'm in room 512, and I'll be lying on the floor with an empty poison bottle and a suicide note.
Senor Holiday, this is a Chinese puzzle.
Senor Lieutenant Casadro, this is a Mexican maze. But I think we're going to come out of it on top. Now, here's what we can do. I need your help. Send the wire to the United States. Then come to Hotel... Come in.
Senor Meade, here is cafe.
Coffee? I didn't order it.
I know, senor, but it is the custom of the hotel. It is very good cafe, senor. Americans like cafe, see?
Yes, we do. Oh, thanks. Put it on the table.
Si, senor. I'm going to pour for you, see?
Please.
Senor, it's just right to drink.
I'll bet it is. Okay, here you are.
Muchas gracias, senor. It is that I hope you are going to sleep well.
I'll just bet you do. Good night. I listened for a moment, then I made with the coffee cup. Then I went into my act. The bellhop came back in, put the note on the dresser, and then...
Ándale, help! The Senor Meade, he is dead! The Senor Meade!
¿Qué es, muchacho?
Policía. Señor Lieutenant, el Senor Meade está muerto.
Silencio.
What's the matter? Oh,
Senorita, you know this man?
well, yes, it's Arthur Meade.
And you, senorita?
Marilyn Cooper.
What is it? What's the matter? Good Lord. Meade.
Come no closer to the body, senor. You know this man, too?
Yes, I know him well, Arthur Meade. He's dead.
Very dead, senor. It is... Oh, a note.
A note?
I can no longer face the world after what I have done. This is the best way out. Arthur Meade. Oh.
Poor Meade.
Robert, please, take me away from here.
Why so fast, Marilyn?
What?
Holiday.
Lieutenant, grab him. Have your man get that bellhop.
Un momento, senor Lucas. Senorita Cooper. I do not wish to fire this gun.
You idiot, you said it was safe, you fool.
Shut up, Marilyn.
Well, this looks like a real argument. Not like the one you staged for me before, Lucas or Meade. No matter what you call yourself, your name's Mud from now on.
Senor Holiday, it was a great pleasure.
All mine, Lieutenant.
But will you please explain? We have no time before, and there are my reports to be made out.
Sure. Well, Meade was an embezzler.
See, my telegram to the United States verified that.
So the trail was getting hot. Now, the one sure way to make the police stop hunting for you is to be dead.
But sooner or later, we would have received the description from the United States.
Mm-hmm. Even so. You'd have wired the States that Arthur Meade had committed suicide down here. You had verification that I was Meade, Marilyn Cooper, Lucas, or Meade, and the hotel clerk.
And the big deal Meade was going to have?
A fake. A blind to keep me from getting suspicious. There's the envelope that was supposed to contain money. Full of cut-up newspapers.
But one more point. Why did not the man kill you at the 34 Alvarado?
Because he wasn't supposed to. You see, that was a stall to keep me from getting to the bus terminal before Lucas did. The red mark on the bus timetable would make me think Meade had taken a bus. But Lucas had to get there before I did. Or at least in time to answer my call if I had him paged.
Senor, if people spent as much time making good things instead of bad things like this, what a wonderful world it would be.
It's not so bad, Lieutenant. But it has a hard time keeping ahead of the Meades and Marilyn Coopers.
Gee, Mr. Holliday, I didn't know what to think when I got that wire saying you were going to take a vacation in Creosote.
Susie, Creotis. Anyway, you were supposed to think I'd gone there, and, well, it would have been a dead end.
Just think, you might have been killed as Arthur Meade.
I might have been killed as Dan Holliday.
Oh, wait a minute. There's one more thing.
What's that, Susie?
You said you noticed something dangling from the key ring in the ignition lock of Lucas's, of Meade's, well, in the ignition lock.
Oh, it was a tag, Susie. A tag attached to a key, and the number on the tag was 107.
107?
Mm-hmm. Meade's room at 34 Alvarado. Now, I ask you, why would Lucas have had that on his keychain if he hadn't have been Meade himself?
Jeepers. Now, that's the kind of adventure I like. When are you going again?
Oh, good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville. This week's original story was written by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. Production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount. Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of Star Times. I have a proposition for you. One that will bring you $10,000 if you go through with it. But you've got to make up your mind fast. I'm at 658 Carson Street. I won't be there after tomorrow evening. So, if you're interested, come to see me.
If you are interested, come to see me. Bring this letter to identify yourself and come to flat number 6. Remember, you've got to hurry. That was it. No signature to the letter. Just that sense of urgency that made me feel as though the writer were afraid. He was. And later, I was.
Now back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's latest adventure, Sealed Instructions.
Well, Susie, what do you make of it?
He's in an awful hurry, Mr. Holliday.
That he is. And he mentions $10,000.
Uh-huh.
And that, as they say in books, is a lot of gold watches.
He doesn't even sign his name. I bet he's an income tax invasion.
What?
He's an income tax evasion?
Susie, evader.
Well, one or the other. He's got $10,000.
Uh-huh. Okay, Susie, it looks like the best letter of the bunch for this week. So my address for the next hour or so will be 658 Carson Street. Carson Street ran through one of those neighborhoods where the houses sat one on top of the other. Crowded, dirty, and teeming with people, trucks, and more people. I found number 658, knocked on the door of flat number 6.
Yes? Who is it? Who is it?
Box 13.
Oh, you got the letter with you?
Yes, I've got it.
Hey, put it under the door.
Okay. Here it comes.
Stand under that light across the hall so I can see you. All right. Come on in. Hurry. Sit down. Hey, no. Keep away from the window.
The shade's down. No one can see you.
Keep away from it.
You've got enough bolts and chains on that door to hold off a tribe of Indians.
I know what I'm doing. Now, let me get a good look at you.
In the yellow light that came from the one globe dangling from the ceiling, the man looked at me. And I looked at him. He was about 50. His face was drawn and pinched. His hands shook and his eyes, squinty and sharp, slid over me. I didn't like him. Then he seemed to be satisfied and sat down on a chair opposite me.
Yeah, so you're after adventure, eh?
That's right.
Did you see anyone follow you here?
Not that I know of. Why? Expecting someone else?
I'm always expecting someone. No, I'm not.
What do you want with me?
Are you free to go anywhere?
That's what my ad says. We'll go any place, do anything. I usually do.
Would you be willing to go as far as the Philippine Islands?
It's a man-sized errand.
Would you go? That's all I want to know. Would you go?
Well, that all depends on what I've got to do. If there's anything crooked, the answer is no.
There's nothing crooked. I want you to go there and bring back something that belongs to me. Something I've got to have.
What's stopping you from going yourself?
Look at me. I'm sick.
Oh, it could be. But you're sure there's no other reason?
What do you mean?
Well, the bolts and the locks on the door. That fact that you said in your letter you wouldn't be at this address after tonight. The shades drawn. You were afraid I was followed.
So?
So, 2 and 2 are 4. And the 4 in this case comes out to you're afraid to show your face.
I have enemies.
The ordinary kind? Or the kind that would kill you?
They kill me.
I see. Oh, what's your name?
You have to know that?
It's a little peculiarity of mine. I like to know the people I'm dealing with.
My name is Krell. Joseph Krell. Does it mean anything to you?
No more than mine would mean to you. Holiday. Dan Holiday.
There's $10,000 in this for you.
I don't care about that.
Well, what?
Oh, the money doesn't interest me.
Doesn't it? Money doesn't...
I must have said something very funny.
You did, Holiday. You did. You say $10,000 doesn't mean anything to you.
Well, no, it doesn't. I'd better explain. You see, I'm a writer. The stories I get in response to that Box 13 ad you answered, well, they pay me amply for my efforts.
There's one born every minute. But will you go?
And do what?
I'll give you the name of a man whom you're to contact in Manila. That's all you have to know now.
Mm-hmm. Then what happens?
That will take care of itself.
What do you want me to bring back?
I told you something that belongs to me. Something I've got to have. Something that means life or death to me.
That important, huh?
We're wasting time. Will you do it? It's adventure, and when you get back, I'll give you $10,000. Do anything you want with it. I don't care. But bring me what I want.
When do I have to leave?
As soon as you can.
Oh, one more question.
What?
Where are you going to get the $10,000? Well?
I'll have it when you get back.
I see. Do I come here?
No, I won't be here. I've got to keep moving because he...
He?
Never mind. When you get back, put another ad below the one for Box 13. To see you back, I'll get in touch with you.
And the name of the man I'm to meet in Manila?
You'll find him at the address on this slip of paper. He's expecting someone from me. And, here, take this envelope. Don't open it until you get in touch with the man.
Sealed instructions, huh?
Yes. And Holiday, take good care of that envelope. Hide it. If he knew you were carrying it, he might kill you.
And with that little gem as a bon voyage from Krell, I left him. When I got home, I took the envelope he'd given me and had it sewn into the lining of my jacket. 4 days later, I was in Manila after a nice, pleasant trip on the plane. I went to a hotel and registered. Later that evening, I took a cab to the address of Krell's man. It was a tiny, ramshackle place in a street that was so narrow the cab couldn't get through. So I had to get out and walk. And right there is where I should have said quits to the whole thing. That old familiar feeling began tingling my spine. As usual, foolishly, I paid no attention to it. I got to the house. There was no answer. I tried the door. It was pitch black inside. I closed the door behind me. I stood there for a couple of seconds trying to see through the blackness when...
Stand right where you are.
Who's that?
Just stay where you are.
The light went on, and facing me was a man with a gun. And from where I stood, the muzzle was neatly in line with my third rib. The man looked at me for a moment, then...
Turn around. Back to me.
What's the idea?
I don't know yet, but we'll see. Okay, face me.
Who are you?
Never mind that. Who are you?
Dan Holliday.
Doesn't mean a thing.
Lieutenant, he's... Oh?
Yeah, we got company, Sergeant.
So I see.
Sergeant. What is this?
Sit down.
Look, I came here to see someone.
Uh-huh. What's the name of the person you came to see?
I don't know.
If you don't know this man, why did you come here? Come on, talk.
I don't see any reason why I should.
Would it give you a reason if I told you we're police?
I don't know.
You don't know much, do you? Why did you come to see this man you don't know?
On business.
What kind?
I was sent here.
By whom?
A man named Joseph Krell.
Krell? Well.
Evidently, that explains a lot of things, doesn't it?
It could and it couldn't. You say your name is Holliday?
That's right.
All right, Mr. Holliday. Step over to this other room with me. Come on. Open the door, Sergeant.
See, Lieutenant.
Go ahead in, Holliday.
Oh, do you have to keep that gun on me?
It's better that way. Now, want to see your man?
Yeah.
All right, look on the floor, behind the bed. Now you've seen him.
Who killed him?
We'd like to know that, too.
You didn't think I did?
Maybe you'd like to talk now. Tell us why you came here, why you had to see Carlos.
Carlos?
Yeah, the name of the deceased.
All right, Lieutenant...
Lieutenant Keith, Manila Police. This is Sergeant Enrique Cotis.
Okay, I was sent here by Joseph Krell. I was to see this Carlos.
Why?
I don't know. I was to give him an envelope.
Where is it?
At the hotel.
And we'll find out about that later. Now, this Krell, why did he send you?
He couldn't come himself. But whatever it was he wanted me to bring back, he said it meant life and death to him. He offered me $10,000 to get it for him.
Oh. What was in the envelope?
I don't know.
Is that your stock answer?
Now, look, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe it, check with the police in the States. Verify my identity.
We will. But first, let's get something straight.
Well, that would be a pleasure.
Krell sent you for something that was worth $10,000 to him. Did anyone else know about it?
Well, hardly.
Why hardly?
Because Krell said I might be killed.
Mm-hmm. And you didn't talk to anyone on the plane about it?
No.
Okay, we'll go back to your hotel and check on a few things. Sergeant?
See, Lieutenant.
Stay here. No one in or out. Meet me at headquarters as soon as you can get away.
See.
Now, Holliday, we'll see how much trouble you're really in.
On the way back to my hotel, Keith didn't say much. Neither did I. But I was doing a lot of thinking, and suddenly it hit me. Something Keith had asked me, something he had no right to ask, and something he couldn't have asked unless... I looked at him. He was smiling to himself. Okay, I had to take a chance. Oh, by the way, Lieutenant.
What?
That building over there.
Where?
Just to your right. Look out the window.
What building are you talking about?
Driver, stop the cab.
What is it? What's the matter? Oh,
My friend, he met with an accident.
he's hurt. We should maybe go to a doctor.
No, I don't think so. But when he comes to, ask him a question for me, will you?
Question, but
Yeah, just ask him how he knew I came to Manila on a plane.
to Sealed Instructions, another Box 13 adventure starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
So there I was, out in the middle of a big puzzle and a murder. Sure, Keith had killed Carlos to keep me from getting to him. Keith must have followed me from the States. Oh, it was smart of him not to play his cards on the plane or as soon as I got to Manila. He waited until I tried to contact Carlos. Then he planned to get the envelope away from me without any more fuss or bother. Now, I had to get back to the hotel and get that envelope before Keith came to. Because when he did, he was going to be very, very nasty. So back at the hotel, I had a bellhop go to my room and bring down the jacket.
Is this the right one, Mr. Holliday?
Oh, yeah, that's the one. Here you are.
Oh, thank you, sir. Will that be all?
Yes, Uh-oh. Oh, wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
Come here behind this pillar.
Something wrong, sir?
Yeah, there is. Look over at that entrance. Do you see that big man standing there? White hat, gray suit?
Yes, sir.
I don't want to meet him.
Oh, I see.
Look, you go through the lobby paging me. He'll follow you to see where I am. Lead him a merry chase, got it?
I got it, Mr. Holliday.
Okay, get going.
Paging Mr. Holliday. Mr. Dan Holliday. Paging
Well, the
Mr.
bellhop
Holliday.
did it up good.
Mr. Dan Holliday.
Keith fell for the gag and followed the bellhop, just far enough behind him so that he could surprise me, if he saw me. But he didn't. I ducked out of the entrance and took a cab to police headquarters. There,
Let me get this straight, Mr. Holliday. You say this Keith pretended to be an officer?
that's right, Lieutenant Marinos.
But why?
So he could get this envelope away from me. He'd already killed once to get it. But maybe he thought killing me would attract too much attention.
But this envelope, where is it and what is in it?
We're going to see that right away. Oh, have you got a knife?
Yes. Here.
Oh, thanks. Well, this was a good jacket. Here it is.
Open it.
Sure. Well, what's this?
May I see it?
Here you are.
This is very curious, Mr. Holliday. It looks like a map.
It's half a map, Lieutenant Marinos. Carlos had the other half.
Of course. But a map of what and to what?
To whatever Krell wanted.
Krell?
Yeah, that's the name. Why?
You did not mention his name before. Why not?
Well, I didn't think it was important.
To the Filipinos, it is very important.
I don't get it. Why?
During the Japanese occupation of the islands, Joseph Krell was a collaborator.
Oh, no wonder he didn't dare come back. But the rest of this business, how does it fit in?
I do not know as yet. However, I think I have an idea, Mr. Holliday.
Yes, what's that?
Before the war, before the Japanese invasion, Krell was a gambler. It was known that he ran a gambling house with a partner.
Partner? Keith?
That could be, although Keith was not his name then.
So, what's the rest of your idea?
The partner fled when the Japanese came. Krell did not. Now, I think the partner would like to find Krell. Mr. Holliday, we must find the other half of this map.
Well, Keith has it.
I know that.
Then find Keith.
That would be much easier said than done. Unless,
Lieutenant?
Unless you help, Mr. Holliday. I do not think that Keith will suspect that you have come to the police.
If he followed me from the States, he must think I'm in with Krell. If he thinks that, then he'd think I wouldn't dare go to the police.
Exactly. So?
Oh, I see. You want to tie me out as live bait, is that it?
It is the only way to get him. Because he will come after this half of the map. Of course, you can refuse. And I do not say that I will blame you.
No, I guess not.